Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Monday edition of High on Politics. I'm your host, Pep. Nice to see you guys. Nice to meet you. You know what? I'm just happy y'all are here. So, how is everybody? Hope you guys had a good weekend. I had a weekend. It was filled with watching horrible movies. I can just break that down real quick. I watched the Jurassic Park, or the Jurassic World series that I didn't see past the first Jurassic World. Yeah, I kind of wish I could go back and unsee those because they really weren't great. I'm going to give the last one a shot, or the newest one or whatever, Rebirth, and we'll see. I think that this is a franchise that should kind of just go away for a while, and we may have had it milked way too much too. But yeah, that was the highlight of my weekend. Yeah, a quick update. Uni's doing pretty good. She's having good energy. Like, you can definitely feel that things are kind of on the upswing. So I hope you guys know that that power positivity is definitely working. It's working. I can't say anything else except that it is working. I also know that she was able to kind of just lurk a little bit, and she really appreciates all the kind words and everything. So again, guys, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Man, not much else past that. Oh, actually, she's able to kind of like do things. So that was a major improvement where she's like feeling like she can actually do things. Zach, what up, dude? How you doing? But yeah, that's where we're at. Also, this weekend, hope you guys were able to at least check out some of the content that dropped. I was able to do a few videos. Yeah, my MTG one, something weird happened. I don't know why. And I made sure that this wasn't just a user error thing. Otherwise, I'd just be like, yeah, I uploaded the wrong video. No, it didn't take my edits. So, don't know what happened there. Apologies if it seemed like it was a little long-winded. From, I guess, like the beginning to actually getting to MTG's release. I don't or announcement, not release. But yeah, man, like that was crazy how that happened live. We do cover a lot of stuff here as it breaks. I've kind of gone back and I've realized just how many major stories I've been able to break on my show. So that was kind of, especially last week, that was wild. Went into this weekend just absolutely on a nice high, but at the same time, not sure if you guys had this where did you get number one? We're gonna just go through it, but did you guys see Trump's press conference afterwards where he's wearing the red scarf and like the pea coat, no makeup? That was the craziest part, like that a lot of outlets aren't talking about, but it was the no makeup that got me, where I was like, dude, that's all natural, no orange tint to him at all. So a lot of people are going around saying that it's because he, he got that little bit of energy from Mom Donnie. Maybe did a quick Google search and saw Mom Donnie's fit from a few weeks ago and just said you know what? I like the maroon and black pea coat. I like the look. Very cool. Very cool. definitely seems to have taken a little bit of a of a play from the Mamdani crowd. And on top of it, he doubled down on he doubled down on a lot of his bad shit that he was doing during the week, but then he also doubled down on shitting on the press for going after Mamdani, which I kind of thought was funny. He really did expose some things in there, though. Specifically with that little tap, where he's just like, it's good, say it. You can call me a fascist. It was just like, and then he did. He actually went and said, yes, I do think he is. Like, that was crazy. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the coverage if you were here, because that was a lot of fun. I had a good time. But I also just had a good time in general watching MAGA crash out this weekend. I broke my no politics rule just because I was like, you know what? I want to go see some of the Fox News cope. And boy, was there a lot. We can go through some of it today, because the way that they're trying to spin it is that somehow Mamdani was cowering in front of Donald Trump so hard that he just happened to be one of the most effective speakers in the Oval Office in years, many years. Since another alleged Muslim was in the Oval Office. Yeah. What up, Hermit? How you doing? Welcome to the show. Appreciate having you here. Hope you're doing well. You guys know how it is. Hit the like button on your way in, but also hope you guys had a good weekend, because, yeah. Unfortunately, I did have to do that thing where I stacked up a whole bunch of videos, and I was hoping for a little bit, different, I don't know what happened on Sunday, but yeah, for some reason, it didn't take. How is Uni? She's doing well. She's responding really well to the treatment. She's feeling more human. Like, last night was a big improvement. Big improvement, actually. You can definitely tell that as the treatment runs its course, it obviously beats her down, but the bounce back with each one has been more impressive. So, I'm not a doctor, but I will just say from the outside, it does seem like she is doing better and she's responding better. So that's all we can hope for. She goes in today for, I forgot which one. She's with her mom today. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the blood work. Either that or I have that backwards. I'll find out in a little bit here. Great news. Yeah, no, it's great news. It's incredible, actually. Yesterday was really, it was a gift. To hear her really, she sounded like herself again. As far as just there wasn't the lethargic aspect to her voice, which was really, really nice. So yeah, it's awesome. This response is so cool. But yeah, again, thank you guys for all the support, and thank you for asking, and just in general, yeah, I really, really appreciate everybody putting out the good vibes. Like I said, those good vibes have gone a long way, and I know it sounds weird. I want to talk about something for a second. This is a little serious. So, I had a moment on Saturday where, this is going to be weird, and I know that certain people in the audience may think that this is kind of a cop-out, but I had a moment where I passed a church, right? And I saw a one of those signs that was just embrace Jesus, blah blah blah, he is good, he is great. And I just kind of had I got mad. I got mad. I just started kind of shouting, just where is he? Oh yeah, is he so fucking kind of had a moment where I brought this up to my sister, and it was just if that was taken as a prayer, she's like, oh, even if that was a prayer, that's not how that works. I'm just well, you know what, it should be, because how how's some kind of God, like, how is a God like that going to punish somebody that's actually done the right thing, who believed, and this isn't for my situation, this was actually an overall thing where I was just like, like, so many kids with cancer, just, I don't know, there's so many things to test my faith on that one, my faith, because I also had another weird situation where, I've seen some family coming in and checking up on Uni, and it was just weird because all of a sudden it goes into that faith conversation again. He's just like, hey, do you have faith? You doing good? You walk it? It's like, oh, sure. And I just kind of put on the face and just did like the fake thing where I'm like, yeah, sure, yeah, totally, and got back in after saying goodbye. And again, way to drop this on somebody like as you're leaving. What up, Sean? How you doing, bud? But yeah, I get back in and I just start. I did the thing again. It's just like I got so angry. I'm only laughing now because it is kind of like I was very angry. But yeah, I got some things to say, especially if people want to get into like more religious debates now. I think that I'm more open to having some. Is oh boy, I'm just not. And it's like they do this cop out thing where they're just like, oh, it's it's just because you're feeling the way you are, because of your situation. It's like, oh, come on, really? BS. But yeah, Sean, hope you're well. Hope you had a good weekend, man. Dude, Sean, I tried to play some Final Fantasy Rebirth, and this is a little bit of insult to injury to everything that was happening. For some reason, and this is what happens when you buy a physical copy, apparently, I tried to play it, and this, for some reason, has the data disc and the play disc. Did the data disc, got 99% downloaded, go to play the play disc, and it's unreadable. It's freaking just awesome. So cool. But yeah, I actually meant to hit you up to see if you wanted to game a little bit. The future sucks. I hate it. I absolutely hate it, man. Yeah, data disc my ass. Just have play discs. Why can't the games just be on the damn discs? Like, that's when I was a kid, I used to think about that, where it's just like they're gonna, like, they compress so much information on these little discs now that they'll be able to do well, I didn't even know what a terabyte was, but I'll be like, yeah, they're gonna put so much on it. Bullshit. I was actually around all day Saturday too. Oh. Well, ain't that a B? I was able to actually get some Mario Kart in. I know Bryant is... Oh, and also Bryant was able to whoop up on me on some Smash Brothers. I apparently suck at that game. I used to think I was okay. Now it's a used to, because I'm not that great. Why don't they make the button that just says pass? I'm just gonna say, can we, like, for real, can we go back to having it, like, if you're gonna have a physical copy, it has the game on it. Nintendo's doing the same thing. It sucks. Storytelling is a prosaic art form. Good times. Yeah. I mean, are you talking about me? Who are you talking about? But welcome, Groove Dragon. Glad to see you. Welcome to the show. Hey, everybody. I see some action in the viewership here, and if you guys can do me that solid and hit that like button, I really appreciate that. Get your hair cut, you degenerate. No. I like my hair. Dumpling gods. We need young American men in the military. Oh, that's adorable. You think I'm young? Thank you. Oh. I'm actually past the draft age, so have fun with that one. Unless they start doing that World War II crap where they're just like, we'll take some old men. It says, eh? But I have bad hips and knees already. It hurts to sleep. Scroll up to see where I started. Oh, talking about the origins of religion. Oh. Sorry, Group Dragon. What is going on with chat and why is it backwards? Whoa, weird. Sorry, I had to. Wait, you had to do what? Are you dumpling gods? Wait a minute, Anna. Are you jumping platforms and you're proxying dumpling gods? Is dumpling gods like your evil proxy account where you do like you give into your right wing thoughts and you're just like, you know what? Screw it. Let's just go troll people. You don't believe any of it? Oh no, I'm clapping that person. Oh, okay, cool. That's fine. Whatever you got to do. I appreciate it. Thank you for looking out for my best interests. This is why I love you guys, especially you mods that know better. I know I've only been here a year, but you know what? I think that you've come to know me well enough to at least know where it's just like, oh, he's gonna entertain this. Let's just nip this one in the bud. Maybe my first comment didn't come through. It doesn't look like it. Because I'm only actually seeing 2 comments from you right now. Oh, 3. I need to figure out the chat situation here. Give me 1 second. I think it's just a refresh. And that should work. First was sorry. Okay, that's what... Okay, yeah. Yeah, first was sorry, I had to. No, I'm clapping that person. Maybe the first... No, I think you got them all then. Although, I'm not kidding about this. My chat, for some reason, is backwards. I don't like that. I think that I... Did I hit a button that inverts chat? I'm 90% sure that's what happened, because this seems like a feature that's just like, hey, yeah, accident... Oh, you know what? Here. I think it is that. Ha! Cool. Fixed. It was a control button. Cheers, guys. That's the first Pep Talks tech issue. It wasn't a bad one, so that's great. But anyway, like I was saying, thank you for the mods for taking care of the situations as they come. Oh, man. Yeah, we'll see what happens here, because I had a interesting week last week where I definitely made an impact on the algorithm. That was cool. So, you know how you guys can help with that, though. Nudge, nudge. Nudge, nudge, little thumbs up button. Always goes a long way. How's Fiber treating you? Okay. Honestly, not as well as I was hoping. I've had some outages, and I think it's because everything is like still so new, and like they're pretty new to the area too, where yeah, I don't know, they're literally like the entire block just boom goes out, comes back. That's what happened last week. Better than Comcast, at least. The weird part is, dude, I never had a stream straight up just drop from Comcast. As many times as I had issues like with lag on my stream. Yeah. We'll see though. We'll see. I'm giving it time. I'm actually going to give it like a few months before I even start like complaining to anybody. I understand that it's going to take a minute. I was about to say, cheers everybody. Scaredy Bear, keeping everybody scared. Ew. My original comment was not posted. Huh, that's weird. I said humans create gods and then made up a fairy tale that gods create humans, storytelling around the campfire. Oh, yeah. Yeah, totally. That's how I feel about it. I'll acknowledge where because I have held that belief, and there are times in just, I don't want to call it weakness, but it kind of, like, it is. It's in times where I just need something. I will kind of just go, all right, like, you here? What are we doing? Which most Christians would be like, that's not an authentic prayer. It's like, then that's bullshit. Like, if any of God's children are in need and they're at their lowest point, and they at that point break and go, what the fuck? Maybe that's a good time to, I don't know, show your hand, to really just kind of do, like, and it's not like that fucking strike me down bullshit. It's literally like, I don't know, do something that's an improvement. I don't know, fuck. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm doing the curse God stuff, which I have tried to say I'm not going to do that. It's an appeal to a higher aspect of yourself, in my opinion. I like that. A higher aspect of myself. I like that because that's giving me the power. That's what I don't like about religion, and like I don't like the way that AA uses like certain religious tropes, like the higher power thing, because it takes away a lot of your agency to believe in yourself, where it's like it's giving you almost like an imaginary friend to hold on to and to be, you know, not reliant on, but you have to answer to, which, why? Why can't you answer to yourself? Why can't that higher power just literally be yourself in that regard? Like, just like, okay, I should be able to rely on me and then give yourself the credit that you did it. If it helps people, I'm all for it. Yeah, that's kind of where I play with this, though. Like, I do. Yeah, this is where I'll admit my inconsistency, because Alirda, I also 100% agree with you. I think that if you need it and it's not harming people, yeah, it's fine. But I've actively seen it harm people who kind of hide behind it. So clearly those addicts can't rely on themselves, because if they could, they wouldn't be addicts. That's fair. And okay, maybe I should have been more careful with the way I was putting this, because I wasn't really using it in regards to like addiction. I know that I brought up the AA thing, but I was more so, what up, Joe? How you doing? I was more so bringing it up in the context of like just everyday people. Also, I like the serenity. Yeah, there's good things that came from religion, and the serenity prayer was one of them. But you can also practice the serenity prayer by practicing what's called the wise technique, the wise mind technique, where you acknowledge that you're emotional, but you also acknowledge that you can't control these things. So you kind of give in to the idea that you cannot control it, and then you focus on what you can. So it's essentially the serenity prayer for, you know, the psych world. But I've seen the weaponization of it, though. All right. One thing religion does is bring people together for bad or good. Yes, but I've also seen the false community aspect of it. So, like, certain church groups are basically held together by, like, judgment, where it's like they all collectively hate the same people, so that's what they rally behind. You know, that's why a lot of MAGA people do see themselves as being like, you know, I'm a good old Christian. Cool. You know what? I'll make the announcement now. Tomorrow I'm going to be on Good Morning Comrade. I am looking forward to that. So what's going to happen is I'm going to do my This Space show, probably hop on my normal show pretty soon after my This Space show wraps, and then I will be on at 8 Central my time. So pretty much like right at the end of my stream, I'll just hop right on to This Space again to be on Good Morning Comrade. Looking forward to it. This is going to be a good time. Apparently nurses aren't professionals. Oh my God. Okay, so I had a big thing about that because with my wife's situation, we have spent a lot of time in the hospitals recently. And I can tell you right now that that is the biggest bunch of bullshit I have ever heard. Just because these people are some of the greatest people on the planet, especially the ones that truly are good at their jobs. Like I can't even get behind the thought process that somebody in the government was like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to tell nurses, you know, the people that really kept us going during that pandemic thing that we really refused to acknowledge or just do anything with except just bitch about the fact that our liberties were taken, not acknowledge all the people that died from it. Oh my God. Yeah, they're doing that. All right, sorry. Let me go back here. Well, according to the Bible, Jesus is in you. So technically you do look for higher power within yourself. Okay. Whatever. Semantics. There are good religions and cult religions. I disagree. I think that a lot of those good religions, just with a little bit of tweaking, are those cult religions, because that's how mine was. Mine was literally sold to everybody on the outside as an evangelical, non-denominational religion. But that was a bunch of bullshit. They were hiding this fact like that, you know, they lean a little into the doomsday stuff. And you had a lot of people that would come into it, like into our school, and then the next year they'd be gone. And in one case, I still talk to the kid, this kid Lewis. When I asked him, I'm like, dude, why are you going to public school now? He's just like, oh, my parents say that this place is a cult. And I was just like, no, what? All these years later, I'm just like, man, Lewis's parents were based. They saw I was up. Except the ones that denied COVID. Oh, yeah. People, Orientalism on Buddhism. From chat. I mean, weirdly enough, I get angry at Buddhism a little bit because they emphasize karma so much, where I'm just like, karma's such a bullshit thing. I'm sorry. With how many people we have in the world and all the information we have in the world, I really don't believe in it. It's so hard to. The cults are the ones that don't practice what they preach. Absolutely. That's true. I've actually, like, I found before I left my religion, I did find one church that was like what you would consider more left-leaning, because they were definitely more about like the actual literal teachings of Christ, which, hey, you know, it's cool. Again, as long as that's the stuff that people go like gravitate towards, and it's like they really focus on their personal, like if you focus on your personal salvation and walking with Jesus in a way that makes you a better person, and you're always being like, you're holding yourself accountable to Jesus's standards, then fine. I'm fine with that, but that's not what Christians in America do. The mass majority of them use Jesus's word to hate other people and to control them, which is disgusting. Buddha did not want to be a god. That doesn't matter. I don't think religion necessarily, you need deities in the classic sense. I mean, actually, you know what? I have to look up the textbook definition of religion. Let's do that real quick. I want to sip this coffee too. Here, just religion. Religion is a complex system of beliefs and practices related to supernatural or divine. Ah, crap. Okay. Well, hold on. Because no, that's still technically supernatural and divine. Like the idea of Buddha, karma, reincarnation, all that stuff. But it's in an Indian religion. You know, I used to be a lot more up on this stuff because I took a religious studies class. And that's one of those ones, like, that might as well have been just a nap time period for me because I don't think I learned that much. I forgot so much. It's more of a philosophy. It's more of a philosophy. Am I wrong? Karma is something that happens from one life to the next. Dharma is what happens in the same life. Sometimes bad shit happens to people that do bad shit. Good shit happens to people that do good shit. Yeah, I don't know. All right, so I had this conversation. I was actually going to keep this private, but we're talking about this, so I might as well. It relates to my mom. So I got into this weird thing about, again, faith, and just religion in general. And he pivoted because, like, he personally believes in Christ, but he did say that there, like, because he reads up on other stuff, he was talking about how he was looking at the concept of reincarnation in Buddhism, and also how there's this theory about how if you've never broken a bone in your life up to this point, which that's me, I've never broken a bone. And I played hockey. Like, I've had tons of sprains, but I've never actually, like, had a full break of a bone. So, knock on wood. But there's this theory that because you're, like, this plays with destiny, not the streamer, but, like, predestined shit to happen to you. They're talking about, like, how in some theories it's because you're technically destined to feel the emotional pain instead of physical pain. So, like, the energies around the universe kind of give you, like, one or the other. So I guess people who just break all their bones don't have a lot of emotional pain. But then there's the other theory that there's people, like, or like the afterlife, for, if you will, like, you have guardian angels or just the energies of your ancestors protecting you in a way, and it's like, oh, huh, like, and that, honestly, that's the first time that, maybe it's because of everything I've been going through, that it did kind of make me go, oh, that's interesting. Global solidarity now. The only question is your attitude. Know yourself. Also, Global, hello. Welcome to stream. Yeah. Knowing yourself is a good start. A lot of people don't know themselves because that requires, you know, self-inflection, or self-reflection. Oh, God. I think both. No, self-reflection, and then, yeah, inflections, tone. But yeah. It's, I do kind of find, like, some of that interesting. It was the same way, like, I had a pretty closed mind to, like, tarot stuff before I started the stream, and then I did a few tarot readings, which I recently went back and watched that episode. Yeah. Yeah, that reading was scary, because it's not even one of those ones you can just, like, look at and go, oh, that just happens to be very similar to what's going on in my life. No, it's like that one was dead on. I'm still not too, I'm hoping that I can do a new reading, though, because holy shit, now is about that time. It's been almost a year since I had it. And yeah, that was a bad draw, dude. It kind of did talk about, again, I got the sickness card, I got the death card, and then I got the riches card, which was cool, but I don't feel that one. I can relate to some of this. Sometimes my emotions can run wild, but I'm usually a very happy and kind-hearted person. But I get angry very easily. That's usually how it goes. It's because you put a lot more of your energies into trying to balance yourself and not flip out at everything. And also, like, you recognize injustices where other people don't, so you're gonna harbor, like, different types of, you know, that kind of stuff, and that's how it manifests. That one is not religion, that's just psychology. Like, that's just how it works. But, good psychology, though. Like, that's, you know, kind of acknowledging that you got a good grasp on what's going on. I agree with you, Pep Talks 100%. Oh, thank you. I can relate to some of this. Sometimes yeah, the getting angry very easily thing. My example is I'm pretty, like, level-headed, but when I'm in the car, no. No. I got a thing. Like, off topic, I wish people would make Real Steel fighting robots. Whatever. Jesus, Real Steel. Haven't thought about that movie in a long time. Not necessarily a bad movie, though. I'll say that much. I remember when that came out and I saw it with my roommate. I was like, the movie was actually decent. No, guys. Staying on the religious topic for a minute. Oh, you're rewatching it? I hope so. I hope that's the reason that you would bring something up like that completely randomly. But yeah. On the just general topic of religion, though, I don't like the way that new atheism really pushed a lot of guys like myself into being dicks about it. Where, like, I was very hard to talk to. Because, like, I did walk around with this air of, like, I knew better. And I also did have, like, a condescending tone to anybody where I was just like, what? You can't even entertain the fact that there's just nothing? Gah. Which... even if there is, man... I don't know. I think that I do have this, like, I got a view on this that's a little bit different. And I think it's almost like I read the Bible. Because there's a few different passages in the Bible where it kind of contradicts the whole you need to believe in him to get your pass into heaven. Because, you know, that's the easy way. There's portions of 2 Corinthians that more than insinuate, they, like, just kind of say it. That if you're a good person who lives within, like, the, not image, but, you know, like, you do good things. If you're a good person, then yeah, you're gonna get welcomed into heaven. You know, this idea that it's just like it's got the exclusive club and you need your ID to get in. That's such bullshit, dude. And you have to think, why would they do that? Why use such a human, like, way of establishing dominance and control? That's so obvious, too. Where it's just like, wait a minute, you're telling me that we're all technically invited to the theme park, but I still need a ticket to get on the rides? That seems like bullshit. Shedding that is just growing up and maturing. I hope so. I mean, Tinkerbell, there are days that I wrestle with that. I really do. Like, through this bullshit that I've been going through the past few months, you know, and then just watching everything with my wife, I don't know, like, it definitely put me into a mode where I started toying with the idea of, like, did me leaving the religion do this? Like, is God that wrathful where it is just like, if you abandon your path, all of a sudden he becomes a vengeful dick? And then I started thinking about it. I'm like, well, no, because that doesn't explain the people that still believe in him and still have bad shit happen. I don't know. I have always hated the fucking idea of God, Jesus works in mysterious ways. Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to go into a full tirade about this, but yeah. it's a good thing to talk about. I'm also interested in it. I just saw that one of the what's his name? From the New Atheist Movement. He made like this big announcement. Alex O'Connor. Yeah, you know what? We can watch that in a little bit. Because it's Am I Becoming a Christian? And he had a bunch of people online kind of accusing him, since he's leaving the New Atheist Movement, but he's not, he's not all of a sudden saying he's a Christian. He just said that he's like, the more and more I study it, the more it seems real. And I was just like, oh no. Okay, well, we'll see some of your reasoning. I only made it like maybe 5 minutes into the video because I was just like, nah, not tonight. I don't need that. Of course, one of my friends who, and this is the bitch about growing up in the way that I did, is I got a lot of friends that still send me that shit because, they think that that's how they're going to save my souls with YouTube videos, contradicting a few things that I believe, which we've all been there. We've all done it, right? We've all done it. Why I left the left for Christ? Huh. You know what? If I need a clickbait title, I might do that. Oh! You know what? No, because then... Hold on, that could be weaponized against me a little bit. No. I was gonna do the one where it's like, I was in a cult? What? There's this other content creator. I forgot her name because this was like a year ago, but she's a voice actress, and she did that, and then she's like, I wasn't actually in a cult. I just played the clickbait game. Gotcha. I respected that. The fact that she just went right out the gate, I respected. What are some alcoholic drinks to order at a bar that is respectful to order? Like, doesn't make anything, pretty much anything straight with ice. Unless you don't like ice. Which, I like me a nice, let's see. Like a brown rum. Specifically, actually, Captain's not bad. I don't know. I also haven't really drank hard alcohol in a long time, so not the best person to give that advice or get that advice from. So, anybody in chat want to chime in on that one? Beer. Beers are always pretty easy. Of course it is. What is it with like being 21 where it's like everything is the vodka and something? It's always it's always like Red Bulls, Mountain Dew, just caffeine, energy. God, you're one of those guys that would just still crush 4 Locos if you could. I'm going to head to the park. You have an amazing day, and I'll see you soon. Keep being an amazing and handsome person. You are Pep Talks. Don't let anyone dim your light. Aw, appreciate that, brother. Thank you. I bet Reddit has some thoughts. I'm not exactly a fan of Reddit. I think I told you guys that, right? That I actively avoid Reddit for my mental health. It's the same with Twitter, where if I'm not here, I really try not to do Twitter. Even though I know that I need to promote this channel, so I've been kind of breaking that rule a little bit. So if you guys see me tweet, just know that those are special moments. And then got cut off. You're so cool. Dude, stop. It's like, I don't know, man. You're definitely a problem. Like, if I were a closer person in your life, I would just say, like, nah, dude, you're a problem drinker, and I can't be around that shit. I had that with a friend of mine where, great guy. We had great times together, honestly. He was a good drinking buddy, but Nah. He was a lot like that, where he would drink till he essentially got blacked out, and he doesn't realize just he wasn't fun, and he was also one of those assholes that doesn't recognize that he's a fucking alcoholic, so he refused to do anything to get help. So it was just easier for me to just be like, you know what? I don't need this in my life. Sorry. Yeah, I don't post on there, but it is a good place to get information from people who have the experience you're wondering about, like bartenders talking about drinks, what drinks they love and hate making. Oh, yeah, okay, I can see that. Well, you know what? I'd be full of shit because I used Reddit specifically to try and figure out my Final Fantasy disc situation, which apparently the answer was, oh, tough shit, dude. You need to go get a replacement, and I'm way outside the warranty or any of that date. Warranty. Yes, because any of us actually buy the gaming warranties, which, had I known! Yeah, well outside that date. That's what happens when you buy a game, put it on your shelf, don't play it for quite some time, pick it up a year later, and then it doesn't work. Awesome. You know, just straight up awesome. I'll probably just have to rebuy it. Like, I did have this silver lining about it though, because it's on sale and I bought it on sale. It's one of those and it was like $30, and the game originally was a $70 game. So I'm like, you know what? I guess I just paid full price for the game technically when it released, and I'll just eat it. So screw it. Anyway. Oh yeah, I was talking about Reddit. Once a week, I go out by myself to my favorite bar. I tip nice over 100%. Just stay for an hour to an hour and a half. You drink that much in an hour to an hour and a half to the point where you get cut off? You do understand what a problem drinker is, right? Like, bro. Like, this is... I can only say that you need to get help so much. You already did you did see a therapist, so I'll just say good on you. But yeah, that's problematic, bro. I'm gonna say, get some human connection and reward me for a good week. See, technically you could do the same thing, like if you went to church. Funny enough, you got community there. Sock now, hey, how are you doing? Welcome to stream. Appreciate you popping over on the Twitch side of things. Also, if you guys haven't already, please consider following over on Twitch. Even if you do not use your Twitch account too often, we are 8 members out from the 500, which, when I reach 500 over on Twitch, that really helps out my channel, so... I got a job in donation work. Did you hear about that for Christmas work? No. What? Donation work? What do you mean? Like, you are somewhere where you're taking active donations? I don't understand how this works. Oh, are you like... Oh, no, don't tell me you're doing Salvation Army stuff. Salvation... Oh, my God. I need to, like, try to put together... my own video on the Salvation Army, because, oh boy, I did some stuff with them. The internals of that organization are insane, and it's corrupt as shit. Allegedly. I don't want to get in any trouble here, but oh boy, I have to say, guys, like, be very aware that there's some shenanigans within that organization. There's also some really abhorrent religious, like, belief, like, structure there, where it's not just your, hey, we're giving to the people in need. It's, no, we're going to hate gay people and we're going to fund this type of stuff. So, yeah, just be aware of that. Yeah, my parents are pastors of the Salvation. Damn it. So either I get a job in their workplace or I'm having a pipe dream because of how jobs here are on the island. Yeah, no, I remember your situation. Puerto Rico, right? No, I'm glad that you got a job in donation. Just, you know what? As long as the money goes towards what it's supposed to and it's not going towards the big heads in the church, okay. Because I'm going to speak to my experience. I do know that there are certain churches that are really good about that. But there's others that if you, like, for instance, does your pastor drive a much nicer car than you or your family? If that's the case, then just know what you're doing. Honestly, that should be the barometer for if you guys attend church or not. I'm dead serious. Like, if there's one thing that I could, like, instill into every religious person is holding their pastors to the standard that like people held Hassan to, where it's just like, hey, you know what? Yeah, you really shouldn't be driving a fucking Bentley. Yeah, you really shouldn't be able to take a salary from the fucking church that gives you a house that is double the size in square footage to any of your parish. That's kind of messed up. Then these assholes usually double down and start teaching prosperity gospel. And a lot of people believe in that shit because they think that they're going to get a piece too. What up, Fred? How you doing, brother? I usually tip to 100%. Nice. Just because I was in... No, hey, I can't disagree with that. And I'm glad you do. And you should all live by that example. Zach, since you're bringing up tips, don't forget that you guys can tip by donating to the stream and also getting yourself a membership. And you guys get to give the dog a treat when you do. Anyway, my parents have problematic theology. I hate it. No, I remember my father is a reactionary centrist. That's good, though. He... what's good is that he believes in Puerto Rico independence. What's bad is that other parts of politics. Ooh. Give it to me if you want to get a good table in heaven. Hey, yeah, don't forget, I know St. Peter. I know him personally. You want to give me a little something, I'll make sure you get a good seat at the table, huh? You know, they got the deists. I don't know why they did it, but they did. And now every wedding has the weirdest table situation where you all are looking over your party. I've always hated that shit. One of my friends had the coolest one where they didn't do a dais. They were the back table where it was just the two of them at the table. And I was just like, all right, that's pretty funny. My mom, since she's Anglo-American, she looked at this marriage as a freebie to get a tropical location. And I see a lot of the aspects of the marriage, and it's just terrible. Ooh. Well... You know, marriage for convenience and marriage for love. Those are two different things there. I can, as somebody who experienced that, with my parents, my mom was definitely more of a marriage of convenience type of situation. And she was very open about it. Wasn't the gold digging. That was definitely not it. Because somebody even tried to say, like, was she gold digging her dad? It's like, no, man. No. It's just they grew into different people as... Because, like, I've been very open about this. My mom and my dad, they met in AA. So, they went through two different ways of they're going through their stuff. And my dad really didn't agree with my mom. So that's how that goes. When I'm alone, I know I'm taking up a table for a bit. You got a weird, like, I don't know. It's weird, like, how self-aware you are, but not self-aware. Like, you're a confounding individual. This is why I get skeptical with interracial marriage. What? What the fuck? Whoa! Hot take coming in. What? It has to be clear in the beginning what people's intentions are because I don't want it. What the fuck does that have to do with interracial marriage? Whoa! That took a left turn. And not like, left progressive turn. That took a left turn off a cliff turn. Like, that's not cool. I don't think that the racial component has much to do with it. Whoa. Did they meet while your mom was on vacation or some shit? Like, what the fuck? Whoa. Guys, I'm sorry for this. I should probably just say that this is not the expressed views of Pep Talks in the slightest. I think that that was genuinely fucked up. It's okay to not want to dilute the bloodline if you are not white. Dude. Woo! I wasn't prepared for that. I really wasn't. That wasn't the topic I was expecting to go into in the slightest. So, interesting. Race differences boil down to genetically to less than 0.2%. Yeah. Listen, that's why I was like, what? They met in seminary. My mother's side of her family is very racist to my father's side of my family. So you kind of see why that might not be a great way of thinking, right? Wait, Sakna, I'm kind of confused. So you do see the flaw in that, right? For real. Like you are recognizing that might not be the best way of thinking about things. Does that mean you agree with your dad that it's like Puerto Rico first type of thing? Puerto Rico or Puerto Rican independence? I actually don't know anything about this. How feasible is that? But, whoa. Still kind of jarred by that. That was weird. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna challenge you on this one. I don't think that that's as big of a problem as you think. I think that this might be more of a situational thing in this regard, but yeah, definitely don't let that taint your view of things and take you down a path that you might not want to go down. Because I could see that one being a little problematic. Just a thought. But yeah, wait a minute. Because I don't want to be any more colonized as it is. So you're just like, ban Logan Paul. Ban Logan Paul. No more Logan Pauls. I agree with Puerto Rico first, but I don't agree with his anti-LGBT stance. I don't believe in his anti-abortion stance. There are things that I disagree with on progressive lines. Yeah, usually I'm one to say like that progressivism isn't like a blanket thing, and there are like people are more nuanced than we like to give credit for, and sometimes people have differing belief structures on certain things, but I have to say that the colonizer standpoint is a little. I just, wow. So by your logic, would you be like, yeah, Mom, you're not allowed in here? I don't know. You got me on this one, man. I wasn't planning on putting much attention to this topic at all, but you got me. What's up, Jehu? How you doing? We're talking about something that's a little wild, to be honest. Talking about the idea of anti-colonization over in Puerto Rico, and just, I don't know. It seems like you're doing it on racial lines. That's the problem. Oh, man. I don't know. Like I said, you are in a special situation specifically. I mean, if you're part of the Salvation Army in Puerto Rico, and you said that you're like that, and they met in seminary, so that means that you've definitely like grown up. Unfortunately, folks, I can say that I know I've come across quite a few people that tend to, even if they have progressive values and like they grow up religious and like they even start breaking from that religion, sometimes they will have situations like this where it's just like, we need to kind of break you from that mentality because that's a bit racist. But, and it's flawed as fuck. Our white, Irish whites, colonizers, Slavs from conquered regions. I was about to say, that's kind of how we came over here. We weren't exactly on the winning side of things, as far as my familial ties to, becoming an American. Even though both of my American heritage dates back to pre-18th century, so. You tell I'm trying to become a better person, Pep? I can. You're trying. Nah, man. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. You're trying. And I appreciate it. Like, you went to therapy. You have been more introspective, which is great. I love that for anybody in this community, but yeah, all right. But like I said, man, you're teetering on that dangerous side of things where being a problematic drinker that's a real thing, man. Pushing yourself to the end is never the way to go. Finding your balance and finding when you can stop is what you should be working towards. Like, if I could go back to when I was 21 and get one piece of advice, and I mean get one piece of advice, is how to drink properly, and also how to not give in to the alcohol telling you to keep going. Because if you can do that, then you're not an alcoholic. If you cannot process the idea of stopping because you just told yourself to, then you have a problem you might need to address. Okay? But the one piece of advice is know your limits. Eat before you drink. Doesn't matter how invincible you feel. Eat before you drink, and then hydrate as you go. Trust me. You may not get hangovers now because you're at that invincible point. I didn't start getting hangovers until I was like in my mid-30s. So pretty recent. But yeah. To give you some nuance, the Danish people historically came to the Virgin Islands, which is not too far from where I am, and they have integrated with the Puerto Rican culture, and they have embraced the Latino community when intermingling in the 1700s. Well, dude, you do realize that in the 1700s, that's like, we're going back to the birth of this country too, so like, we have to kind of... One thing that I don't like is people that read a history book and then all of a sudden like lose the concept of time and like progress or anything like that, and just like wars fought, any of it, where they're just like, nope, we got to go back to that day, that exact moment, and fix it all because we fucked up, we took advantage. It's like, okay. As much as I'm all for reparations in some of these situations, there is just no fixing colonize. Like, I remember when Vosh and what's-her-face, Professor Flowers, were having that discourse about like colonizers and all that kind of stuff, and I was just like, I found myself agreeing, with both, but then I found myself agreeing more with Vosh, where it's just like, no, this is very impractical. Like, that's not how it's. You can't just go in to like even. America's the easy one. I'm gonna go back to even like Spain. Like, How far back do we go? Why is that the date where all of a sudden we stop going back? Why can't we go back to, seven? Like, how come it's 300 years? Like, that's tenable, but, 7,000 years is untenable. I want to preserve Hispanic culture. Stop! Your fucking cultures ain't worth dick. Honestly. Preserve them. Jesus, it's like the American First bullshit. Like, fine, preserve it until you fucking go extinct because nobody cares anymore. I also want us to socially progress by not losing our language and customs, but by losing oppressive systems like going against LGBTQ. I don't know how you came to that one, but... There's some dramatic influence on Puerto Rico through the Danish-Spanish connection, but my mom and what I see with Passport or Free Speech, or Free Space Bros, and what? What do you mean by Free Space Bros and Bras? I keep on seeing a not so nice image. I'm still confused about, like, so you want it to be less religious and still want to maintain, like, your culture for, I don't know, whatever, man. I am so at the point of, I just don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck anymore. I just don't. I don't give a fuck about the borders. I don't give a fuck about any of it. If it's not affecting me, then I don't give a fuck. And you know what? I'm genuine enough to just say when it's like, if it does affect it, if it affects me, then maybe I'll have a fucking different opinion on it. Maybe I'll go full Anna Kasparian with it, have a Spanish-speaking homeless dude chase me and all of a sudden just be like, oh, they're all dangerous. We need to lock them all up. We need to admit that there's a problem. Which, bang up job, Anna. Bang up job, way to tackle homelessness in the most white woman way possible of, I feel inconvenienced and scared. Now it's a problem that we need to deal with immediately. And use today's sponsor, pre-alcohol. I don't do that. I don't have that I don't have that sponsor. Watch it. Don't make me read things that might confuse YouTube. I had that happen once. That's why I'm very, very careful with that now. Because I got struck where they were like, this includes a paid advertisement. I was like, what? I went back and it was because I did like a joking commercial for a certain beverage that happens to bear thy name. Yeah. They were just like, oh, you didn't disclose this. Like, because I'm not. Hopefully, I don't get hit with that again because I got that one released, but they did they reserved a chance to look at it again, so. Not breaking any new YouTube news there, by the way. Oh, speaking of new YouTube news, though, the hype feature on my channel, it should be popping up anytime now. Just gonna say, gotta call it PhD Pepper. Hey, there we go. Actually, that works. PhD Pepper. I like it. Thought that was lame as shit. I gotta be honest. Also, if you guys can also do me a solid and share the stream with people that you think might enjoy it. I haven't been really asking that one much, but hey, it doesn't hurt to kind of throw it out there on certain social media platforms that you guys use, if you use any. I will even take Blue Sky. Yeah. Come on, guys. Come on, guy. Come on. Hey, guy. Let's get the stream out there. And now, let's also get to some news and politics and stuff like I was planning on, because let's be real. Is it that time already? Oh, it's politics time now. Yeah, we got into a weird conversation that I got kind of sucked in here, into here, which, yeah, sock now. I'm definitely interested is what I meant to say. In how you have come to your positions, just outside of, wait, drinking once a week isn't that bad, I don't think. You're drinking if you're drinking yourself to blackout, it is. I didn't like my therapy. I don't know if it was the therapist. I just don't like hearing I'm sorry that happened every 5 minutes. I want to be challenged during therapy. Then tell them that. Honestly, you need to like contact that therapist and tell them that their way of doing things is not working for you, and that you would like one who challenges you. You have to be very open with that. They are not good at advertising that's how that works, but they do have a network, and that's how that works. Like, that's how they do it, because they're not going to just, although it seems like they can't really just abandon you as a patient. I know that they reserve the right to fire you as a patient if you're abusive or anything like that, but it is actually they have to keep a code, and they also they need to try and help you. That's their whole thing. So that's how I found one of my therapists. Actually, yeah, it's my last therapist before the one I have now. Same thing. Actually, it was very, very similar in your case, because I had one that just... It wasn't that they weren't challenging me, it's that their form of listening they just didn't offer anything. There was never any real advice. It kind of felt like a waste of money until they kept doing this thing where it's like, yeah, but would you have talked about this with anybody else? It's just like, well, no. It's just like, well, it's like, I'm still, I don't know. I feel like that was a little manipulative. So I just asked him, I'm like, hey, can we find somebody else, somebody that's honestly a little bit more challenging, because I'm looking to change my behaviors, and it's not easy when I'm always being reaffirmed in the ways that I feel. Great, I don't mind being having positive affirmation where it's needed, or where it's applicable, but it shouldn't be all the time, and they shouldn't be walking on eggshells. That's one thing, I will say, I have run into in therapy, so... Which, if you do run into that, recognize it and try to move on from it, because that, unfortunately, can be the red flag of, all right, this guy's not that, definitely not that, it's not ethical. What's the word I'm looking for? Effective. Because what are you going to do if you're not challenged? That's why I like my current therapist. My current therapist challenges me all the time. And I like that. I think I talked about it a little bit last week, but I had a moment where that stupid voice in my head, I've been calling him Ralph. I hope that's just a placeholder, but yeah. Ralph has been an asshole. Have you tried that dispatch game? No, I have not. It's a good game. Maybe I'll try it. You know what really sucks? I've been losing my interest in video games. I'm not sure if it's everything I've been going through, but I was playing Mario Kart, and I still enjoy those games. But yeah, I wanted, I said, I wanted to start Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and unfortunately, when I couldn't play it, I wasn't as angry as I usually would have been, where I'm like, no! Didn't do the woe is me, oh, of course this happens to me. I just went, oh, cool, I guess that's just my lot in life. Well, okay, so maybe I was teeny bit woe is me, but I did kind of just throw my hands up in a give up sort of way, where I just went, meh. Okay. Superheroes and narrative focused. Oh, interesting. I, oh my God. Thank you. You're welcome. Like, as I said, man, as long as you're... I don't want to do the commercial thing of drink responsibly, but if you're drinking responsibly, you know, then you're okay. Like, for instance, the way that I personally drink, like last night, good example. I had 4 beers. Had one pre-dinner, and then I had 3 more while I was watching a pretty shit-ass movie. Yeah, Jurassic Park, not the newest one, Dominion. What the that's my movie review. Just what the fuck? Locusts? Really? Fucking locusts? It's basically Telltale game using Critical Role voice actors. Oh, that game. My friend was trying to make me play that. I heard about that one. Okay. I was kind of blowing smoke up your ass a little bit where I was just like, yeah. I think I saw like one advertisement, but no. I have heard about this. I might have to give it a try. I do like the Critical Role team. Man, superhero fatigue is real. It's finally happened, and I called this. I called this all the way back when they started pumping out every freaking Marvel movie that they could. I was just like, everybody's gonna get sick of this, and eventually superheroes are gonna be uncool, and that's what's happening. I'm noticing that's, my nephew's at that age where he's trying. He'll tell you what's cool and what's not, and he says superheroes right now not cool, which is awesome. You know what he likes though? Labubu's, which I'm fine with, and I will buy him a Labubu if he wants a Labubu. But yeah, exactly what I would have been like. Oh. Cool. I will say this much, though. Uni brought this up, where she was talking about gatekeeping in nerd culture. And that needs to stop. I hate gatekeeping. I've always hated gatekeepers. Voice Critical is the best voice actor in that game, in my opinion. He's a voice actor in the game, really? Huh. Maybe I don't want to play this then. I don't care. Honestly, maybe I'll find maybe I'll care. But I'm going to just be honest. I'm probably not going to. I'm probably not going to check it out. I'm probably not going to really get into it. I've already got like a backlog of shit, so I'll just say like I'm glad that you found something, but realistically, I have to just be honest about this one where it's like, no, you know what? No. I'm already like, even in comic books, I'm getting like superhero fatigue. So I'm just kind of like, laughing my ass off. That just lost it some points. Yeah, it kind of did. Yeah, I don't typically go for superhero stuff now, so I was surprised to like the game so much. He voices one of the characters. Well, then maybe I'll check it out. Who knows? It's not like a big role. I don't care that it's a big role. I'll take a look after stream. Dispatch. There we go. All right, well, let's talk about some of the Alex Jones stuff and some of the stuff that's going on in the news because, I just had a pretty packed hour, I guess. Didn't really solve anything over there, Socknow. Well, there's a ton of different things that I can pinpoint that got me to these ideas. It's been a journey. Just noticed that my Twitch chat is frozen. At least on my StreamYards here. Or Streamlabs. Yay, politics. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do the thing where we talk about the reactions to Zoran Mondani because that was hilarious. I do have a few videos about that. Yeah, also I can't view YouTube chats. Well, you should be able to see those on, well, yeah, they're not going to pop up on Twitch. But they're gonna they're on screen here, so yay for mirrored stuff. All right, let's do this. All right, so first off, this is a real quick thing. Trump got humiliated with the Letitia James and Comey thing. Here.
Lindsay Halligan getting dismissed. The judge ruling the appointment of interim U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan violated the Constitution. The judge also criticized the DOJ for allowing an FBI agent who viewed Comey's privileged materials to testify to the grand jury. Now, the judge also tossed the case against Letitia James. Donna, we are just getting this on the wire.
Man, they really are just...
Talk to us about your
L after L after L.
Top-line thoughts in this moment.
Well, frankly, I'm not really surprised about the appointment of the Attorney General on that situation. I did think that that was going to be an issue, and I did think from the very beginning that Comey was going to have a valid legal argument. And
then, what, did you say this on Fox News to the same people you're sitting with right now, or did you feed them a narrative for, I don't know, entertainment reasons?
What's interesting about the decision is it doesn't go to whether or not
the Republican Party is imploding. It really is, and I'm glad that a lot of people are recognizing
crimes
that.
are actually committed. It just goes to the way in which the prosecutor was appointed. So I'm not surprised legally when it comes to that issue.
Right. Do we foresee at all then an appeal or a different then prosecution, a second bite of the apple then with procedural things intact?
I would just, I mean, yes, it's a 29-page opinion. I was just reading through it. So sorry if I looked distracted during our segment. It doesn't get to the claim of malicious prosecution that Jim Comey was making. So this is solely the appointments clause, and that's why you have both cases dismissed against both individuals.
Right. And it is kind of interesting, though.
Dude. Look at that. That is the face of disappointment if you've ever seen one.
Because obviously that's kind of...
Just, this is the... Yeah, so they didn't really have a case, did they?
a fluke side ruling, not on the merits of the case. But it is kind of interesting
But they're supposed to like Trump.
how all of these fluke side rulings always tend to seem
You know
to
that at some point that's just going to happen where it's just like, they were supposed to side with Trump. They're all supposed to side with Trump.
go in the same direction.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I want to give you an opportunity also if you want to
thank
go
you.
back because it was so important.
Oh, well, I just wanted
Or
to
you
say,
don't
yeah,
have to.
going back to this poor mom who's
Cops. oh, cops. Cope. Cops. I thought we were going to talk about the Zoran Mamdani thing next. See, that was a good segue because I did have that pulled up. But you know what? Screw it. We'll, that's the same clip. How does he do that? Man, how does he... That's impressive. Makes a 9-minute video out of a minute and 30-second clip. All right, so speaking of cope, this is one of my favorite ones. So I put this in the title because Alex Jones is having himself a time. This weekend was not good to him because his little brain is starting to pinball back and forth and all over the fucking place about, oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene left. Well, well, hold on. If Marjorie Taylor Greene left, then I gotta go and support her. But I also need to support Donald J. Trump because Donald Trump still is the savior against the pedophile cabal elite. Wait a minute. The one that he's trying to block from giving up the files to. Oh, I don't think that my narrative is going to work anymore. I think I might have to quit the man.
And I'm just going to say it point blank. I'm not a bandwagon person. I don't pop
Bullshit.
along when other people are doing
Right off the bat.
something. But I know MTG well. She's a woman of incredible integrity, brought up poor, self-made, very successful construction company, a woman of great integrity. She announced last night that she is resigning. I predicted on the Tuesday broadcast, she didn't tell me this, but I talked to her at length, and it sounded to me like she was thrown in the towel just because she can't be part of something that's, quote, a lesser of two evils. And
I have seen Anna Paulina Luna and now Alex Jones. There's been a few people that have kind of said this thing, or they're like, "Oh yeah, you know, she's definitely principled in this." And then Sagar said the same shit.
And she's very popular in her district.
Oh, actually, I
wins
have
by
that
some
one
of the
pulled up.
widest
We'll watch
margins of anyone in
Sagar
Congress.
react.
And we'll play her statement here in a moment.
Uh-oh.
That ties into all of this, but I'm not saying this because of what she just did. I'm going to have to reflect on this, and I'm going to have to pray about it, and I'm going to take a few weeks on it, I think, is the most important thing to do. But
he's going to... I got to have a nuanced take on this. It's going to take me a minute, maybe after Christmas.
I'm not a person that is normally conflicted. I have a lot of knowledge, a lot of depth, a lot of sources, a lot
Oh my God, he really is one of the least self-aware people on the internet.
of context. And when I do get conflicted on something, I just have to go to God with it and pray about it a lot. And then go to that place that King David talked about, the quiet place, the Most High. And then I'm going to make my decision. And I mean, if God tells me tonight, I'll make my decision. But I am seriously...
All right, so when God tells these people something, how is it? Is it like... Is this realistically the thing where there's like, God, give me a sign, any sign, and then it's like somebody texts them and that's their sign?
Inches away from not supporting Trump anymore.
Inches
Because
away?
I am not going to watch him commit political suicide.
Well, I mean... Do we think that this Marjorie Taylor Greene thing really is that, though? Because I've seen a few different takes here where I saw the one where they were saying that she has so many military contracts and that she gets her pension and then she gets an option to then go buy into or like sell, or I don't know the full thing. I just know that she has the option to make a lot of money at the very back end of her tenure, and if she does it at that exact time, then it'll give her a bigger payout. So, not sure how much there is to that. It seems likely. Listen, we're talking about Congress here, but like I was saying about the Anna Paulina Lunas and like the people in the media that are giving her some credit, and I know that there's some people on the left too that have just come out and been like, I don't want to do this, but it kind of seems like she might just be leaving. It's like, okay, I guess maybe they have to say that so it doesn't, like, there's no egg on their face if it does come out, you know, that there was no ulterior motive. Because the argument is that she was already like a millionaire or whatever. So why does she need to do that? God told me the first thing that benefits me personally. That's usually how it goes. Weird, huh? I was kind of joking, but I'm also not. Like, if you guys have any insight, because I personally, as somebody who used to be close to God and you know, in my walk with Jesus Christ, I never had the moment where God told me anything. There were, you know, I'd have a dream about something, but then I learned what dopamine was, and just in general, like how our brains work. You know, the littlest study of neurochemistry was all of a sudden kind of like a whole hole in that argument of, oh, it's all divine. It's like, okay. Also, your first time taking shrooms.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Diet Coke was prevalent there.
Indeed, we do. A lot of very interesting things happening this week. Marjorie Taylor Greene has announced she is resigning, so we will watch her announcement video and give our thoughts on what is going on there. I actually don't really have any theories, so we can talk about that. Fallout from the Zoran-Trump meeting. Excited to hear Sagar's take on that since we haven't heard from him yet. Negotiations on a potential Ukraine-Russia peace deal continue. Breaking developments there. Ceasefire has been broken by Israel in both Gaza and Lebanon. Jeremy Scahill is going to join us with the latest. Mike Huckabee met with a traitor who has threatened to nuke the United States, who thinks we should be nuked if we don't do what Israel wants. You would think that I'm exaggerating. I'm literally quoting from what he himself had to say. So certainly we're taking a look at that. And a bunch of MAGA accounts actually accidentally revealed on Twitter as foreigners. That's a fun one right there.
I knew it.
Can't wait for that. That's the Thanksgiving special that we needed. Thank you to everybody who's been signing up. BreakingPoints.com. Please join us and support our show if you're able to by joining our premium membership program, BreakingPoints.com. If you can, go ahead and support us. If not, no worries. Please just...
You know what? I'm going to allow it. because I got to play the game
hit
too.
Subscribe on our YouTube channel. If you're listening to this a podcast, send an episode to a friend. It is very, very helpful. Also, everybody wish Crystal a very happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Crystal.
All right, so let's get into it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she resigned from Congress in an absolutely shocking move. She released a near 10-minute long video explaining it. We've cut some of the most important points. Let's take a listen.
And I do not want my sweet district to have to endure a hurtful and hateful primary against me by the president that we all fought for, only to fight and win my election while Republicans will likely lose the midterms, and in turn be expected to defend the president against impeachment after he hatefully dumped tens of millions of dollars against me and tried to destroy me. It's all so absurd and completely unserious. I refuse to be a battered wife, hoping it all goes away and gets better. If I am cast aside by the president and the MAGA political machine and replaced by neocons, big pharma, big tech, military-industrial war complex, foreign leaders, and the elite donor class that can never, ever...
Did you guys hear the theory that it was because she called Trump too much, that he was just annoyed and he's just like, you know what, I'm so sick of her.
...relate to real Americans, then many common Americans have been cast aside and replaced as well. There is no plan to save the world or a 4D chess game being played. When common American...
I can imagine Sagar foaming at the mouth Friday since all this news happened after they wrapped on this.
Realize and understand that the political industrial complex...
Yeah, and they actually take the weekend off, too.
...both parties is ripping this country apart, that not one elected leader like me is able to stop Washington's machine from gradually destroying our country. And instead, the reality is that they... common Americans, the people, possess the real power over Washington, then I'll be here by their side to rebuild it. I'll be resigning from office with my last day being January 5th, 2026. And I look forward to seeing many of you again sometime in the future.
Totally shocking move. Marjorie Taylor Greene there saying she doesn't want to endure her district have to endure a hateful primary challenge race. I guess it opens up a whole bunch of questions immediately.
But doesn't that literally open it up to a primary race, or is this just going straight to a special election?
Is she running for president in 2024? Is she just fed up with the system? There was one theory that she wanted her pension, but immediately resigning means that they will immediately trim the very, very narrow margin for Republicans actually in the House of Representatives, something they could barely afford to lose a vote on. But I think more importantly, it's like a direction of the party conversation. There was some immediate talk of her possibly running for president. She's emphatically denying. A2, please. We can go and put this up here on the screen. Time Magazine wrote a piece saying that she potentially could be running for president. She says,
That's crazy because it was on her Twitter.
Magazine claims sources told them I'm running. It means this is a complete lie and they made it up because they can't even quote the name of the people. I am not running for president. I've never said I wanted to. I've only laughed about it when anyone would mention it. If you fell for this headlines, you're being lulled every day into psychosis by the political industrial complex. She says, why would I even want to run for president and sell out to big donors? I am personally thinking, there's a lot of secondary motivation conversation. Maybe she's just fed up. I really think.
What did I say? There's so many of these people that are just, they truly believe that she's like, nah, I'm just fucking done.
That she, Glenn Greenwald has described her as like a civilian,
He's
the
like
ideal,
the
like from the
person in the media that I've heard say that.
Like a civilian who's just interested in Congress, wants to run for office to try and affect change. I think she saw the system from the inside, and I think she also was a genuine believer in Trump. And so getting screwed here by Trump on the party line, and also standing up for a lot of things she believed in, Epstein and others. She just said, look, I'm very rich. She's filthy rich. She likes where she lives. She has, family and all that. Why would I continue to embrace this charade? But I do think think it's a loss. I think, especially because of having some dissonant voices. I'm not so sure she would have lost her primary. Thomas Massie seems to be hanging on very simply, but you know, who knows? Who knows? She certainly could have.
She seemed like she was in a very safe district, and they love her there.
Competitive, and she certainly would have at least had a fight on her hands. So I don't know. I mean, shocking. It's definitely shocking. She's decided up and out to resign, one of the most prominent voices in all of MAGA for the last, what, 6-7 years.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate because, like you said, I mean, there's so few voices in the Republican Party who are willing to go against the grain, who are willing to speak out against Trump, who are willing to buck him on literally anything.
She wouldn't have lost the primary.
It's a shame
No,
that
I don't
right as
think
she's
so.
getting very interesting and kind of at the peak of her power in a sense, certainly in terms of
there's
the
something
attention
here that
economy,
we're
but
not
also
seeing.
in terms of just, you know, that they have an extremely narrow margin in the House. So anything she and Thomas Massie team up to.
But what can it be? Because I'm going to go out on a limb here. The people that we're watching here on Breaking Points and just in general in this media sphere, we're not stupid people. What are we missing?
Together to do. They only need to get a couple more Republican on board to thwart the majority. So she has a lot of power there that she obviously won't have when she resigns from office. So I really think it's a shame, actually, that she's decided to make this move. Look, I have no idea whether she does have future ambitions, you know, to run for Senate, to run for president, whatever that may look like. I do think that
Money crimes,
it's worth
maybe?
contemplating.
Yeah, but how's this save her from that?
In this moment in the Republican Party where Trump is increasingly a lame duck, he's at one of the weakest points in his power. His approval ratings are terrible on the economy, which has always been his flagship issue. He just was delivered a massive electoral rebuke. I think she's right that the midterms are going to be extremely ugly for the Republicans. So, you know, certainly she and others are thinking about what's going to come after Trump, and perhaps there's some positioning of herself for that. Although, again, you would think that being in the House would set her up better for
who is her paramour?
Future political ambitions than deciding to resign, which normally, you know, as it wears on, people don't really look kindly at that. They feel like, okay, well, at the moment when the district actually needed you and we needed your voice, you decided to step away.
Right.
I will say, though, too, that the political landscape is very different now than it used to be, where she could be still incredibly prominent and powerful just by being, you know, on the podcast circuit and on the mainstream media circuit. And so perhaps she's thinking that too, that she'll be a little bit more free to just say what she wants and not have to take difficult votes and just position herself however she wants to for the future. And then, Sagar, there's also the possibility that you mentioned, which is just she feels betrayed by a president that she supported extremely loyally, like went to the mat for in aggressive ways, and says she spent millions of her own dollars to help support, brought her into politics. There's no way she'd be a member of Congress without Trump and the MAGA movement. And then he turns around and calls her a traitor. So I'm sure she feels disillusioned by that. She's also talked about threats on her life, the type of death threats that she's been receiving. And so it may well just be that she's like, screw it, I don't really want to do this anymore. And I don't want to have to go through what may have been a very tough primary if Trump, really did back some candidate against her in a district that is a very red and Republican district. So she just may have said, you know what, life is too short. I don't feel like dealing with this crap.
We will find out, I think, the answer to all of these questions in about 6 months to 7 months. So if she's fully on the podcast circuit, I'm like, okay, then clearly, she's angling for something. She's venting some of her frustration. We may just never hear from her again. I think it's very possible. She's just like, forget it. I'm done. I gave it my shot. I really believed in this movement. I spent a lot of my own money. I saw the piece
I don't know about that. Because she's got that media aspect to her that, like, she really likes the attention
inside. And at the end of the day, this is not something that has any redemption value. I do think it's very, it's sad for a couple of reasons. Well, first and foremost is you were at the peak of your powers, not just rhetorically, but as I mentioned, you had one of those stray votes. There's a reason that the House margin is so low that if you actually take very hardline positions, as you did on the Epstein discharge, as you saw, you only need 4 or 5 Republicans to sign on, and you can actually make some things happen. In terms of your own district, you're very much at the peak of your powers. You can make serious demands in terms of things that are coming to you, your ability to parlay this into media appearances. I mean, being a member of the United States House of Representatives is always going to afford you opportunities. I guess the steelman case for it is now you no longer have to take stupid votes. Now you have no pressure from inside of the system. You have no Mike Johnson threatening, let's say, to defund your district, or you don't have no Trump who has to. You don't have to dedicate probably hours, years of your life to a primary challenge, to a campaign. Campaigning is difficult, even in the very best of circumstances. A contested campaign made that much more difficult. We really don't know, but as I said, if she continues to keep her voice out there, then I think her calculus would have been being in the House was a loss. I already have my established name. Now, potentially starting a super PAC, an organization, remaining involved in politics. That's very much, I think, a live issue. It's also very possible that she just sails into the sunset. She says, I'm a gazillionaire. I'm literally worth tens of millions of dollars, and I own a lot of land down in Georgia. What's not to live a full and a good life?
Well, if she's thinking of doing the podcast circuit, I do have one podcast to recommend. We've been wanting to get
trying
her
to
on
book
for quite a
Marjorie
while. So.
for months. Yeah, one of the most her and Thomas Massie. I don't know what's going on. If you're listening, I know there's a lot of people on Capitol Hill who are listening. Make it happen, guys. I don't get it.
We'd love to speak with them. Love to ask these questions, put these questions right to her. One other possibility I'll hold out is, which I think has a good. you know, this does have some logic to it, is that she was actually afraid of a primary challenge and thought with Trump putting his full force behind someone, I think you have to be. I mean, Trump, as much.
Why? What is the fucking, oh my God. So if she loses a primary, then she's out of politics, same way that she is now. What the fuck does this accomplish outside of that?
Because he's in a weakened state,
This
still
is
has
weird.
so much pull with his own base. And, you know, we could pull that element, I don't remember what number it is, that lists all the Republicans who went against
please.
Trump
Yeah.
and then had to resign. And the logic for all of them was basically the same. Like, I'm going to lose, you know, I would rather go out on my own terms.
Well, hold on, Pinkerbell. Yeah, with Cenk, I think that's why it kind of shows like how she was planning this, because you could almost say that was the beginning of her pivot.
Trump has turned against me. He has called me a traitor. He is, you know.
Notice how after that she kept going a little bit more moderate, started popping up on The View, started popping up on some more, you know,
calling me
center left even programs.
ugly names and saying I'm a rhino and all those sorts of things. And so if I stick around, I'm going to lose. I'd rather go out on my own terms. And, you know, if that's what she is thinking, it's smart politically if you want to continue to have a voice and potential future political future. It's smart to go out before that primary challenge even really emerges. Because then it looks less like, my hand was forced because I was going to get my butt beat. It's more like, okay, well, this is, you know, this is my moment. I'm taking the initiative. I'm doing this in the way that I want to do it. And the primary challenge is just sort of like purely speculative at this point. But that does to me have a logic to it, again, especially since you look at the history of all of these individuals who broke with Trump on a variety of issues.
But like I said, again, like what's the worst case? Then she loses. So does that really wreck her political career that way?
And end up either
I mean, I know that primary losses look bad, but they're not make or break like that, in my opinion.
losing or resigning and having to, you know, leave the party effectively.
I will say, if you look at that list, 10 out of the 11, they were just neocons. And that's why the Marjorie thing is so different. Is she really was.
I guess, but
a
I mean,
different
look
type.
at like Lindsey Graham as Bessie's of Trump. I mean, like Trump, there's no ideological tenor to it. You're right that what's different about Marjorie Taylor Greene is the fact, like, she was a true believer. She comes directly out of this movement. Most of those people, they were already members of Congress or senators, and then they either, you know, tried in some ways to accommodate themselves to the rise of Trump's takeover of the party, or they, you know, resisted it the entire time, whether across the board or in certain important ways. She is different in that way, but at the end of the day, you know, Trump still gets to say what MAGA is, and he says Lindsey Graham is great, and he's going to do his first fundraiser with him, and Marco Rubio is the Secretary of State, and, you know, she stood with the Epstein victims, and so she's on the outs.
Yeah, wow. You know, maybe it's just clarifying. Here's what Trump had to say. A3 guys, let's take a listen.
Are you willing to forgive Congresswoman Taylor?
I can't get over this. No makeup, new fit.
Forgive for what? No, I just disagreed with her philosophy. She started back in perhaps the worst Republican congressman in our history. Just you know, stupid person named Massey. And I said, go your own way.
Does he even know why he doesn't like Massey anymore?
And once I left her, she resigned because she would never have survived.
Wait a minute, not unfair question.
The primary.
No,
but I think she's a nice person.
She's a nice person, but she never would have survived a primary. Again, I mean, I just don't think so. If you look at Thomas Massey, he's running way ahead of all of his opponents. He has brought in incredible amounts of small dollar donations from people who appreciate him standing up. He also has survived multiple primary challenges down there. Look, Georgia is different. I'm not going to say that these are the same types of districts, but, you know, if you made it a district first type of campaign and really made it about the issues, maybe it would have worked. I have no clue. Trump is historically unpopular. He also has a lot of Republicans who seem to be dissenting on the voter level, not necessarily at the high level. So I don't know. I mean, look, it's very possible. At the same time, you know, with Trump, just to underscore what you were saying, with Donald Trump and kind of his definition of MAGA, let's put this up here on the screen. This was A4. We can go ahead and look. You know, this was his initial truth, much less nice than his stated comments. Marjorie Trader Brown, because of plummeting poll numbers. I don't know where the brown comes from, but and not wanting to face.
He explained it, Sagar.
Because she wears her brown pants.
Because
you get it? She shit herself.
Grass, when it rots, turns
brown.
That's
the energy that he has in that.
Oh, okay.
That's why.
He's lost his touch.
It goes
not
from
wanting
green
to
to brown.
face a primary challenge with
that was a bomb.
Strong Trump endorsement has decided to call it quits. Her relationship with the worst Republican congressman in decades, Tom Massey of Kentucky, also known as Rand Paul.
Communism spray. Look at the scarf. I mean,
he votes against the Republican Party.
You're not the first person I saw saying that.
Did not help her for some reason, primarily that I refused to return her never-ending barrage of phone calls. Marjorie went bad. Nevertheless, I always appreciate Marjorie and thank her for her service to our country. President DJT. I mean, this is where it just really.
She calls me too goddamn much. You know what? She's too needy. Too needy. Cut her loose.
You know, disgusts me. Is Marjorie Taylor Greene is a traitor. And meanwhile, what we're going to cover in our show later is your administration literally hosted an actual traitor at the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem, and you endorsed and condoned that meeting. A real traitor, a guy who sold secrets to Israel, and you condoned that meeting, okay? So, you know, let's look up the definition of traitor and of treason,
damn it.
by the way, while we're at it.
Love how Sagar's,
It's just repulsive
right here.
on this issue. And it's one of those where, look, we'll see, again, how things will come together for the Trump administration. They are all over the place. They're trying to pursue this peace deal in Ukraine, which we're going to talk about. It has a decent enough shot. It's maybe. But also, you know, they're considering invading Venezuela potentially this week, sometime next week. You've got the coalition, which seems, in my opinion, in shambles. Here's Alex Jones, who I would decidedly say perhaps part of more of the MAGA contingent, explaining why he may be breaking from Trump soon. Let's take a listen.
And I'm just going to say it point blank. I'm not a bandwagon person. I don't pile on other people.
Dude, why are they getting all their sources from RT? That's weird.
But I know MTG.
You can just go to Twitter.
Well, she's a woman of incredible integrity, brought up poor, self-made, very successful construction company.
You know, I thought that I misheard the stutter there. He definitely.
And it sounded to me like she was thrown in the towel just because she can't be part of something that's, quote, a lesser of two evils. And she's very popular in her district. I'm not a person that is normally conflicted. I have a lot of knowledge, a lot of depth, a lot of sources, a lot of context. And when I do get conflicted on something, I just have to go to God with it and pray about it a lot. I am seriously...
It is because Twitter videos are ass and RT did the hard work of making them sound better.
Inches away from not supporting Trump anymore.
Inches away from not supporting him anymore. So, I mean, I don't know. It's at the very least, you could say this. Maybe Alex is just reading the tea leaves. You know, I don't know where his own, you know, he's been all over the place, especially on the Epstein issue. In my opinion, he's been missing in action from a lot of that. He has called the Trump administration and Israel out and all of that. So I'll give him credit, I guess, where it is due. But, you know, if you look at the audience, that kind of contingent, I don't think it's a secret that they have been extremely dissatisfied with the Trump administration. You got voices like Tim Dillon and others speaking again. I saw Joe Rogan talking about the Thomas Massey thing. So it's clear that, you know, there's enough of a demographic kind of swinging against a lot of what was promised on the campaign trail. It's been a year now. What have you done for me lately is always the prevailing segment in politics. And it doesn't look like there are any major developments outside of Ukraine that could potentially fulfill some of those, especially in the midst of Epstein. And look, I mean, we have 30 days, so sometime before Christmas, we're all going to have a news cycle about those files release. The amount of redactions expected are going to be ones, you know, which just don't really reveal quite a lot.
And the fact that that's happening in that time frame, though, that could be bad.
I'm happy to be wrong. I would love to be wrong
if it doesn't rule the entire news cycle of that week, that could be a very big problem.
She did fully.
Is that, dude? If there's one thing I know, the post-New Year news cycle, everybody's already feeling the fatigue from going into the new year, and also the, let's call it the my least favorite 4-day period of the entire year, where it's just the lull between Christmas and New Year's.
Release it, but there's not a general expectation that that's going to happen. And so, yeah, I mean, if you put some Venezuela war on top of all that, it's not looking good. I don't think it's looking good.
The Venezuela war thing is like looking more and more likely.
The 2025 elections were a big wake-up call for people, because when you were seeing these special elections that were shifting like 15 points towards Democrats, even 20 points towards Democrats, it's like, all right, but those are special elections. It's a weird time. They've got this very high turnout voter base. When you saw the shellacking that Republicans took in state after state after state, including like at the local level, like these, you know, right-wing school board members got swept out of office, and just a real reckoning.
We'll see what happens in Tennessee.
Kind of across the board.
Tennessee is going to be the real referendum on this one.
Then you have to grapple with, okay, the poll numbers aren't fake. There is a major backlash brewing here. Trump is old and not at the top of his game and seems more focused on his ballroom than really anything else. American people are pissed about the state of the economy. I think that was a real wake-up call for a lot of Republicans and, you know, people like Alex Jones, and because you could have lived up to that moment in the, you know, oh, we just won this major election, we won this major mandate, the American people are with us, the polls are wrong, etc. And you just can't really deny that reality anymore. So I think that's part of the, you know, the backdrop of what's going on here, both with Marjorie, with Alex Jones, and, you know, why we're seeing more and more dissatisfaction sort of vocally expressed from the coalition.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, look, the permission structure is obvious from the 2025 election. It's also, I think, obvious in terms of just the true, like the actual deliverables from the administration so far. And we've got even the signature achievement, the ceasefire, right? Probably their single best foreign policy achievement. It's kind of falling apart right now, guys, which we're going to cover pretty soon in Israel. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if 2-3 months from now, we're back to the full-on war in Gaza. Not to mentioned what's happening with Lebanon. I mean, with Bibi and his own political coalition problems, they have no ability to tamp any of this stuff down. So I don't know. I think at the end of the day, her loss, it tells us something. I'm just not entirely sure. Or her resigning, it tells us something. I just don't know yet what it is. I hope she runs. I really do. I think we need more people like her. Just
I think it'd be interesting. I do think it's a shame that she resigned, though. She was an important voice in there, and I think even
wait. That's, I'm not used to this level of charitability for someone like that. I mean, dude, her voting record was atrocious, and honestly, I'm all for any chaos in the GOP. Why are we doing this thing where we're constant? Like, I get what they're saying. They're saying that she was a voice that was pushing back against Trump, but realistically, this kind of helps our cause. So I'm not.
Trump is planning on making some announcement about healthcare and trying to do something
really
about healthcare premiums. We'll see what
that
that amounts to. But I think part of the reason he felt pressured to do that is because of her consistent advocacy in that.
This is where I get a little confused, about her. And honestly, is this where she is gunning for a position at CNN? Because that's damn near a CNN. That's indistinguishable from any representative over on MSNBC or whatever it's called.
I don't think it was the sole factor, but having someone within the party who'd been a MAGA loyalist and a Trump loyalist specifically speaking out about the cost of healthcare, I think, I do think that mattered. And the fact of the matter is, as much as we would love to self-aggrandize about how important it is to be a podcaster, there's nothing like having actual power within the system, in order to effectuate change.
100%. You talked about healthcare.
Really
Epstein's dead without her. I really believe it's not just Massey. She led the charge. Her, and she wrangled a few of the other votes. Her ability to stand up to the White House and say absolutely not. She did a lot of the media stuff, not just on healthcare. She's remained steadfast on Israel. I actually think that type of pressure was one of the reasons why they did ultimately go with the ceasefire deal, because they could see that some people like Marjorie and others were beginning to really crack in the foundation. If you think, even Ukraine, I mean, a lot of the signature foreign policy stuff that's been fights that's been happening behind the scenes, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been, in my opinion, on the good side of the issues and kind of leveraging her power and her voice. So losing it's going to be a tough loss, because at this point it's just Thomas Massey. Massey, he's his own person. And he's not MAGA, right? He's really his own guy.
He's a libertarian. He's an ideological libertarian, relatively consistent in his viewpoint, but that, yes, is different than MAGA.
There's no hate towards the guy. He's been exactly the same. I've been many times on the other side of the issue for him. But Marjorie,
which is weird that guys like Dave Smith don't point that out more.
I think, credibility and a voice. And so her loss is it's a tough one, I think, for the country and for the Republican Party, especially if you wanted to see a different direction. But it is what it is. I guess it's Donald Trump's party, always has. People need to reconcile themselves to that.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every...
You can sign up and do all that stuff. All right, let's go to the next one here. Sorry, I'm making my water here. And noticing that this is not breaking up. What is going on with this? Damn it. Never had this happen before. Dude, ew. The liquid IV didn't break up in the bottle. That's not great. That's not great at all.
Tara Setmayer, former GOP communications director and co-founder and CEO of the Seneca Project. Michael Hardaway is former communications director and spokesperson for Congressman Hakeem Jeffries. Michael, so which is it? What does her split from Trump tell us about the future of MAGA?
It tells us the MAGA coalition is collapsing. She was one of the most powerful and influential voices he had in Congress. She was with them since the beginning in 2015, and now she has chosen to move on. And it's not just her. Even outside of Congress, you have some of the most powerful media voices on the right who have moved on from Trump. People like Joe Rogan and Tim Dillon and the racist white supremacist Nick Fuentes. Those people have all moved on because they have said they feel betrayed. And so if I'm Donald Trump, I'm wondering what this means for me and my ability to get anything done next year.
All right. I also want to bring in Patricia Murphy, political columnist at the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. So, Patricia, for those who took the weekend off, here's a little recap of Greene's nearly 11-minute.
I love how they kind of just insinuated that. It's like, yeah, when you do this, you do need to just kind of no politics.
Resignation.
I'm not even looking at my newsfeed.
No matter which way the political pendulum swings, Republican or Democrat, Nothing ever gets better for the common American man or woman. I have never valued power, titles, or attention in spite of all the wrong assumptions about me. If I am cast aside by the president and the MAGA political machine and replaced by neocons, big pharma, big tech, military-industrial war complex, foreign leaders, and the elite donor class that can never, ever relate to real Americans, then many common Americans have been cast aside and replaced as well.
So what's your reporting? What happened here, and is it clear what she's setting herself up for, if anything?
Well, let me tell you, very few people know exactly what happened here. Very few people knew that she was going
You speculate that Tucker is behind her turn?
to make this announcement. Nobody in her district was aware of this. Nobody in the Georgia GOP was aware of it. So we're going to need to talk to her. She's not really done a whole lot of media since she made her announcement, and certainly we'll talk to her and get more insight into her thinking. But we were certainly watching this break between Marjorie Taylor Greene and President Trump come along for months. We also know that she's interested in running for governor of Georgia. She certainly has told us that. I think that when the president came out and endorsed somebody else for the Georgia governor's
I thought she came out and said that, I mean, listen, I know that I can only trust her for like un poquito. But for real, didn't she come out and say that she wasn't doing that?
Her nobody has been more loyal to Donald Trump than Marjorie Taylor Greene. She campaigned for him in 2021.
Oh my God, her wearing that hat right now. Dude, this is the time to kind of just be like, hey, Marge, what do you think about this? Huh?
2022, when he could not campaign for himself. She was at the Fulton County Jail when he was indicted, booked, and fingerprinted. She was the only member of Congress there. So I think that came as a big surprise. But a number of these other more populist issues that she was hearing from her district a lot, and we were hearing from them as well, especially the ACA subsidies. That's
her district. You know what? I might give her this. Her district is involved. Because it seems like they constantly talk about how active they are there, which it's a tiny-ass district from Georgia.
Situation for people in her district. She was not getting any traction with Republicans. She was very upset about the shutdown, the way it was handled. She's been very, very upset about the Epstein files, and I think she had believed her loyalty to the president would be returned, and it certainly has not been. We do expect her to stay involved in public life. She's got such a huge megaphone, and we'll have to see what she does.
So, Tara, President Trump told NBC News in a phone interview on Saturday it's not going to be easy for her to revive her career in politics, but then he adds, I'd love to see that. And then hours later, he referred to her as a lowlife in a Truth Social post where he claimed the Republican Party has never been so united as it is right now. Which is it?
Well, it's whichever way the wind blows for Donald Trump. As we know, he can feel one way 1 hour and someone's in his ear, or he sees something the next hour and he changes. Look,
well, it is
Spanish word of the day, mentirosa, aka liar.
Point about loyalty, right? Because
Yes.
she's not the first one who has been tremendously loyal to him and found out it's not necessarily a two-way street.
Right, which is why I wonder why she's so shocked that it happened to her. No one is immune from Donald Trump turning on them. No one. He's done it to every person. He even turned on his loyal mentor, Roy Cohn.
It looks like
in
she's
the
halfway
80s.
through like her Super Saiyan transformation and she just gave up.
Who basically built Donald Trump into the monster that he is today and taught
Fancy
him
way of
everything
saying
he
nice
knows.
roots.
He turned on him. He would turn on his own children. So he is a malignant narcissist, and that's what he does. If you show one iota of independence from him, he turns around and threatens you and casts you
I'm
aside.
trying to do like
which is
angry
why
eyebrows
I
and like
don't
a squint.
understand why so many Republicans continue to give their blind loyalty
Can't do
to
a
him,
Trump face.
because it never works out well for any of them. Now you are
Could
starting
also
to
be
see
Steve Bannon behind her. He's smart enough to see that Trump has failed and entered his lame duck mode already.
some Republicans realizing that he is in fact the lame duck. The polling has been awful for
Pretty great to see MTG get Mike Pence,
him
though.
in every metric. And
No, it is. Like, this is where I'm just going to say the Schadenfreude is definitely enjoyable, and we should be allowed to enjoy ourselves and just be happy that, yeah, they are imploding, and they can't ignore it. Nobody can ignore this anymore.
are single seekers of re-election. They're looking for into the future, into 26, and realizing, I don't know if we can hitch our wagon to this guy. I think we're starting to see for the first time his political weakness in his endorsements and his, or do they really want to continue this agenda that he's put forward?
Every good thing that Trump is doing is just literally him being himself and fucking up.
Because he is, in fact,
like, for real,
the lame duck, whether he wants to try to tell people.
I'm glad that he stopped dyeing his hair, at least.
He's running for a third term or not. The Constitution says no, and last time I checked, we still have one. So going
let me. I want to shorten.
Do you think that maybe he saw like the action figures and like the big baby balloons and everything? He's like, hey, you know what, guys? Joke's on you. I don't look like that anymore. I'm a silver fox.
I want to shorten the sentence that you just had. And Michael, I want to ask you about this because she said, staying, whether they still want to stay with his agenda. I think there's another question. Do they even want to stay? Green is hardly alone. She's now one of a record 40 House members who have decided, and 10 senators, by the way, as well, mostly Republicans, who said they do not plan to return. They are not going to run again in 2026. And a particularly exercised senior House Republican told Punchbowl, more explosive early resignations are coming.
I hate the fact that Punchbowl News and frickin' Cat Turd, like, that's our news organizations in 2025. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? We have so much fun here.
It's a tinderbox. Morale has never been lower.
What a fun world.
You know a lot of these folks. What's happening?
Punch bowl.
Michael?
Like, you get the turd in the punch bowl joke.
I think winter is
We live
coming.
in a simulation. If there was ever evidence of it, it's the fact that, yes,
Donald Trump,
that.
when Democrats win control of Congress, you're going to have investigations into the litany of illegal and truly
The
concerning.
sham wow guy's running for Congress. I mean, are you joking or not? I don't even know anymore. I don't know anymore.
He's put forth everything from what
you can't even call me gullible because seriously, we live in such times that you can say any of this shit. It's just like, really?
seems to be a coming attack on Venezuela to these litany.
Did you hear Sylvester Stallone is running for governor of California now just so he can one up Arnold?
Of illegal decisions.
You're not joking? Oh my God! For what district? Oh my God! I hope he does some. Oh my God! If he does the commercials, if he does the slap chop thing, I'm gonna lose my shit.
The trade war
I'm gonna lose my shit.
around
You're gonna love these nuts.
Investing in private companies, I think that's going to be a problem for him. And if I'm in Congress and I'm a Republican, why would I stick around for a lame duck president that is not loyal? And by the way,
Sham Wow guy joins packed house race in Texas. Oh my God. Well, he used the slap chop in the campaign. Okay, I'm glad that...
a lame duck president that can't run again. And so I have an opportunity by leaving now to
my
get out
God.
ahead of that situation and make a name for myself and possibly be one of the leaders of the movement post-Donald Trump.
So, Patricia, MS Now spoke with voters in Marjorie Taylor Greene's district this morning. Just want to play what a few of them had to say.
All right, guys, the sham wow guy is legitimately... we live in a fucking simulation. This is simulation theory at work right now.
Some of those issues, like, it's good that she's maybe going in those directions, right? Because she's kind of, as she said, she's sort of trying to represent the people from her district and the
Ross Dress for Less getting some free ads here.
struggles that she's seeing here.
I feel like there is a lot to the Epstein situation. I feel like there is a lot of powerful people that are involved. And
He was born in Israel? Get the... I didn't... No.
It's not
Did you know he was a Navy SEAL, too?
good for our country.
Whose side are you on when it comes to the Epstein file?
Now spot the fake one.
Well, I would have to be on her side. I mean, just for what she's standing for.
What are the odds? Not good, because I actually know why they rebranded. No, and NBC wanted to focus on their own news division, so they wanted to sell off the MS brand, and they did.
So, I mean, I think that's
Now I think they're just a subsidiary of Comcast under their own name.
pretty indicative of
So they're still getting the contracts paid out, and technically they're all still under the umbrella of Universal, but
what really got to her, right? President not keeping his Epstein promise, his focus on foreign policy.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is not a thing within the next 5 years.
Rather than the U.S. economy.
And they all somehow go to NBC News.
Two main beefs, right? Do most constituents and most Americans, you think, agree with that? And so, I guess, would she have won re-election with Trump behind her or not? And do you think she's done? So there are people close to her who have given interviews who have said she's going to go away for a while. She's worried about her personal security.
Yeah, I think that her views are certainly representative. She would not have lost election in her district. I don't think there's any question about that. We talked to a lot of people who said that they could do two things at the same time. They could like President Trump and still support and respect Marjorie Taylor Greene, especially in that district. It's very, very conservative. And she went home a lot. She talked to people. Her 3 kids live in the district, 3 young adults who are facing very similar situations, struggles. They're on the AC.
Oh, bullshit! She's a multimillionaire. They're not facing the same struggles. I hate that shit. Stop with the fucking, I have kids, so I understand. Go fuck yourself. If you have money, your kids have a totally different situation than anybody else out there. Stop with that.
Yeah,
There's an entire generation of kids that are going to inherit your generation's wealth. And then those kids are going to tell everybody else there to start pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. This is how this goes.
Very vocal about that. She said
she's cosplaying poor. Oh yeah.
I know that the AC premiums are going up because my kids' premiums are going to go up. She has small business owners, farmers, entrepreneurs. Those are a lot of the people on the ACA.
Yeah. Why is MS Now being so generous to MTG? Are they just falling for it? The typical liberal BS. It's not typical liberal BS as much as the fact that the new, what's the word I'm looking for? Mission, like message of MS Now is to be the old CNN.
So she was really listening.
Everybody's pivoting to the center because they think that that's where people sit.
Listening to that district, she was elected on a platform of change.
Could they be any more wrong at any more of a pivotal time, though? Like, that's where it's embarrassing.
Very little has changed.
Like, guys, get with it. You are at the precipice of a fucking huge movement. And what do you guys do? You get a bunch of milquetoast motherfuckers who are obviously paid for by a bunch of lobbies to condemn socialism, and then you get the network that was possibly moving a little too left to start pivoting center. Like, it's kind of obvious what's going on here. But I'm glad that Mamdani, he really put a wrench in that shit.
I think she was so
the reason they're not really focusing on that as much.
Is the 14th district representative of the GOP broadly in Georgia? I think it probably is. And I think that her break from the president and her significant change in tone, her apology.
Doubling down on the center just means you catch hate from everyone. Yep. No, for real. They're going to be, they're already called MSDNC. They're not going to shake that one from the ones, like, they're not pulling in those people to view them. And they're losing viewership from their diehards because at some point, like, it happened to me with just watching a few of their videos where I'm like, oh my God, their coverage changed entirely.
Rhetoric. I think that went a long way for independent Republicans as well, more independent and moderate Republicans. So I think she has a future if she wants it.
That is so weird. They really were being a little too accommodating to the Marjorie Taylor Greene situation there. That was really weird. I still can't believe the ShamWow guy's actually doing it. Like, that's freaking okay. Cracks in MAGA. Damn, won't break until right after the midterms.
Joining us now, MS Now Capitol
Oh my
Hill
God, this guy, fuck him. I'm not even gonna bother. Adam Friedland talks with Zoran Mamdani. We will check out some of that. But last time I did, I got a little bit of a warning, so we're going to be careful with that one. I'm going to find some clips there and probably go through it. PBS NewsHours. Well, again, Democracy Now! Right now seems to be the place to go if you're looking for your actual news. All right, let's see if this is true. Pure panic. I'm getting sick of
Following one terrible report in news
Pure panic. if this is clickbait, then you know what? I'm going to punish Josiah here by not using any more of his clips for the entire week. One whole week of no pondering politics, because you know what? I'm done with the clickbait bullshit. That's why you haven't seen the mock here for quite some time, is because I am so sick. Whoever he hired to do his thumbnails, he needs to actually fire. It had the opposite effect of getting me to watch, where it's got the little recording bar, and then you got the shaky background where it's like it's all blurred in the background, and it makes him look like he's going, "Whoa! It happened! It got worse!" Go fuck yourself. Seriously, they have a big enough audience to where they don't need to be so shameless. But like, this is where, again, they're always paying attention to the analytics. This tells me that they kind of hired somebody to do so. That's usually when that happens.
Day after another for Donald Trump, his press secretary Carolyn Leavitt walked out of the White House to have a de facto press conference with the media in a desperate attempt to reclaim the narrative.
Full Mr. Beast. Yes. Yeah. Actually, he's using the Mr. Beast thumbnail style.
I think it worked. But before we unpack
have you not seen
if you end
it?
up liking this video and you want to support the channel.
Here. Hold on. I'm going to show you guys Mockler's page, because it is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, here. Perfect. It's literally the first one. Look at this shit. The record, yeah, here. Like, you know, he's being, hey, look, recording. Blur. Oh, huge backside. Fucking ew. Just fucking ew. Like, god damn it. This is why it sometimes sucks to say that I'm a YouTuber, or like to say that I stream on YouTube, is for shit like that. Specifically, when I tell people that I stream politics, I've gotten the question where they're like, oh, kind of like the Midas Touch guys. It's like, ugh. And I'm like, listen, I play a little bit of the clickbait game, like as much as I have to, just to hit the algorithm, which, as I've told everybody here, it is as simple as just like, you have to like tag it. And then you also have to do the, like the little bit where it's just like, pure panic, all caps, in MAGA. Like, perfect. That's a perfect title right there. Because apparently YouTube will just be like, yeah, let's go. Maybe it works on younger people. I don't think so. Most people see this shit and they see past it. I avoid Mockler out of clickbait spite. Yeah, for real. Like, that's how I feel about it. And here I am, just I'm gonna shut up now because it's gonna sound a little complainy.
Please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you.
You know, he's got his down.
All right, friends, as you know,
and I got Pinkerbell here holding it down. Hell yeah, Pinkerbell! Thank you for asking. But yes, if you're here, like the stream, please. It really helps out the channel.
Today has been a pretty bad day for Trump, unusually so, even though he has bad days from time to time. So here's Carolyn Leavitt weighing in on a whole host of issues.
So, Caroline, is the president more determined now, since the judge is ruling today, to go after James Comey and Tish James, and if so, why?
I wouldn't say he's going after them. I think the president is more determined than ever to see accountability in this country, yes, and to correct the wrongs of the weaponization of our justice system.
No, man, that shit's annoying. Yeah.
That we saw under the previous administration.
What I don't like is that it's kind of like punishing creators that don't want to do that.
And Joe Biden.
So she's pissed. You can see it on her face, and she'll comment more on the Comey indictment in just a second, the Comey and Letitia James indictment. But I'll remind you, it's very ironic for Carolyn Leavitt to talk about the weaponization of justice when it was Donald Trump who explicitly and publicly ordered Attorney General Pam Bondi to prosecute Letitia James and James Comey. We have no evidence that President Biden ever publicly or privately ordered anybody to prosecute his political foes. So by definition, Donald Trump is objectively far more corrupt, even if you think Biden's corrupt, and his Justice Department is far more politicized, even if you think that Biden's was politicized. So she has no credibility here whatsoever. This question was really good because one of the reporters wanted to know specifically how Trump himself reacted. And again, Leavitt tries to spin it, but you can tell just based on how she responds that Trump was pissed.
What was President Trump's reaction to those indictments against Comey and James being thrown out?
His reaction was, we've seen this before. We've seen partisan judges take unprecedented steps to try to intervene in accountability before, but we're not going to give up. And I know that the Department of Justice intends to appeal these rulings.
Do love Dean and Parker because they often get hilarious guests, just total brain damage people. They're very good at what they do. I don't have. I'm going to give them a lot of credit because I could not do what they do.
Very soon, if they haven't already. I may have missed it.
So again, so funny. Anytime a judge rules against the Trump administration, it's because they're an activist, partisan hack or whatever. Because Trump is perfect. It's just again a toddler's view of the world. The reason that the judge dismissed the case is because it didn't even weigh in on the merits. That could come later if the case is refiled. They could get kicked out again on the merits. Was because there's a federal rule which says that an interim U.S. attorney can only serve for 120 days without senatorial consent. And Lindsey Halligan violated the rule. It was so egregious, the Trump administration tried to have some sort of retroactive order. Okay, well, Attorney General Pam Bondi said that, actually I'm fine, and I have a letter here from her saying that actually my effective start date, for all intents and purposes, was the day before. So it's fine. Everything is fine. It's like, no, it's not. That's not how that works. It's not how time works. She's not a Marvel superhero or supervillain in her case. She doesn't have the time zone. She's not in a position to, warp reality to her needs. She appointed, Lindsey Halligan was appointed interim U.S. attorney at a specific date, and we know the date was a matter of public record, and you can't pretend that the date was otherwise. It'd be like me hiring somebody or you hiring me on a Tuesday, and then for whatever reason, a week from now.
But people that call in are just so catastrophically stupid, so confident. Honestly, it's kind of funny.
It's like,
well, yeah. I also think that's because TikTok did the thing where it made it so easy to call into those shows.
Actually, we hired Josiah on Monday. I'm writing this letter saying,
like, for me, technically, I would have to do like a dedicated Discord, or I would actually I have the option to get a phone number for the show, which I have been toying with. Like, doing a call-in show is not necessarily something I wouldn't,
even though we all know he was hired Tuesday.
I just don't think I'd be able to entertain the way, the debates the way they do, where I would just be like, no, this is too stupid for me, man.
Monday. What? That's not how time works, and that's why the judge kicked the case. And maybe the Trump administration will prevail on appeal, but it seems increasingly unlikely.
Dave, my kid shows me those videos. If it makes me feel like I'm lobotomizing myself.
Here's another clip.
I wanted to ask you, is it MAGA to support American workers being replaced with H-1B visa holders? Are Americans not capable of filling most of these positions?
Who supports American workers getting replaced?
I know the president mentioned that he wanted to bring in some workers that he could eventually send back in regards to...
The president does not support American workers being replaced. You are mischaracterizing what the president said. The president wants to see our American manufacturing industry be revitalized better than ever before. That's part of what he's doing with his effective use of tariffs and cutting good trade deals around the world.
It's not. Manufacturing jobs have declined.
What are you talking about? Yeah, we're actually losing manufacturing jobs at record pace.
They've declined one month after another. There was a manufacturing boom under President Biden. There's been a manufacturing hemorrhage under Donald.
I had a MAGA friend that was, he bought into that until he lost his job, and he was just like, they're bringing in the AI. It's just like, now you caught up.
Trump, facts don't care about your feelings, Carolyn. You lose on the facts, per usual.
That's why he's recruited trillions and trillions of dollars.
He actually did make a pretty funny joke where he got approved for his unemployment. He was like, I wonder if they're going to show me, the rise in the unemployment rate. He's like, I definitely see it. I know that my whole factory is pretty much on unemployment right now. It's like,
investments into our country. Those are creating good paying American jobs right here at home. As for the H-1B visa issue, the president has a very nuanced and
between actual debates, people will just call in to shout the N-word sometimes. That's the problem. That's literally the problem.
common sense opinion on this issue.
This is where call screeners are a big part of that, and I'm
wants to see if foreign companies are investing trillions of dollars in the United States of America, and they're bringing foreign workers with them to create very niche things like batteries. He wants to see that at the beginning to get those manufacturing facilities and those factories up and running. But ultimately, the president always wants to see American workers in those jobs. And he's told these foreign companies that are investing here, you better be hiring my people if you're going to be doing business in the United States. So there's been a lot of misunderstanding of the president's position.
So this is what
she better have been sped up.
Triggered MAGA in part because Trump campaigned on a more nativist, assessment of the H-1B visa program. Trump originally campaigned against the H-1B visa program, and then in his second campaign, he kind of waffled back and forth because tech bros like Elon Musk support the H-1B visa program, and people like Steve Bannon and Marjorie.
Does the president still have confidence in Lindsey Halligan?
Absolutely, he does. To your
What up,
second question.
Oh, Distracted. How you doing, brother?
Does he have confidence in Lindsey Halligan? Absolutely.
Good to see you.
Why? Doesn't sound like he should. She fucked up spectacularly. I mean, the case, the James Comey case in particular, there were two cases filed by Lindsey Halligan. The case against Letitia James, the case against James Comey, and they've both gone atrocious. I mean, both were dismissed. The James Comey case was going pretty terribly even before that as well. So I'm not sure why you would have such confidence in this former insurance attorney, right, who is not a federal prosecutor. This is the first criminal case she's ever brought, and total disaster. But Trump having confidence in her,
I mean, we can just laugh at that as the the objective news that it is, where it's just like she was woefully underqualified. She barely has a law degree. What are we doing? We're just going to accept the fact that Trump continuously tried to do this thing where he wanted to put somebody like a sycophant in that position, and he kept getting busted over and over again. He tried the same thing with Alina Habba. Like, it's kind of crazy that he really is just so brazen with it, but this is where we got to hope that we take back the House and the Senate, that there isn't just the feckless, like, performative, oh, we're going to impeach him again, we're going to do this again. It's like, come on, guys. Let's make sure that we got a plan here and we execute it. All right. We got some Candace Owens news, but we also got the 420. What up? Okay. I mean, it sucks for the people that have to spend an ungodly amount of money defending themselves. Oh my God, Kobe! You're telling me that Kobe didn't have the money? You're telling me that people like this? Come on, come on! They're not going after your average person like us. If that were the case, yeah, that could bankrupt any normal person. But these are not normal people that have a normal amount of money. These are people that make comfortably over 100 or at least over $500,000 a year, probably on a single income. All right. Speaking of another person that makes about that much, let's take a look at Mr. DeFranco in a very 70s vibe hotel.
Candace Owens is now claiming that the French president is going to kill her, and that has sparked concern, disbelief, and we're seeing this in the infighting on the right with
oh my God,
many on the right saying that she's using.
Candace Owens is legit just like, I was onto something. It's so scandalous, and I exposed it so well that they're coming after me. It's like, but doesn't it? Wait. Hold on. So you already exposed this. So why now?
Wait a minute. Ultimate grifter. Right, this latest chapter kicked off on Saturday with this.
I don't know, guys. Why does it look like a bird just shit on her shoulder? Hold on, guys. That was a choice. This was a fashion choice. It literally looks like a big bird just ploop. I mean, that looks like seed diarrhea. I mean, holy crap.
Post from Candace where she's
lots of fiber in
that 2 days prior, she had spoken to a high-ranking official in the French government close to the president Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte. And she said that this official told her that the Macrons have, quote, executed upon...
Listen, you're only obsessed with somebody like this if you want to fuck them at this point. Like, holy crap, do you want to fuck Brigitte Macron? Is that what's going on here? Is that why you're kind of obsessed with the idea that she might have a certain male parts? So I don't know if that's what you're into there, Candace.
Assassination. Saying specifically that the green light was given to
God. This is so weird. Who gets obsessed with like this? Really?
Small team, which she says includes at least one Israeli assassin. And Candace
also,
did
can
not
I call
there.
out like the women in because it's mostly women that watch her apparently. What the fuck? How did this all of a sudden become like the shit that they go to where it's like, yeah, this is our new Oprah?
Also said that the official told her, quote, Charlie Kirk's assassin trained with the French Legion 13th Brigade with multi-state involvement. And she then closed
what?
Out her initial statement saying that she isn't sure who to trust in the U.S. government because this official claims that leaders here knew of this plan.
So now the guy who tried to kill or who allegedly kirked Kirk is a French Green Beret of sorts?
But then also with that, she promised to share, quote, definitively verifiable information to any U.S. official that reaches out to her. In the middle of this, she says that she looked into her source and that they have, quote, provided concrete proof that they are well placed with...
Yo, this has got to be a grift. This has got to be a grift. It has to be.
The French government apparatus. And so there is a lot to unpack just in that first tweet, but that's also not where her story ends. Because Candace, she then continued tweeting about this entire thing in the days since that first post. And so her next bombshell was that she said that the payments in question were made through the Club des Cent, which is a famous gastronomic society that was founded in 1912. Essentially, think a fancy dining club with 100 members who get together once a week for meals at the top restaurants in Paris. Or at least I imagine it's that. There's also a cycling club that also shares the same name for people who conquered the 100 mountain passes. But anyway, right, right? Candace, again, highlighted the supposed
I feel that way when people start some transvestigating BS, like, bro, we know who you want to smash. Yep.
Israel connection, saying that both a French female assassin as well as a male Israeli one were chosen to kill her. And she called this alleged plan for her murder, quote, joint state operations. And then from there, she goes on to talk more about the Charlie Kirk part of this whole thing. We're sharing a Google search result showing that members of the French military were training in the Marines in California for 3 weeks back in August, saying French foreign legionnaires were involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. They were not the only ones, but they were involved. And then yesterday, she posted that she contacted the U.S. federal government about this alleged plot against her and added that she is, quote, willing to provide full details as well as the name of the assassins and international accounts in France and Canada through which money was exchanged. Right? And she even put a number to that, saying this morning that Macron allegedly...
Candace is what happens when you learn to weaponize your untreated mental illness.
Moved more than $1 million for her assassination. Now, with all this, let's say this is the first time you've ever heard of this situation, right? You're coming in on chapter 87. You might be wondering if this is even true. Why the hell would Macron be trying to assassinate this random right-wing political commentator, and why would this involve Israel? And well, Candace Owens, she has spent the last several months posting what she has called investigation after investigation that Brigitte Macron is secretly transgender. Plus, Candace has been very vocal in her criticism of Israel, though many have accused her of just using that as kind of a cover or a blanket for anti-Semitism. You know, this alleged assassination plot, it sparked a bunch of reactions online, everything from genuine concern for Candace's safety to accusations that she is using Charlie Kirk's name for clout and money. Or you've got
You're telling me that they actually caught on to it, where it's just like, yeah, this is kind of grifty.
People taking Candace entirely at
Phil is very angry. Yeah,
calling this the biggest story in the world right
he
now.
He really
is
angular.
For safety. Even had people like comedian and commentator Dave Smith saying they should know that taking out Candace Owens will turn all of us into Candace Owens. But then also you had another part of the internet saying this is an obvious sign that Candace Owens needs help.
Come on, Dave.
Mental. Right, arguing that something's...
I was gonna say smarter than that, but I guess
really
not.
Off to have her fully believing and widely sharing what seems to be a far-fetched idea. There are people saying things like the most popular media production in the country is a woman talking herself into psychosis to thunderous applause, as well as nobody in this woman's life loves her enough to tell her to stop. I honestly feel kind of bad for her. But then also you had many others immediately dismissing this as an obvious grift, and that was coming from across the political spectrum. You know, you had some big names, including Representative Dan Crenshaw from Texas, going after Candace and Dave Smith by saying, we all know Candace has lost it, but don't forget about her co-conspirators. They're all in on the grift, begging for your engagement on social media. And that is, you also had arguably Trump's most loyal foot soldier, Laura Loomer, calling Candace out, asking her to share the evidence that she claims to have. And then among this, you had some saying that she's doing this specifically to further capitalize on a pension and cash that come from her connection with Charlie Kirk. There were people saying things like, countries Candace Owens is accused of killing Charlie Kirk. Israel, Egypt, US, and France. I wonder who's next.
Who's
also
next?
Saying it's beyond tacky that Candace Owens is now attempting to connect the very real and tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk to her crackpot Brigitte Macron series. As you can see from where she left off, it was pure gibberish, exactly where Candace is quickly returning, which will leave plenty embarrassed they ever took her seriously. And Candace Owens deciding who next to blame for the Charlie Kirk assassination. And
he exposes the MAGA accounts.
We'll
watch that.
Map of the world, including the Soviet Union. You know, for now,
I'll bounce
it's
around.
going to be very interesting to see how this plays out, both specifically with Candace Owens and this whole situation, as well as how it connects to the general commentary online about politics and the MAGA infighting that we've seen. Lots of messy moving pieces. Then, next up in the news, we've got to talk about the Marjorie Taylor Greene fallout. Because Greene, she represents Georgia, and she came into office as one of Trump's most diehard supporters.
Yeah, I mean, we covered that pretty extensively. Judge dismisses charges. Now we'll go to the MAGA accounts. Here we go.
But definitely more so for Comey. But then Elon Musk, intentionally or not, just exposed the house of cards that was right-wing Twitter. We've got to talk about what this means and also why some are gloating about it, others are furious, and many are defensive. Because over the weekend on X, they rolled out a new feature called About This Account. And so basically you can click on anyone's profile and now it tells you stuff like when the account was created, how many times they've changed their username, and most notably, where the account is based. And you had X's head of product, Nikita Beer, saying in the announcement, this is an important first step to securing the integrity of the global town.
This just in. Elon Musk shoots himself in the dick again.
We plan to provide many more ways for users to verify the
Is there anybody that consistently kneecaps themselves? What the fuck, man?
Authenticity of the content they see on X. Then as the curtain got pulled back, what was immediately clear was that a huge chunk of the
dude, he is comically bad at this shit.
online MAGAsphere account.
He did it with Doge too, which, by the way, story that just kind of went underreported this weekend. Apparently Doge is gone, and they did it to save money, so, you know, irony's completely dead.
Labeling themselves as America First and American Patriots. They were, in fact, anything but American. So, for example, MAGA Nation, an account with nearly 400,000 followers and a bio line that reads, Patriot Voice for We the People, says that it's from Eastern Europe. An Ivanka Trump fan account called Ivanka News, which is 1 million followers, is apparently from Nigeria. And Cold War Patriot, which tells it's more than 140.
Oh, this really does. Like, guys, I know this is weird for a YouTuber, and I should probably not admit this because, you know, I'm just not good at keeping all the internals kind of hidden here, but I don't give a fuck about the numbers because it's so easy to manipulate with the bots and all this shit. At least I know y'all are fucking real people.
3,000 followers, that it's a USAF veteran. It appears to actually be from Chile. And you would countless other similar accounts that have racked up huge followings revealed to be coming from Russia, India, Thailand, Turkey, Serbia, Macedonia, Morocco, and on and on. Name any place on earth, and there's probably an America First, Trump-loving, MAGA Patriot Constitution.
The fact that they have that many, though, like...
It says that they are. Now, that said...
Beep boop.
To be clear, just because...
Yeah, let's be careful there.
Someone's location is outside of the United States, that doesn't necessarily mean
I haven't seen that guy. You know what? I think he came back for a little bit last week. I did kind of
American, or that they actually
catch on that. I think he might change his name though.
VPNs exist, and X apparently updated the feature so that if it detects a VPN, the account's location will come with a warning.
I don't know. I still can't believe that one guy. Actually, I remember his exact name. Guess who farted this guy over on Twitch? I hate the fact that I just gave him a shout out, but he's getting a shout out for being a reprehensible human being, because I have put up with a lot of his MAGA bullshittery, and just he has actively been trying to get me to ban him. But he did say, "This is why your mom's dead," and that was kind of like a okay, yeah, I can't just allow you to get away with that one.
And so with that, if you do that.
Peace.
For my account,
but also way to show your ass.
It says the account was created in the United States, but there's also that mark. And that is because I use a VPN. Pretty much every device I try to have a VPN on. Also, separate for me, it seems that some of the location data is just simply incorrect for technical reasons. And there you had Nikita Beer saying that there are a few rough edges that will be resolved by Tuesday. And in general, but also in the meantime, you should be careful about believing what you see anyway, because, you know, misinformation. I mean, maybe one of the biggest examples was, you know, when you had people sharing screenshots showing, oh, this account's not actually from America. There were some that appeared to show the official account for the Department of Homeland Security was actually created in Israel, which, you know, does not appear to be the case, and you had Beer quickly shutting that down, writing, "This is fake news. Location was not available on any gray check account at any point. Furthermore, the DHS has only shown IPs from the United States since account creation." You had the DHS itself posting, "I can't believe we have to say this, but this account has only ever been run and operated from the United States. Screenshots are easy to forge, videos are easy to manipulate." But also with that said, you know, some, if not most of the revelation.
My representative, Jeffrey Hurd, Colorado's District 3, only gets 3.8 of his campaign funding from small donors, people contributing $200 or less. $200 is small. Fuck, am I poor?
They do appear to be true.
Or I am poor.
You have certain accounts disappearing or deleting all their posts.
Don't feel that bad, man. I've done maybe $2 per campaign, and it's usually like if I have the extra cash in my pocket.
After they got exposed. And so with that, what you saw is on left-wing Twitter, people were...
My biggest thing is what I don't like about the campaign contribution structure is how they sell your information. Like the DNC literally has sold my information over and over and over again to where I will never escape the text messages.
Spending the weekend popping bottles, claiming vindication, writing things like, "This is total Armageddon for the online right. It's looking like half of their large accounts were foreigners posing as Americans all along, and it's almost as if Trump has outsourced his propaganda to other countries for cheap labor." And then as far as, you know, why these accounts were created or the people behind them were doing what they were doing, you know, you had some saying that it was foreign governments or foreign actors trying to sow chaos, so others said it might just be poor people in poor countries trying to make some money. But especially because X pays verified premium users in American dollars based on the level of engagement they drive with their...
I have so many questions about the wallpaper in that room.
If you're just some random guy and...
I'm gonna guess that it's one of those Art Deco hotels in like San Francisco. I stayed in a I went to Brea, California. I stayed in a really weird hotel that was like one of those classic Beverly Hills styles. It had kind of decor like this, where I was just like, what the fuck?
This is worth way more than it is for an actual American.
My Chicago sensibilities were just like,
Though also, that's not to say that there aren't organized, well-funded foreign influence operations. Or whether it be bots or, I mean, even accounts run from the United States have allegedly received funding from Moscow, whether they knew it or not. A la Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Benny Johnson. Now, with all that said, as far as the right's reaction to all this, it's been varied. Right, on one end, you have people like...
I did get cooked on social media, I'll admit this one. So I knew what I was doing. I knew what I was commenting on. I commented on one of Benny Johnson's pages. And it was a picture of him and his wife with their 4 kids, right? And he's just like, I'm the luckiest man in the world. And I was like, by the looks of it, so is your wife.
Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna trying to spin this as a vindication for MAGA.
I felt kind of bad, but it was also like, hey, you deserve it. Fuck you.
Pretend pro-America accounts.
She also sucks for marrying you.
So we're pushing infighting within MAGA are literally foreign grifters. I'm telling you the foreign op is real, and so are the bot accounts. But then also at the same time, you have people like Matt Walsh apparently under the impression that, these accounts are actually real people with genuine opinions about U.S. politics, something that he strongly opposes. With him writing, if you're a foreigner, I'm sure you have a lot of great opinions about the stuff happening in your own country. Talk about that all you want. But the debates in
Nobody's safe from Pep
are for Americans. Mind your own business.
Earning that block. Oh yeah.
And it also sparked some debate.
Oh yeah, I got blocked like that.
On the right with the Malaysian-born right-wing influencer Ian Miles.
I went to go type a second comment and it was already
shooting back. American politics impacts the world whether Americans like it or not. You're not an isolationist country any more than China is. And Americans have had plenty to say about what goes on in Russia and Ukraine and every other country. To which Walsh responded, you've never set foot in America and yet you spend every day trying to influence our culture and politics. You talk about our country exclusively and never say a word about your own. If you don't see why that might rub Americans the wrong way, I don't know what to tell you. Chong then firing back, talking about another country is now influencing it according to Matt Walsh. Welcome to the United States, a democracy so fragile that merely talking about it will cause it to fall apart.
Let them fight. God, seriously, every week we have a new MAGA mainstay fighting another one. This is crazy. I did not expect this downfall to come so quickly.
But then also, as that was playing out, you had outlets like Fox News and the New York Post, as well as the Israeli Foreign Ministry, mostly ignoring the foreign MAGA accounts and highlighting the ones that claim to be from Gaza. Right, like these two accounts, which both say they report from Palestine, but list their locations as Egypt and East Asia and the Pacific, respectively. And it also doesn't stop there, right? Other countries get involved. The UK, for example, you had the BBC uncovering pro-Scottish independence accounts that appear to actually be run from Iran. And so, it feels like we've always known that this kind of shit was going on, but again, it raises a startling question. How much of a reality...
it's Thanksgiving week. Piers Morgan's not going to have any hot takes for us for the Zohran Mamdani meeting. Oh, isn't that convenient?
Is actually just a hyper-real Matrix-style postmodern situation. How can you trust anything that isn't Philip DeFranco or the Philip DeFranco show? I don't know. It might be best to just exclusively watch me. I hate to say it, but like, follow, share, subscribe. But really, joking aside, more than ever, not only be, very skeptical about the information that you're seeing and consuming, but also whether it be text or video, and really more than ever with the rise of AI as well as faceless accounts. I mean, I think it's important to think of who is behind the content and why might they be saying the things they're saying. Part of it, yeah, it could.
Oh my God, Peter Thiel is... And all these AI guys are behind the push to get a bunch of AI videos out there to confuse us all the time. Why would they do that?
Be about money, but also part of it could be they want Americans at each other's throats. You don't kill a country like America with bombs. You kill a country by letting it kill itself. You stoke the flame inside of the house.
That's what this is, guys. That's what this is. They didn't even need a bunch of spies. They have a whole bunch of digital influence that honestly America went out of its way to make sure that they have the red carpet rolled out for them because, we can't have anything like the Russia thing. Can't have that. Can't have that at all. I'm rooting for both of them to lose. Yeah, I mean, that's all we can really do. It is... I like seeing them panic, and I like seeing them have the fractures that they do, because like I've been saying, this is only good for us. You know what's scaring me though is you're not seeing a lot of growth from some of the sectors that I thought you would, and if we are, it's happening small. Like I was thinking that Hassan was gonna do some major pickups. TYT, man, I have to say, you have to love the fact that they still, no matter how hard they try, they just can't gain traction with the mainstream appeal. It's almost like that's what happens. All right. Well, here, give me a second.
I think that healthcare is a human right. I don't know if you've ever had to go to a hospital or the doctor in another country. I have had to twice in 2 different continents, once in Mexico and once in France. I paid less
That's
there
crazy. I've also done one in Paris, and I've done one in Mexico, also Toronto.
than I do here.
I'll talk. Ooh,
And I am not a citizen of
is
either
that
of
something?
those countries.
What up, Bandit?
I just don't think I think healthcare is a human right. And I think that with a global infrastructure of universal healthcare, as every industrialized country except us has, everyone should be able to access it and not worry about being bankrupt. I think that healthcare is a human right. I don't know if you've ever had to go to a hospital or the
Did Denham's not? Denham's didn't say a fucking single word there. You know, occasionally I watch some of these things. I was like, they put that clip out.
Just crazy. Have you seen it, Jamie? Pull it up, because it's bananas.
He's not an Islamic fundamentalist who wants to blow himself up.
Oh, that's a very racist thing to say.
It's not.
You're saying only Muslims want to use nuclear
No,
weapons?
I said
What?
Islamic.
Why would Putin not want to
I
use?
didn't say Muslim. I said Islamic fundamentalist.
Why is it Islamic fundamentalists?
Because Islamic fundamentalists kill themselves to get what they want.
But they haven't used nukes. The only people who've used nukes in history are the United States of America.
You're missing my point deliberately, and you're playing.
No, because I just find
and
these
you're playing
weird
the race card stupidly.
You're playing weird
I hate these
aside
AI
kids.
filters.
You're bringing in Western
I'm
allies.
answering your question about whether I thought Russia would use nukes. No, because
the only people who would are Islamic fundamentalists.
They do not behave.
Western
He does not think like an Islamic fundamentalist.
What's with the creepy music? Like these AI videos, seriously.
To get their goals.
You know the United States of America used a nuclear weapon. Yes, right. They're not Islamic fundamentalists.
You're missing my point. The point is Islamic fundamentalists will kill themselves in the process of destroying others.
Yeah, the colors are weird.
Russia.
Yeah, again, they run it through an AI filter thing. Also, I did catch a few accounts doing this thing where they'll like try to mix in a bunch of they'll do like news story shorts, but they're AI generated, so they're slightly off, and all the images are completely off. Like,
does not want.
I don't know, man. We live in a dystopian hellhole. We really do. And I thought that YouTube doing something about that and labeling it was going to help, but anything that's created within their the in-house app, they don't have to
do that. Vladimir Putin doesn't want to kill himself.
Fair point.
Right?
I know. Just crazy. Have you seen it?
Wait, seriously, it was with Jordan Peterson. They watched that. Oh my God. So I had a funny bit here where I was in therapy and I brought up, some of the things that I've read in just like psychiatric health. And she brought up the 90 ways to, I forgot what the fuck the book was called, but immediately when I heard the number 90, I was just like, you mean Jordan Peterson? And she was like, yeah, you read it? I'm like, oh my God. I just kind of went on a tirade about Jordan Peterson. I did the impression too, guys. I did. What does mean? I got a little bit of a laugh, but at the same time, I could also tell that it annoyed her because she was like, oh, well, he does have like some sway in the community. I'm like, I hope not. That's going to make me question every single bit of therapy I've gotten. I'm like, please tell me you're not using him as a mainstay. She's like, no. I'm like, okay, thank God. That's a red effing flag. Yeah. Trust me. I'm definitely on the lookout. Just in case. The weird part is not of the right in any way, shape, or form. But to also be fair, she didn't know who Michaela Peterson was. So didn't they suspend his license in Canada? Yes. There's only 90. I remember the 12 rules for life. No, it was something else. It was... So 90 minutes a week. That's what it was called. 90 minutes a week. Which, again, I have said this and I'm not being cheeky. I have actually read that stupid thing. And I will say this. The one thing that came out of it that I took was the make your bed. Because, like, as someone who has depressive days, there is something about making your bed at least where like you go to bed and you see your made bed and you're just like, well, at least I wasn't, at least I did that. I've had that a few times where I'm just like, all right, but that's it. Broken clock kind of thing. Hate that guy. I can't stand him. I literally can't stand him. But like I said, broken clock thing, if anybody else had come out with that information or just like that take and that breakdown of like, yeah, it's like vacuuming instant gratification. Yeah. Ooh, when that vacuum hits that crackle though, something about it. Like, I have cats, so, I have that wonderful thing where the cat litter, as much as I put anything down, I have to like vacuum like 2 or 3 times a day just to make sure that there's not cat litter, which I absolutely hate the whole like feeling of cat litter on bare feet. So it's just, that's why I keep up with it. Broken clock, just fix those. I'm saying, Kermit, nice. My Kermit used to be on point. I mean, I haven't. Yeah. Yay! Welcome to the Muppet Show. Nope. I have to go through my Kermit, and I got to work on that one. Anyway, let's do something else. Let's do something else. Let's look for something else to watch. Let's look for something else to watch. Make it stop JFK's Jr.'s vile, horny sex palms to Olivia Newsy leak. What? Yes! Hold on! Oh my god, this is one of the first stories that I covered. I was one of the first channels to break like the Newsy story as far as like some of the stuff that I was seeing in the algorithm where I did not see a single person covering it. So I was like, you know what? I'll make this video. That's where the inspiration for it came from. Oh God, LOL, that headline. I know, ew. Here, let's go, because this is gonna be disgusting. Damn it, I gotta pee.
Well, I'm gonna apologize in advance for...
Oh, here we go. Okay, you know what? Trigger warning, guys. Just so you know, this could be gross, but it's gonna be equally hilarious. So let's go.
Delivering this story to you because bottom line is I had to read it, so now you do too. It's that simple. I was dragged down into the pits of hell, and so you now need to join me there to know what it's like. So I don't know how many of you guys have been following this, but there's this journalist by the name of Olivia Nuzzi, and she, in the past, was following RFK Jr.'s presidential campaign. And in the midst of that, she kind of snuggled up to him a little bit, got a tad too close, and Olivia Nuzzi was engaged in basically what they say is a texting affair, an emotional affair, where they would sort of sext each other. Now, by the way, Olivia Nuzzi, I believe she's younger than me. I'm 37. I think she's around 32-ish, somewhere in that range. RFK is fucking 70 years old, bro. 70. Now, the Kennedys are sort of known for having, prominent libidos, I guess is one way to put it. But this motherfucker's also on testosterone replacement therapy, dog, which is just a fancy way of saying he's a 70-year-old juice head.
Yeah.
Pumping himself full of fucking steroids.
Yep.
And so when you're naturally already too horny and then you add the fucking steroids on top of it, oh my God, forget it. Forget it. A mess ensues. Pun intended. All right. All right, so.
You know who's really funny, who kind of said something about that? Marty Jannetty talking about Vince McMahon.
Take a look at this from the Daily Beast. RFK Jr.'s vile poetry to lover published by her scorned ex. Journalist Ryan Lizza.
Oh my God. He broke up a relationship too on top of it all.
Says Kennedy only knows
Can't believe Kyle's younger than Pep.
What felching is, thanks to his former fiancée, Olivia Nuzzi's affair with the Health and Human Services Secretary. Okay. So this guy, Ryan Lizza, he was a journalist. He was basically, going to get married to Olivia Nuzzi, and it was during that affair that he found out. He was able to find stuff of, like, her cheating with RFK Jr. Oh, my God. All right, here we go. Oh, we'll get to felching. Don't you worry. We are getting to felching shortly. The scorned ex-fiancé of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s former lover has spilled the tea on the Health and Human Services Secretary penchant for self-penned erotic poetry. Your mouth awaiting my harvest. Your open mouth awaiting my harvest.
No! Oh, ew! Ah! Oh, no!
The sign-
Your mouth awaiting my harvest? What the fuck?
And of the Kennedy clan is
Oh, no! This is too much.
alleged to have written to former New York Magazine star reporter Olivia Nuzzi, according to a new Substack article on the salacious saga published Saturday by Nuzzi's ex Ryan Lizza, himself a journalist formerly at Politico. Quote, "Drink from me, love," Kennedy is understood to have gone on in his poem. Quote, "I mean to squeeze your cheeks, to force open your mouth. I'll hold your nose as you look up at me to encourage you to swallow." Quote, "Don't spill a drop. I am a river.
Oh my God.
You are my canyon.
Fucking Christ.
I mean to flow through you. I mean to subdue and tame you, my love." Bro, you're 70 years old, bro. You're 70 years old, dog. You should be having the fucking breakfast special at IHOP in this bitch. You should be fishing. You should be watching reruns of Murder, She Wrote.
What?
You should be golfing with your...
My God, how in the fuck you gonna have a weird take here, bro? Because honestly, you telling, like, a 70-year-old dude to not, like, want to fucks, like, that's weird in itself, Kyle. We didn't need to hear this, and it is fucking disturbing as hell. But what the fuck, man? Like, now you're out there just like, yeah, once you get to a certain point, you shouldn't even be talking, like, dirty like that. Bro! How in the fuck do you fuck this up constantly? You have had some really bad takes lately, Kyle. I'm just gonna say it.
Fellow old guys who are gonna die within the next 2 or 3 years.
Wow. Wow, dude.
What are you doing? What are you doing? And Olivia Nuzzi, what are you doing? Okay.
Man. Oh, no shit. Jobo died? Oh, man. Jobo from Eddie and Jobo died. Age 70.
And these people got problems, dog.
I used to listen to them almost every day.
Olivia Nuzzi, and you can see her
That's
here,
crazy.
by the way. This is her here. It was brought to my attention that when she was 16 years old, 16, she made a song. And the song is called Jailbait. And she sings about how she's jailbait. And all the old guys want to fuck me. By the way, you know who else gets a little fucking... catches a stray in this whole saga? Keith Olbermann. Keith Olbermann was like 50 years old dating 18-year-old Olivia Nuzzi.
What?
Keith Olbermann.
What? Wait, what?
This is just a who's who of people I never want to know. I never want to know them. I never want to talk to them. I never want to know somebody who knows them. This is like, Jesus Christ, these people are fucked up. Drink from me, love. Kennedy is understood to have gone in the poem. I mean to squeeze your cheeks. All right, we already did this. We're not going to do it again. All right, let's keep going. Lizza has titled Kennedy's ode to his fiancée, American Canyon. While the former Political reporter does not divulge how he obtained the poem, he says that it, and many others too explicit to print, changed everything in his relationship with Nuzzi. Jesus Christ.
I feel dirty hearing about this.
So he stumbled
man.
across
these are
like all of the fucking, like there was a lot of shit. There were more than one poem. Oh my God. Quote.
Wait, who was that one guy? Oh my God, Benny Maldonis or Mardonis.
I am now.
She's only 16 years old.
Aware of something called felching. Lizza added Saturday. The Daily Beast has researched the term and urges readers not to do.
Yeah, there's a disturbing amount of fucking that type of stuff. I mean, let's talk about Elvis just for 1 second. Anybody know? Anybody in chat know how old Priscilla Presley was?
The same. Okay, so I read the original Lizza post on
Anybody?
his Substack, And now I'm going to
Ring-a-doo-doo-doo.
tell you what felching is because I had to learn what it is.
That's straight up a bonfire bit.
Felching, ladies and gentlemen, is when you're
She was like 13 or 14. Yep.
having sex with somebody. You
Yep, and guess what? Her parents, they literally like gifted her to Elvis, who was a straight up predator.
come in
You want to talk about like the definition of grooming?
their vagina or their asshole, and then you eat your own cum out of said vagina or asshole. That's what felching is. 70 years old. He's 70.
I feel like we just watched that scene from Clerks where it's just like, do you know what a snowball is?
And he's asking somebody to felch with him. Hey, do you mind if I nut in your ass and then I eat it afterward? Could I do that? It's a thing. You know, I've never actually even tried it with anybody else. You're the first one I've ever
That's
tried it
really
with,
funny.
but I just like the idea of it. Is that cool with you, my love? Oh my God, bro.
I mean, this is embarrassing for her too. Like, honestly, the fact that like, really, this is the riz that this is what gets you. This is what gets you. Okay.
My God. Again, I apologize for sharing all this
God
with you guys,
damn.
but as soon as I learned
Ladies, have some self-respect for fuck's sake.
what fucking felching was,
Fucking A.
I knew I had to tell you what fucking felching is, and you have to understand the fucking depravity that goes on inside this political world. What in God's name are we talking about here? 75. I can't get over it. You're 70
I can't
years
wait for Cheryl Hines to, I don't know, maybe, just be completely embarrassed by her husband, but she wants the RFK legacy, whatever.
Old, bro.
Like,
when I'm 70 years old,
what?
Once a year, like once a year I'll nut. How about that? 70 years old.
What the fuck? This is the weirdest. This is weird. Why does he need to do that? Where it's like you hit 70, you get one nut. That's it. Just one.
Like you should be that. Those
What?
Are, hey, I'm wise now.
Brother, have you not heard just like how STDs run rampant in retirement homes? Like, Kyle, you're fucking weird about this, bro. Like, for real, at what point do you just look at Crystal? I mean, she's older than you, right? She's like, what, 5-6 years older? So when she hits that magic 70, you're just going to be like, oh, that puss has got some fucking, it's got a little too much dust and cobwebs in it. You know what? I'm not going to nut no more because I turned 70 and at least I'm consistent.
I'm old.
What? What the fuck are you talking about?
Old. I'm wise. I'm not like bogged down with the same carnal passions as like a fucking 24-year-old is, right? Like what?
Yo, dude, is your libido okay?
Is this? Lay off the roids, dog.
Like, you're not even 40 and it sounds like you're kind of talking from experience.
Dog, it's not necessary. Who are you trying to impress?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that he's not laying it down on Crystal. Lots of missionary position with those two.
I know who you're trying to impress. Fucking Olivia Nuzzy, apparently. God damn it. The whole sordid saga is back in the spotlight after Lizza alleged in part 1 of his tell-all account.
Damn, just when I thought I was vanilla.
That Nuzzy had not only cheated on him with Kennedy, but also with former South Carolina Republican Congressman Mark Sanford.
Wise enough to know nutting is awesome. Exactly.
What the fuck? Okay, so for those of you who don't know, and I'm sure most of my audience is honestly probably too young to remember this, but this was like when I was young. There was this governor, Mark Sanford, and he randomly just disappeared. Gone, out of nowhere, like that, gone. Nobody knew where he was. And his staff was like trying to cover for him, and they were like, oh yeah, he went hiking in the Appalachian Mountains, I guess. And come to find out, no, he was having an affair, and it was like I think it was some Brazilian woman or something like that, some Colombian woman, something like that. Somebody like that. And he was like cheating on his wife, having that
70-year-old drink from me, my love.
And he just disappeared to like basically be with that person for like a week and then eventually came back. And obviously nuked any chance he had of ever trying to run for higher office.
Hey.
But apparently
Hold on, I need to shoot I have a few ropes I need to shoot. I need you to come here, my love. Let's play Spider-Man.
Was sleeping with this dude too.
You know what a Spider-Man is? It's where you catch your cum and then you go.
I would say, was she the one actually that he was cheating with? But I don't know. That was a long time ago. Nuzzy would have been like a fetus. Well, not that young, but she would have been young. She would have been young at the time. Nuzzy, who has now taken on a new post as West Coast editor at Vanity Fair, has
send that one to Kirk.
Meanwhile released extracts from her upcoming memoir, American Canto, in which she describes grappling with her desire for
something lemon party
Kennedy amid concerns that a parasitic worm may have eaten parts of.
Sit down, children. We're about to watch something from my childhood called Two Girls, One Cup.
His brain. 70 years old.
Meanwhile, it's a bunch of 40-year-olds going, no!
70. What the fuck, bro? Her affair with Kennedy is understood to have begun while she was covering his ill-fated 2023 presidential campaign. She later acknowledged an emotional relationship with him.
All I know is don't look up something called meat spin.
But said it was non-physical and that it did not affect her reporting. No. No.
What the fuck? We grew up in such a weird time.
I am not buying that. Not even close to buying that. And me and Crystal were talking about this. Could you imagine? They go, oh, no.
I'm sure you were, instead of having some sweet, sweet passion.
We didn't actually have sex.
God, yeah. You do that weird thing where you talk. It's not like,
like we weren't actually.
Crystal.
Really? So you went from zero to felching? You went from zero to felching in the fucking text conversation. That was the chain of events?
You're just mad because Crystal never blew bubbles out of her butt like that.
So I know you wanted to know about that speech I gave the other day when I was at Columbia University for my presidential campaign. But before we get to that, do you mind if I come in your ass?
I don't like where this one went.
And then eat it out.
Who believes this? Nobody believes it. No, you only get to the point where you're texting about felching.
He looked up felching and he was just like, Crystal?
If y'all motherfuckers are felching all over the place.
Damn.
In real life. All right? They were a felch for you, a felch for you, a felch on the front, a felch in the back.
Fucking don't stop, no!
You were
No, just stop!
Felching all over the fucking place.
No.
If you were
it looks like Randy Marsh's room. That was a scary ghost. It was just a scary ghost.
Point where you're texting about felching, bro. Let's be serious. Oh, no. We just had an emotional relation.
Oh, my God.
I'm sure.
Nope. Catch you later. Not a discussion. Save me that word.
Bobby was
crew, really?
Emotionally eating.
All right, fine.
His cum out of your asshole. That's what it was.
You can come back later. Give it about 10 minutes. I think that will be over this.
Jesus Christ. I got to take a shower. I want to take a shower. This is so.
Dude, this came from. Oh, wow. This was not in the cards.
Bad. After the news first broke, New York Magazine placed Nuzzy on leave before she and the outlet parted ways in October 2024. Liza had, by that point, already broken off the engagement. In October 2024, Nuzzy sought a protection order against Liza, alleging harassment and threats, though she later asked the court to drop the request. Well, now, homie's spilling all the tea, dog. We're going to learn all about these poems.
More than that.
We're going to learn all about felching and squelching and melching and whatever other fucking nasty-ass 70-year-old Kennedy shit you're doing. I don't know, man. These people are gross. These people are gross. The other thing is, too, like, fuck him. Like, this man is absolutely positively...
And the other thing is, fuck him.
Destroying everything about science in this country.
Yep.
And, like, he shouldn't have a moment of peace. He shouldn't have a moment of peace. In the midst of destroying American science.
Yeah, but he got away with this one. Like, he really did. Like, I remember when this one, like, went public, everybody was just being like, yeah, this is just, this is, like, theoretical. It's like,
And by extension...
Is Kyle being jealous? I don't know, man.
Global science in some respects.
Because it does kind of, I don't know, like, his whole 70-year-old shouldn't be able to do that. It's like, right. That's a weird-ass take, man.
This is what he's up to. He's felching. There was a hilarious tweet. So I wish I remember who said it. It may have been the menswear guy, the Derek guy, menswear guy. I think it was him, but I could be wrong. But anyway, he said, I love how RFK is trying to ban me from eating red M&Ms. Meanwhile, he's eating cum out of an asshole. I mean,
this is politics in 2025.
I think that says it all.
Just when I thought a guy named Anthony Weiner sending a dick pic was peak. Nope.
This is who this guy is, bro. Remember, I forgot about this. Remember when he was bathing in like a fecal sewage-filled creek with his like grandkids and posting it? Remember that?
Holy crap.
Jesus Christ. So this is who this guy is. Limiting access to the COVID vaccine. He put vaccine skeptics on the advisory
I feel bad to say this, but I know that Groove would not have liked my comedy.
panel. He fired the CDC director.
Eat out of where? Oh, Bandit, did you not hear the rest of the story? Oh, boy, what a time to walk in.
After a month because the CDC...
I swear to God, you just had that moment where you walked in mid-conversation. You were like, I missed something.
The director stood up to his junk science bullshit. He fired 1,260 people at the Epidemic Intelligence Service. He ended our support for the global vaccine program. He helped kick millions of people off Medicaid, canceled the flu vaccine campaign, is trying to link antidepressants to violence. He laid off thousands of HHS workers. He released that fake MAGA report, which was made up with ChatGPT bullshit in it. There were mass resignations at HHS because of him. And all the while, he's felching. Great, good stuff.
All right, you don't need to keep using the word, man. You really don't. I mean... Now that we've established what it means, I'm good on that. Like, you have hammered this point home as much as you possibly could.
Light my eyeballs on fire in the hopes I never have to read anything like that ever again. All right, guys. That's the show. I love you all very much.
I like how he brought it back from the absurd.
Everybody, please do me a big favor.
He did it at least, dude. Yeah.
And subscribe to the channel.
All right. Yeah, that was... What did we just do? I am not what okay. Well. No, I'm speechless. I am literally speechless. I'm sorry that Groove Dragon had to bail on that one, which again, that tells me that there's a line with my comedy that some people definitely reach and are going to continue to reach, because I'm not... Listen, I've always been this way. Like, I'm willing to laugh at some pretty crazy shit, as far as, like, that. It just... I want to ask Groove Dragon, though. It's like, wait, which one did it? What was the bridge too far? Don't clip that as a segment if I monetize, or if I value monetization. Yeah, well, Kyle didn't monetize that one. Oh, crap. Yeah, I might have to cut that segment out. that might just have to go out the door. Either that or I'm getting a limited, or a, just maybe turn it off. I don't... The word has been ruined forever. I literally have a scarecrow wreath that my mom made me that it says Happy Harvest. Oh, that's just... that was a lot. Anyway, that's... I do, for real. I'll send you guys a picture in Discord. It's on my door for my, for the room down here. Okay, that was a lot. Wasn't expecting that to go full, like, comedy mode, because, again, I legit feel like I just watched an episode of Legion of Skanks. Oh, man, that was it was so bad. Okay.
You know, Erica Kirk, when she took over for Charlie at Turning Point, said it was her mission to reach young women. Charlie reached young men. Her mission is to reach young women. Because in part what we've seen is while young men have gotten more conservative, young women have gone really far to the left.
I really respect Erica for all that she's done, especially with creating a halftime show For America.
For America? That is Kansas City Chiefs heiress Gracie Hunt, a billionaire applauding a rich mega millionaire. Let's be clear what she's saying.
The last thing I want to talk to you about is because I'm about ready to do my commentary on it, but do you think Bad Bunny is a good choice for the Super Bowl?
I'm not that knowledgeable about him, but it seems fine, and I don't know why it's a big deal. Seems like a great American artist, so sure.
He's not an American artist, but
he's Puerto Rican.
Meanwhile, Tommy Lahren looking out there like she's an ensign on the Starship Enterprise.
That's part of America, dear.
She likely believes what Tommy Lahren doesn't have the IQ to understand. Bad Bunny is American. Spell it out, y'all.
But he doesn't speak our language. He doesn't speak American English like a good American boy. Sorry. I just wanted that beginning part because, again, we also have to learn that, yeah, that's the Kansas City Chiefs heiress that is a billionaire that, you know, you guys pay all that money when you go to the stadium, buy those jerseys, but they're still ripping you off for your taxes to have said stadium. Because this all makes sense. We live in a world that makes so much sense. Do we ever get discounts on tickets for our tax dollars going to these stadiums? No. Do they charge us premiums and make it impossible to even get tickets because they have a bunch of secondary sites doing the yeah. I do feel like I owe an apology for that Kyle Kalinske bit there, because yeah, there wasn't enough of a warning on that, because I didn't really think about this, guys. I'm gonna be real. I thought that maybe I've shown enough of my shown enough of myself. Wrong choice of words. But for real, I thought that I have shown enough of my comedy and just in general my sense of humor that this would be kind of like a this could happen. We will never recover. I mean, I now know what. Oh my god, there is a Pokemon named Felching. Or no, it's Fletchling. Oh, but I'm never gonna see it. Like, oh no. Oh no. It's ruined forever. Oh my god. Oh, yeah. There's a little bit of fallout there. I can admit it was a bit much. I'm just gonna say it. Like, that was a lot. It's definitely a lot. Anyway, where are we going from here? We're actually kind of playing roulette right now with some of the videos that are going on, because I only had a few things pulled up to really cover today. You know what? I'm glad. This has been fun. Let's see. That's far-fetched? No. I see what you did there. Funny. You're funny. All right. Long Beach, California. The vessel was the epitome of luxury ocean liners. Ooh, I'm gonna watch that one later. You know what? That one goes into the we watch later. Dean convinced MAGA cultists freed from Trump's spell during live debate.
The reason was we're gonna refuse. But that's not true. They said that people were misusing them. People were being greedy.
Guys, just real quick. What the fuck is going on with the trend of using the camcorder style? What is this? Where'd this come from? What consulting firm got a hold of these people to go, hey, you need to do this because that will get you clicks? Like, I swear to God.
No,
we're gonna refuse.
But that's not true. They said that people were misusing them. People were being greedy. And when it comes to being a Christian, is greed. What do they say about greed in the Bible? Like you're not following.
Yeah, they
You're
say
picking and choosing.
they say we need a
You're
greedy
picking and
billionaire to
choosing.
serve as our president. You're picking and choosing. Go ahead and tell me how the 13 million American children that are actually still starving because the government's not reopened, and he's still refusing to abide by said court order to feed them. Right? Go ahead and tell me how they were too greedy. Okay, so let's do the math here. There's 42 million people on food stamps. 38.8 of the 42 million recipients of food stamp benefits are children, right? So in other words, 16,296,000 American children are going without food because the Trump administration is refusing to abide by a court order to feed them.
That's not Christian.
Are good. Do you agree?
I mute myself. Did you mute me?
Yeah, accidentally. So God's all good, therefore all aspects.
Gives the thumbnail that official expose
of
look.
God are good, correct?
Ugh.
You're saying that God is all good. Yes.
Dean knows Harry Sison, who's part of a talent agency, so he probably got the information from Harry and others under the same agency.
God is all good, but evil exists. So what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that because God is all good, therefore all aspects of God are good. Do you agree?
Are those Pokemon cards? Those look like Pokemon cards.
All aspects of God are good.
Can any of these people function without ChatGPT? What the fuck is with these people who call into these shows and that's their go-to is, I'm going to call into Dean Withers. You know what? I'm smart enough to do this. Hold on. I need to ChatGPT this. Fuck, we're so cooked as a human race. We are cooked. This is so fucked up.
In a way, yes, in a way.
Not in a way, in always.
They said I'm loud.
Okay, so now that we've
many pseudo-intellectual assholes out there that have way too much confidence in what they know. I'm just gonna say that sucks because we are trained to look at confident people and be like, oh, you know what? That person might know something. This is why Donald Trump is in the position he's in.
Agreed that because God is all good, all aspects
of
God
this also explains why Donald Trump is in the position he's in.
Are good. Can we agree that God's will is an aspect of God?
Fucking A.
What are you trying to say? What you're trying to say?
Can we agree that
say what you're trying to say? Because I've watched the live.
This is a debate live where we make arguments, Amanda. So now that you've agreed that because God is all good, that would imply that all aspects of God are good. Can we agree that God's will is an aspect of God?
Sorry, I keep reading the comments at the same time. Say that one more time. I'm going to focus.
So because we agree that God is all good, and therefore all aspects of God are good, can we agree that God's will is an aspect of God?
Oh yeah, Bloodstone should skip. She
God's
should definitely
will is
skip.
an aspect of God.
Here, I'm even gonna say it.
Perfect. So if God is all good, therefore all of God's aspects are all good, and God's will is an aspect of God, therefore God's will is all good. And because you said that God intentionally wills all actions in which take place, that would mean that all actions in which take place are all good as they are his will, meaning that the Holocaust was all good, slavery was all good, rape is all good, P3-ophilia is all good, kidnapping is all good, arson's all good, violent crime is all good, gun crime is all good, school shootings are all good.
I see what you're trying to say, but you're saying that all of that stuff is... No, I said it was intentional. I said it all happened for a reason. I said it was intentional.
Oh,
that's what I said.
Wait, it all happened for God's reasons, right?
It all happened for a reason. The Bible is a timeless document. Everything that happens and that is happening today is in the Bible.
Okay, well, so if you're not saying that everything in which happens is good, well, then I just say it could be the case that God...
Listening to people like this, I never have to wonder why we still live in a pretty Christian majority nation.
That Trump's presidency was intentional by God, but it wasn't good, it's bad.
The fact that and this is where I'm going to be a little less charitable than some people. I really do have this problem where I think a lot of Americans couldn't think their way out of a fucking paper bag.
It's bad, and that's why I'm asking you. When you're implying that, give me the reasons that you're stating behind that.
Give you the reasons why Donald Trump's presidency is bad? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, he violated a court order and refused to feed... Oh, you'll wait? Don't worry. You're not going to have to wait long. He violated court order and refused to feed 42 million starving Americans, including 13 million children. He passed the largest redistribution of wealth from poor to the rich in modern American history, reducing the purchasing power of 156 million American low-income Americans just to increase the purchasing power by 3% for the top 1%. That also took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans and food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans by defunding food stamps.
It's gonna be weird when he ages into his face.
By $156 billion.
Or out of his face, I should say.
Funding Medicare.
Guys like this that always like, it's the same with Mockler. One of these days, they're just gonna eat, well, or they're just going to look 12 forever. Hold on.
Sorry, Medicaid.
I could be wrong. Because we do have Chris Hayes out there that still has perpetual 12-year-old face.
$900 billion. He's also an adjudicated rapist. He raped E. Jean Carroll. He boasted about sexually exploiting naked girls and naked women to Howard Stern at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. The Miss USA, a beauty pageant contestant from Arizona, spoke out in 2001 and said he would barge into her dressing room and look at her while she was naked, just like he said he did to Howard Stern in 2005. Not to mention he hit on his own daughter, saying that he'd be dating her if he wasn't his daughter. He hit on a 10-year-old girl in the 90s, saying that he'd be dating her in 10 years. He knew exactly what his best friend Epstein was doing when Epstein was raping women, raping girls, sexually exploiting them too. And guess what? My evidence is an email that Epstein sent to Ghislaine Maxwell in 2011 that got leaked by...
This is the part of his streams that I don't like, is when he goes into these tirades, like these stream roll tirades. Like, you don't need to stream roll tirade, yeah.
Not to mention, Epstein also said that he spent hours alone with victims in Epstein's estate. Okay, and it gets even worse.
Nah, yeah, this is like, okay, we get it, dude, but you do understand like the social, like the psychological dynamic between, keep it to 3 things that you can really hammer home on these people, because she already tuned out.
Worse than that, right? He's also a 34-count felon that lied about the valuation of his properties in New York, leading to litigation.
Mockler's mom looks super young too. I know she is young, but she looks like his sister.
Intentionally concealed and lied about classified documents that he kept at Mar-a-Lago, leading to litigation.
There's a lot of these debate bro kids. Yeah, this is what I was worried about when I started seeing these dudes, is the copycats, and like the way that there is just going to be a flood of dudes that just, this is what they do.
Florida
is they challenge people to come on their streams. Like, we thought that the age of Destiny and Vosh was bad. This is going to be worse.
Okay, not to mention that he also defrauded charities in the state of New York.
Because at least they debated, like, people who also did, like, that were also streamers and at least had some background in politics. These guys are talking to normies who, again, have way too much confidence in their stupidity.
Where today he can't even operate and run a charity in the state of New York. Plus, he's infringed on our Constitution 5 times in the last 10 months, ranging from the First Amendment when he said that it's illegal to criticize him in the media, to the Second Amendment where he gave his DOJ a directive to ban any and all gun ownership for law-abiding trans-American citizens, to the 10th Amendment when he illegally declared war in American cities and deployed the National Guard in cities like Portland, Oregon, Chicago, and Memphis, violating the Constitution, leading to rulings from federal courts repealing his ability to do so, to the 14th Amendment when he infringed...
It's funny when these Trumpers that have their own Talk to Dean have their own show and they think they won. Well, that's how this goes. No, that's how this goes. Like, I had something similar with the modern day debate stuff. I have a feeling that this could be the same thing that happens to me on the next debate that I'm doing. Like, I'm already expecting that, because these audiences are already... They've made up their fucking minds. They're literally watching these things as mindless entertainment to watch, like, it's a pro wrestling thing. And that's why I'm going to treat it as pretty much as much as so. That's what I meant to say.
Quick question, I'm sorry.
To be, the fact that Dean, he makes it clear that his intent is to change minds of the audience members that might just not know. He doesn't care too much about directly changing the callers' minds.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I heard you say about like the National Guard coming into cities. What's your problem with that?
I don't know, because I'm not sure, like, how do you gauge that? Like, honestly, I've had this where I've changed people's minds and it mattered. Like, dude, that shit, that is the most validating feeling to have when, like, doing this type of content, is when I do have somebody get a hold of me either privately or even through chat saying, yeah, you changed my mind.
It's illegal.
Elaney, actually, over on Twitch, she did that just on Friday and explained, it's like, no, like, she came from a pretty Trumpian way of looking at things, and
in many scenarios.
You said it's illegal, but what's your issue with it?
Well, it's because it's unconstitutional, therefore I take issue with it. I think it's going to be dictatoresque to unconstitutionally declare your secret police into cities to aggravate citizens.
Do you live in any of the major cities to see what was going on beforehand, before the National Guard was brought in?
Are you going to say crime?
Like, literally, I'm just asking, were you there, like, to actually see it, like the 3-year-old?
Yes. I mean, I was, and I can tell you right now, yeah, that's why it was bullshit.
Roads getting killed and, like, did you see it?
Oh, wait.
What?
You mean the
Did
children?
you see it?
You mean the children?
I'm just asking, did you see it? Because you guys pick and choose when you want to care about children.
Well, I mean,
God, these people are fucking so stupid.
I think that you pick and choose when you want to care
I think
about
that
children.
you pick and
God, this is like again, this is the American education system hard at work.
The reason why I think that you pick and choose is because both Austin and Houston, Texas have higher crime rates than New York City, yet Donald Trump, for whatever reason, only wants to deploy the National Guard in New York City, not Austin nor Houston, Texas, where he would have a better ability to do so because the Republican leadership of the state of Texas would bow down to his will. He doesn't care about crime or else he wouldn't be a criminal. He doesn't care about violent crime or else he wouldn't be a rapist, and he wouldn't have pardoned the 72 people that tried to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol on January 6th after smearing their shit on the insides of the Capitol and then called them patriots. Okay, matter of fact, the only reason why he's doing these things, right, is to like exercise control and power.
I'm just
because
curious.
he's not a president that wants to play by the rules.
Why do you think that he's still
all-powerful
president?
leader that wants to rewrite them. And why do I think he's still president? It's because people like you exist. They don't care about the facts. People like you exist that want to make a distinction between logic and Trump. Literally asking me earlier to take logic out of the conversation when I'm engaging with you in debate with you about your support for Trump. And people like you exist that just bow the knee and accept the tyranny for what it is because for whatever reason it makes you feel cool. Makes you feel important and makes you feel accepted just because you hear this tyrant speaking from the Oval Office, sharing beliefs with you, like fuck the immigrants, fuck the women, we need to take away their access to abortion, and fuck the poor because they don't need food stamps and they don't need health care either. Yeah, and then you have the fucking goal to call yourself a Christian. It's embarrassing.
Yep. That's actually fair.
Interesting. All of that was your words, though. Nothing I said, so.
Oh my God, she's so fucking... This is why I couldn't do these debates, because it's just like,
I can't really defend that.
Wow, your stupidity has really, it's tested my limits.
It's like you tried to back me into a corner to where I didn't have anything to say, but it's really not gonna work.
I do love when he gets a good faith caller, though, because he ends up having actually really good discussions that are void of any of these stressors for us.
Honestly.
Okay, so then
we just have two different opinions on it. Honestly, you don't have a Christian mindset. I do.
Wait, I have a question. Was it Christian to
I can
refuse to fund food stamp
literally
benefits?
do
Well,
this
I feel as
with
though
both.
that food stamps is assistance. It's not. Nobody is owed food stamps. It's assistance. Assistance means to help. It's assistance.
Is it Christian? Is it Christian to help?
Assistance.
Is it Christian to help?
Very.
Okay, so then it wasn't Christian when he refused to help Trump on doing
but
so by
but the
denying to
reason
keep
is
13 million children from starvation by funding food stamps using the taxpayers' dollar.
Okay, so when it came to food stamps and the reason that they said they would stop funding food stamps, what did they say the reason was?
He didn't give a reason. He just said,
What did
"Fuck
they
it.
say the
We're not
reason
gonna- we're gonna
was?
stop funding
No,
them. We're not gonna. We're
they
gonna
didn't
refuse
say
to
that.
abide
They
by
said
this
that
court order."
people, but that's not true.
I would just call these types as morons
But they said
and
that
move
people-
on. I would be too angry to deal with any types of Trumpers, Christians for Trump.
People
I
were
mean, for real.
misusing them. People were being
Like I've been saying this though, like about the Christians of convenience that are all about themselves, and they have never read the Bible. They don't even listen to their pastor. All they care about is I chose to believe in Jesus, and Jesus is a Republican.
greedy.
That's,
And when it
that like seriously is kind of the end of it. That's where they just park the car. And that's it.
comes to being a Christian is greed. What do they say about greed in the Bible?
God, these motherfuckers really are just the types to throw it in park in the middle of a freeway.
Like you're not
Just be like, I'm done driving.
Oh, yeah, they
You're
say
picking and
they say
choosing.
we need a
You're
greedy
picking and
billionaire to
choosing.
serve as our president. You're picking and choosing. Please go ahead and
You're
tell me. Go ahead and tell me how the 13 million American children that are actually still starving because the government's not reopened and he's still refusing to abide by said court order to feed them. Right? Go ahead.
Did he see Trunks and DBZ and just go, that hairstyle?
And tell me how they were too greedy.
Say that again. I was reading the comments. Go ahead.
Yeah, 13 American children are relying on food stamps in order to eat and not starve, right? And Donald Trump is refusing to feed benefits for them, right? Tell me how they're.
Can you pull up a clip? Can you just pull up a clip of the president saying, "I'm going to leave children to starve"? not a tweet, not a text, not clips of someone else, out of his mouth. Pull that up and put it on the live, and I will shut up.
Wait.
Pull that up.
It's funny she says that because the thing is, Dean used to be both MAGA and a Christian.
Because you
I
guys
didn't know he
always
was
say
ex-MAGA.
that he says that. So pull up the clip of him saying that out of his mouth.
Wait, are you denying that the Trump administration is refusing to abide by the litigation set forth by a judge in New York?
I don't think that they can process that Jesus was Middle Eastern.
Please, can you pull it up?
Can't unsee trunks. Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, for sure. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. Are you denying that the Trump administration is refusing to fund food stamps using contingency emergency funds from the USDA for 42 million Americans, including 13 million American children, in violation of a court order from a judge in Rhode Island?
She's hiding behind religion. Just pull up the clip.
We need to get on the same page. Are you denying that the Trump administration? I'm just asking you. Are you denying that the Trump administration is? I just need to see where we're at. I need to see where. I need to see where we're at. I need to see where we're at. Are you saying that the Trump administration is refusing to do this? Are you saying that the Trump administration is refusing to do this?
You are pulling up a big accusation, but you have nothing to back it up.
Kakarot, all I said was I wanted to seize the means of production. Do you not agree?
Out of his mouth. I just want.
Gee, Vegeta, I don't know. I think that if we seize the means of production, that would really upset a lot of people. I think that we should stick to the center.
I want to see it. That's all.
Kakarot!
Okay. That's all I'm asking for.
Okay, yeah,
I want to hear it.
Yeah, for
I just want to hear it.
Just go on Google, type in the Trump administration's refusal.
No,
to feed
I want
American
you to put
families.
it on here just like you were putting everything else on the screen. Why can't you put that on the screen?
Okay, you want me to put it on the screen?
Of him saying that.
What's the GDP? Over 9,000!
Of him saying it. It's an action of the administration.
What? 9,000?
That he's going to leave children
We must do business with them.
to starve.
We must initiate a treaty immediately.
Action that the administration did.
Get the side
It wasn't words. It was an action.
Wink,
You know what I'm
wink.
saying? Can you pull that up, though? I just want to see it.
Oh, for
Because
sure.
I'm not really...
Man, who runs this country? Yamcha?
not really consumed by this stuff, so I kind of understand what y'all are saying, and it sounds pretty evil, but I haven't seen it, so I would like you to pull it up.
Yeah,
for
of
me.
course. No.
My brain is leaking out of my ears.
That's fine.
I mean, this woman is astoundingly stupid. If I heard this across from me, like at a dinner table, I would just could you imagine going on a first date with her and like having this conversation? Holy fuck.
Do that. Give me 30 seconds.
All I'm asking.
Yeah. That's fine. All right. We got the
Actions of actions speak louder than words, yada, yada, yada. Man, y'all say anything. I don't listen to none of that.
You say anything, and of course you don't listen to facts. We know.
Look up.
Go on and read
I'm
that.
very well. Trump administration again asks Supreme Court. Where is the children starving? Like, you guys lead off with like the craziest statements, but I want to see that backed up. I want to see like what you said on the article, not this. That's not graphic enough for me.
Okay.
Notice how he's calming down now that she seems like she's genuinely curious.
That's also fine.
Really are listening by reading these
I know how that goes.
comments.
Okay, we got this graphic. Let's go to throw this.
I can actually sympathize with Dean on that one. Where all of a sudden you're just like, you know what? I had that with Honeybee over on Twitch. If you guys remember, that's exactly how it happened with her. Where it was just, I was watching her content because of the chemtrail stuff, which again was something. But then we started getting like into some like political debates, specifically about like MAGA coming into Canada, and I kind of changed her mind a little bit, just because it was like I started just saying like, all right, do you not hear about a lot of this stuff, or like, do you not see any of this content? And it really was kind of a show in how the algorithm kind of keeps everybody in their bubble.
Why are you yelling? Y'all, I'm sick. If you can't hear it in my voice, I'm not meaning to yell. I'm sorry.
There you go.
If this is the snap diagram from what I'm seeing, the percentage that's the highest on here is adults. Right?
Well, actually, no.
I thought you made the argument about children, though. That says majority adults.
Okay, so you're right. It is majority adults.
Okay, so what about the children? I care about the children now since you led with that. This is adults. Starving children don't really sit right with me, but this is saying mostly adults.
Okay, so
who feeds
so
those
let's do the
kids,
math
dummy?
here. There's 42 million
these
people
kids
on
go
food stamps.
grocery shopping
okay,
by
and it looks like
themselves?
out of that 42 million people, 27.7 plus 11.1, which would be 38.8. 38.8 of the 42 million recipients of food stamp benefits are children, right?
Okay, I'm listening.
So then if we take 38.8% and we multiply that by 42 million to determine how many of the SNAP recipients are children, we're going to get a number, right?
She's so close.
Go ahead.
Okay. So
wow, so F adults who are hungry?
that number would
I mean,
be
according to her, yes.
16,296,000. So in other words, 16,296,000
Again, people with disabilities don't exist to people like her.
American children are going without
Or
food
shouldn't.
because the Trump administration is refusing to abide by a court order to feed them. That's math.
That's math.
I'm glad you did the math.
Oh my God, she didn't listen to a single word that he said. She was reading the fucking chat.
I'm glad you did the math.
Yeah, me too, because this whole time I've been saying 12 million starving children. No, it's 16.
Yeah, I mean, if children are starving, then you have it on that.
Right.
I can't defend that. That's not Christian.
Not at all.
I would hope you don't think I'm a bird brain that would be like, yeah, I still support
you kind of
Trump. He's starving children. No, that's wrong.
So you don't support Trump?
I see a big yellow bird walking on my screen. I'm thinking it's you.
Not if he's starving children intentionally. No.
Holy crap.
This is the guess
Like a
that
toucan
changes
Sam over here.
their mind? Wow, hitting us out of fucking left field. Glad you got there, Amanda. Glad you got there. That's the guess that changes their mind? Wow, that's crazy. Good. Well, can't be mad at that. Fucking can't be mad at that. Holy cow. Wow. I am surprised. That's the guess that changes their mind. I gotta say, that one hit me out of left field.
Okay, that was it was random. It was worth it. It was all right. Didn't love it, didn't hate it. Just will say, man, yeah, I'm starting to realize how much of that content's not really for me. Mike Johnson gets bad news after Marjorie Taylor Greene's resignation. Is it actually bad news for him or not? Obama number. Here.
In a signal of yet more bad news to come for Trump, Mike Johnson, and the GOP, Punchbowl News is reporting this morning that the retirement announcement by Marjorie Taylor Greene was not the end of the retirement story, but rather just the beginning. Quote, a few other GOP members messaged us over the weekend saying that they too are considering retiring in the middle of the term. Here's one particularly exercised senior House Republican. Quote,
what the fuck is going on?
This entire White House team has treated all members like garbage, all. And Mike Johnson has let it happen because he wanted it to happen. That is the sentiment of nearly all appropriators, authorizers, hawks, doves, rank and file.
To what end, though? To hand Congress to the Democrats? This is...
The arrogance of this White House team is off-putting to members who are run roughshod and threatened. They don't even allow little wins, like announcing small grants or even responding from agencies, not even the high profile. The regular rank-and-file random members are more upset than ever. Members know that they are going into the minority after the midterms. More explosive early resignations are coming. It's a tinderbox. Morale has never been lower.
But why speed it up? Like, what? Guys, seriously, I don't understand. Why are they all quitting before the primaries? What is it about the primaries that's scaring the crap out of all of them? Or are they standing in solidarity? I don't think so.
To this gavel, and they will lose the majority.
So it's just now, so it's just normal now for Turd in the Punch Bowl News to be referenced. Well, I literally brought up how we have Cat Turd and Punch Bowl News being two of the biggest ways that people get their news media on Twitter. So yeah, again, we live in a dystopian hellscape.
Before this term is out. Now, a few points here. First off, excuse me if I don't feel bad for House Republicans who have spent the last 11 months contracting every single ounce of power they have to Donald Trump, that suddenly Trump doesn't feel the need to pander to them for anything. I mean, honestly, why would he? What incentive is there for Trump to compromise even an inch for these pathetic supplements who fall over themselves to show their God King who can castrate themselves faster for him? Mike Johnson and House Republicans have not shown a single fucking vertebrae between the more than 200 of them for the entirety of the Trump era. And so I guess it's a fitting end that even now... The most they can manage to do is bitch and moan in private, talking off the record to Punchbowl News, and still not be able to sack up and say anything publicly. What a pathetic.
He looks like white Josh
excuse
Johnson.
for a political party.
Yeah.
The second point,
Yeah,
I hope the White House can see the
it.
extent to which they fucked over their entire political party. They were blessed with this group of spineless sycophants who would follow them off a cliff out of blind deference to Trump. And what did Trump do with all of that goodwill? He enacted the most brazenly corrupt and kleptocratic administration in the history of this country. They took a staggering majority of support so high that Democrats were left spiraling in the wilderness and squandered it to the point where Democrats are now winning elections statewide in Georgia by 25 points. Trump vowed to usher in affordability, and yet he has so much oozing contempt for his own supporters and fans and voters that he's presided over a trade war that sent the cost of everything surging, over inflation that's been rising since March, over the gutting of Medicaid, of the ACA, of food stamps, and all the while he surrounds himself with gold leafing, with a $350 million ballroom, with a let-them-eat cake party at Mar-a-Lago. I mean, dear God, I get that Trump thinks Americans are stupid, but does he think that they're fucking brain dead? And by the way, again, not a single ill word from Republicans while all of this was happening. I truly don't know what's worse, the outright contempt for this country by Trump or the spineless complicity by the rest of the Republican Party. And of course, per usual, the only dissent that ever comes is going to come from a Republican who then announces their resignation or retirement afterwards. Marjorie Taylor Greene actually took to Twitter in response to this very story and wrote, "Fact check true, but it's worse than people inside the bubble know when you talk to real Americans outside the wicked snow globe of Washington, D.C. Myself and many of my colleagues came courageously roaring into 2025 with legislation that matched the 2024 electoral mandate, only to be totally sidelined by Johnson under full obedience of the White House. Executive orders are temporary, Q memes have not obliterated the deep state, and my colleagues constantly trying to pass loyalty tests instead of demanding what is right won't help Americans pay their rent or stop corporations from buying up homes, buy their groceries, provide good-paying jobs, and stop foreigners with visas from stealing their jobs. Stop."
Man. All right. Now it's starting to become more obvious that, I don't think she's going anywhere. She's not going to ride off in this sunset like people were saying.
American tax dollars from funding foreign wars and causes or rebuild the value of the dollar. Passing effective legislation that gets signed into law is permanent and actually solves Americans' problems. Now that House members are switching gears in the campaign...
oh my God, you control all of the House, and what is happening here? Like, this is crazy. Could you imagine the Democrats squandering their majority the way that they are right now?
And we'll be fighting for
I mean, yes, but I mean in the way that they're doing
their lives. Our legislative majority has mostly been wasted. Our best shot was the first 6 to 9 months.
Didn't even need to wait for an answer on that one.
And when Republicans likely lose the midterms, it will become total and complete political...
YouTube has been feeding me videos with less than 100 views again, this time political comedy channels. Hey, cool.
War and gridlock once.
I'm actually happy for that, but also, hey, stop stepping on my game here.
Again, the uniparty always wins no matter which way the political pendulum swings,
This is my court.
American people empty-handed. What is the convincing message for 2026 and likely 2028? It will be the American people asking candidates...
Political comedy channels, Jesus Christ.
What tangible thing have you done for me, and how did it or will it make my life better? And then actually trying to get them to vote after
now all of a sudden that's a thing.
Have failed them. Serious changes are needed, and words are unconvincing. And frankly, she's right about the failures of this government, but let's not also memory hole her complicity in all of this. No one fought harder for Donald Trump than she did. And let's be clear, Trump didn't just start ignoring Americans. Now, he has always been this way.
I do the ha-has and the yuck-yucks and the political commentary.
Remember back in 2016, he ran on ushering in a manufacturing renaissance, a jobs boom, a middle-class tax cut, a healthcare plan that was cheaper and more affordable, an infrastructure plan. None of that happened. Literally, none of it came to fruition. All he did was pass a tax cut for himself. That's it. So if you're only now realizing that Trump will lie and pose as a populist only to help himself in the end, then you're either lying to yourself or lying to everyone else. As far as Marjorie Taylor Greene is concerned, I'll let you all be the judge. So look, Republicans probably will lose the House in midterms, but I want to be clear that if they do, they will have clutched defeat from the jaws of victory. They have full control of government to enact their full agenda with zero pushback by Democrats. They've got a propaganda operation second to none in the media. They've got foreign influence accounts from all over the world with millions of followers pushing right-wing messaging. They have no reason not to succeed. And
Doesn't
yet
he
they
look
failed
like Skinny
miserably.
Hassan?
And that's not because there's some impediment to their progress. It is simply because the agenda itself is corrupt, self-serving, and fascistic. That is why it's unpopular. Not because they're not successful at enacting it, but expressly because they are successful at enacting it. This is the agenda working exactly as it's intended. And that is why people hate it. That is why Republicans' approval ratings are plummeting. That is why Democrats are overperforming by double digits in special elections across the United States. Expressly because the agenda that they're putting forward is working exactly as it's intended for the people it's intended to help.
Maybe
which
just
is to
me.
say, not regular Americans, but Trump, his donors, and his pals. So Republicans can pretend that they're mad at Trump, but remember, they brought this upon themselves. They emboldened a leader to think that he is a king. They had the ability to push back at any point. They're a co-equal branch of government, and yet they chose not to. These people are not children. They are grown-ass adults and who made the conscious decision to treat the leader of their party like the dictator that he strives to be. If they couldn't see the damage that they were causing, then frankly, they shouldn't be in Congress in the first place. So ahead of the impending retirements and resignations that Punchbowl News says are coming, let me be the first to say, I hope your children and grandchildren understand just how much you fucked this country up by virtue of your impotent...
Oh, please. Please. This idea that it's like, oh, you're going to be judged by the history books. Okay, fucking my God. We're going to... All right, so this entire generation of, you know, elementary school kids is going to be reading their little Texas Instruments history books and just going, oh, excuse me, teacher, how did the Republican Party get so messed up? Was it this guy? Was it this guy with this certain vote? Shut up. Wow, BTC pontificating, shocked. I mean, they all do it. They all do it. We all do it. I pontificate. Wait a minute. Pontification is like, that's my thing. Pontification. It sounds like a dirty thing. Hey guys, you know what he's into? He's in pontification. Ew. Right? Gross. Yeah, he's coming in for the harvest. Oh no, I want off. I want off now. Wait a minute. Oh man. Dude, that story ruined the entire night. It really did. Where's Groove Dragon? See, Groove Dragon took off and went to another stream. You see what happens, guys? You see? Yeah, except, hey. Which of those comedy shows, those political comedy shows, is also, like, rated M for mature? I don't think they are. They're all T for teen and E for everyone, because, you know, milquetoast MFers coming in here trying to step on my territory. Let me tell you something, sir. This is the house that Pep built. The house that Pep built is one where we say the word harvest and we all chuckle. As I said, now I want to move. Welcome to Pep's house. I'm moving. I'm out. I'm selling. I don't want part of this ticket. Take the whole thing. Oh, shit, I just snorted. Yeah, today has got me just... That was wild. There's just no denying just how fucked up that was. All right, we can get to the Zoran thing here in a minute. Trump will likely come after Comey again. How? Really?
A legal tongue lashing, a political setback, and an administrative embarrassment. A judge basically told the president that you can't do your retribution campaign, at least not this way, you can't. That judge ruled that the president's handpicked federal prosecutor can't lawfully do the job she was told to do and can't bring two of the cases she was handpicked to bring. She, of course, is Lindsay Halligan, who until recently had zero experience as a criminal prosecutor, but plenty as the president's personal attorney and loyal defender. The cases are the ones she brought in the Eastern District of Virginia against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James. He on charges he lied to Congress, she on...
Why do they always sound like, even when they're trying to be objective, like they can't be? Because like it sounds like they're in the hole for Trump on this one.
Mortgage relief.
Like they're always pivoting from the, oh, isn't it crazy that that they ruled against Trump? I mean, why would they do that?
They did fraud counts. In both cases, Judge Cameron McGowan Curry ruled that Lindsay Halligan was installed as interim U.S. attorney unlawfully. In the Comey case, she writes, in light of these principles, I conclude that all actions flowing from Ms. Halligan's defective appointment, including securing and signing Mr. Comey's indictment, constitute unlawful exercise of his executive power and must be set aside. She dismissed both cases without prejudice, meaning they may be brought again, providing the legal errors can be fixed. The president did not weigh in directly today, but as if to underscore how unprecedented this is, it was not the Attorney General Pam Bondi who holds the reins in this. She did not go on camera until 2 hours after the White House press secretary did.
Really?
We've seen partisan judges take unprecedented steps to try to intervene in accountability before, but we're not going to give up. And I know that the Department of Justice intends to appeal these rulings very soon if they haven't already.
Now, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt followed a couple hours later, and make of that what you will, by the Attorney General of the United States.
I'm going to keep going on this. I'm not worried about someone who has been charged with a very serious crime. His alleged actions were a betrayal of public trust.
Now, New York Attorney General James put out a statement today saying she was heartened by the victory and promising to remain fearless, as she put it, in the face of these baseless charges. As for James Comey, he weighed in on camera.
This case mattered to me personally, obviously, but it matters most because a message has to be sent that the President of the United States cannot use the Department of Justice to target his political enemies. I don't care what your politics are, you have to see that as fundamentally un-American and a threat to the rule of law that keeps all of us free.
Oh no, is Etch watching the... Oh no! No!
I know that Donald Trump will probably come after me.
I'm dead serious, guys. Enjoy that while you can. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna archive that little bit there
again,
because
and my attitude's gonna.
Yeah, I might have to edit that for purposes because we got a little while.
Do the same. I'm innocent.
The Spider-Man joke alone.
I'm not afraid, and I believe in an independent federal judiciary. The gift from our founders that protects us from a would-be tyrant.
Again, the president did not comment directly today, but his views by now are well known. He made them all but explicit a little more than 2 months ago in this posting online, which may have been intended as a direct message to the Attorney General. Quoting now, "What about Comey, Adam, Shifty Schiff, Letitia?
Can we not? Why are we ignoring the fact that he sent a DM as a tweet? Like, you do realize, again, and I hate doing this, but if Biden did that shit, that's the story right there. It's just like, this old fuck, he didn't even know what he was doing.
All guilty as hell, but nothing is going to be done. The post ends with, "Justice must be served now." Now, 5 days later, Comey was indicted. 2 weeks later, so was James. But it's not like it wasn't a long time coming if the president's words are any guide.
Comey and all this, sleazebags. Comey lied to everybody.
Brennan.
We fired Comey, that fraud. That phony, crooked Comey. Comey should hang his head.
We all know the one.
Disgrace. Comey is a dirty cop.
What, Felldog?
Comey is a...
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Corrupt.
Did you know that I was in Gremlins?
Person. One of the best...
I was also in the Goonies, all right.
Thing is firing James Comey's out of there. He's a leaker. Comey, who's the worst. They lied to
He's
Congress
a leaker.
many times. Comey and all those guys. Comey lies and leaks. He's a liar and he's a leaker. Is this guy being looked at? But we're going to straighten it out.
The president on James Comey over the years, and here's some of his thoughts about Letitia James.
By the racist Attorney General of New York State, Letitia
I managed to suppress it somehow.
We have a racist Attorney General who's a horror show. She's got serious Trump derangement syndrome. James ought to be looked at. All they do is want to go after political opponents.
Interesting he put it that way. And with us here, CNN chief White House correspondent and anchor of The Source,
the Joker,
Caitlin Collins.
With her, it's like when Jack Nicholson put on the skin makeup.
As we just heard there.
She wipes and all of a sudden it's just the clown makeup.
The president hasn't been shy about expressing his feelings over James Comey and Letitia James in these cases over the years. So is it clear how he's viewing this tonight?
I mean, obviously the White House saw this coming. The president himself, though, is unhappy with this. I mean, obviously they're blaming judges here. That's what Caroline Leavitt was saying. We're not that surprised by how this has played out. And it was clear that there were going to be huge challenges. to Lindsay Halligan's appointment as the U.S. attorney. This actually doesn't have anything to do with her qualifications. It's the fact that she's the second person put in this position on an interim basis.
Guys, if you don't know, Etch and Chat here, I think, is a little bit behind, and oh boy.
That is what the issue that the judge had here. But as for the White House and the DOJ and what they're going to do next here, I do think it was notable that the press secretary responded before the attorney general had on this matter of what the next step was. Pam Bondi did say they are going to appeal it, but the real question is whether or not they are going to refile these charges against James Comey and Letitia James. And I've been talking to people about that this evening. It's not clear that they have a plan yet of what that's going to look like. But if you remember, John, when they first indicted Tish James here in this case, it completely caught the Justice Department off guard. They did not know that was coming.
Nobody's walking out of this stream that watched that without, at least, you're going to think about it one time tonight where you're just going to be like, oh.
Coming that day. They knew it was in the works, but the day that Lindsay Halligan actually went to the grand jury to pursue that, caught the White House and caught senior leadership at the Justice Department off guard by that. And so it kind of shows you how there's not really just a clear
every time
plan
we see RFK now, we're all just going to be
There's
like,
a lot of factions inside the Justice Department right now that are competing for the White House's attention.
Sitting there blowing bubbles.
And so it's not really clear actually what the next step here is going to look like.
You know, I too thought it was notable that Caroline Leavitt spoke before the Attorney General of the United States. I was trying to say that before. I wasn't as eloquent as you. Any sense of a timeline here? Do they feel like they have to make a decision quickly?
I think the president will probably want to see action here. But I think, there is a scenario here, and I was talking to Trump sources about this a few weeks ago when this played out, that they did believe that a judge would intervene and either say Lindsay Halligan was put in that position and it wasn't legal, it wasn't justified.
Wow.
And that would actually be a way out for Lindsay Halligan to not actually have to prosecute these cases and go the full extent, because a lot of people at the DOJ don't actually think the case against at least Tish James has merit.
That was funny.
And so they were saying, actually, it could be a way to...
I just want you to...
So please the
I don't want to repeat any of it. Just...
President, because you can still blame it on a judge and say the judge stood in the way.
My harvest.
But it actually accomplished what he wanted, which was to target his foes. So we'll see how they decide to proceed here.
It's a lot of legal activity just to satisfy the president. Caitlin Collins, thank you very much for that. We'll see you at the top of the hour for The Source.
You do know that if he ever uses that word.
Attorney General Pam Bondi also weighed in on interim U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan's future after the judge said her appointment was unlawful. Listen again.
We have made Lindsay Halligan a special U.S. attorney, so she is in court. She can fight in court just like she was, and we believe we will be successful on appeal. And I'll tell you, Lindsay Halligan, I talked to all of our U.S. attorneys, the majority of them around the country, and Lindsay Halligan is an excellent U.S. attorney, and shame on them for not wanting her in office.
All right, with us now, former federal prosecutor and CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig and former chief judge for the U.S. Middle District Court of Pennsylvania, John Jones. Counsel, let me just start with you here. How embarrassing is this when a judge rules that the person who was appointed by the Justice Department isn't there legally?
Let's put it this way. DOJ has now lost both of its two highest profile cases with one fell swoop, and they lost it because of incompetence, because they didn't install Lindsay Halligan into office in the proper way. And by the way, and this goes to the clip we just saw of the Attorney General, they knew they screwed up. The Justice Department knew they screwed up. And here's how we know they know. Because after they installed Lindsay Halligan, they tried to issue a memo a couple weeks later saying, well, actually, we call her this thing called a
it's just like
special attorney.
Oh, my God, ageist? Yeah, no shit.
To the Justice Department.
That's what I was saying. I'm like, man, this guy's against 70-year-olds getting their freak on. That's, I mean, the contents of that story were crazy, but that was the one hot take from Kyle. I was just like, yo, dude, what the hell?
Yeah, it doesn't work that way. You don't get to issue something 2 weeks later and say, this goes back.
Sorry, we are focusing too much on the Kyle Kulinski story, which, dude, that is going to be an infamous bit now. I don't think we're getting away from that one.
To 2 weeks ago. So it's a screw up at the most fundamental level. And for now, these cases are dead.
Yeah, I mean, what even is a special U.S. attorney in this case? That's what Pam Bondi was referring to.
Yeah, it's a way to...
Let's check out here looking like a Terminator.
Really try to end run this ruling, to try to say,
Come
well,
with me
maybe
if you
this
want to
person
get
isn't
out.
The temporary U.S. attorney.
I do not even have a legal license to be here.
Top federal prosecutor in the district, but...
I have the grand jury testimony.
They're just generally exercising the attorney general's power. So they're trying to fix it, but...
Are you an attorney? Yeah.
It's too late.
All right, Judge Jones, I want to bring you in here. The judge did toss out the case without prejudice, which leaves open the possibility that the cases against Comey and James can be brought again, alleging the same conduct. How hard would that be?
Well, I think, John, in the case of Letitia James, because there's what's called a savings clause that gives a 6-month window that the charges could be brought again. I'm not so sure in the case of Mr. Comey. Even though it's without prejudice, I think there's a very creative and possibly strong argument that the statute of limitations has run in that case. The judge used the phrase void ab initio as it related to...
Okay. Long and short of it is, even if Trump wants to go after Comey, he probably can't. Okay. That's enough of that. That was a Buster-oo on a story, because I was just like, oh my god! Major L for Trump. What? No way! Alright. Take a breather. Oh my god. Before we, Okay, I'm back. LOL. Jeez. It was a lot. It was a lot. We don't even have Pete. Yeah. This is quite the spicy segment there. I must say. This man over here pulling the amateur hour, acting like he is somehow outraged. You know, people out here surprised that we blowing butt bubbles, but that's how we blow the bubbles in the party home. Don't you know? It's coming out like a smoke machine, yeah. Little did you know that we actually take turns. We suck out the butt bubbles, and then we blow them back to each other, and then we go, oh, we blew the butt bubbles. Oh, so stinky, yes. Okay, I'm done. I'm fucking done. I don't want to do this anymore. Wow. Okay. Oh, man. Everyone, that's... Whew. Damn it, Peter. Yeah. You thought that you could keep me... thought you could keep me down. You're going to have to hold me down a little bit harder. Harder. I said harder. Come on. What are you? Woo! The stream has gone so far sideways. Yes, it has. I feel bad for anybody that's here for the politics right now, because I don't think there's any going back. I think it's all fun half now. This turned me into Bobcat Goldthwait, because now I'm like, ow. This is... How are we gonna learn what we have learned about RFK Jr. and how we can't just go back? We can't take it back. There's no time. Marty, we have fucked up the timeline. Modern politics, folks. The fact that was a political story is just, it's just my kind of politics. Yeah, that is my my sidekick's nickname is Mr. Flouching. It's just a dude on a dog collar going, why don't you be quiet? Oh my god. Fucking, I don't. Okay, I'm over it. I'm sorry. Oh man. I feel bad because again, if Groove Dragon comes in here, he's just going to be like, what? No. He does he literally does the Abe Simpson where he walks in and grabs the head and walks out. Woo. Okay. Nevada has an issue on the ballot for legalizing abortion the way Roe v. Wade did, up to fetus viability. Thanks so much for that. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, guys. You are welcome for the gift of the little bit of laughter, but also, yeah, if I have to suffer with this, you do too now. Oh my God, you're still doing this, Groove? Probably. It would be in all caps, but yes. That would be more accurate. Oh. Oh, God. So much. That was just... Ew! These are the kids that are gonna grab your face. I don't want to think about this anymore. Oh my God. I wasn't prepared for this tonight. Like you said, this stream went completely sideways. Yeah. The way we like it. No. You stop it. Stop it. I'm just gonna put the kibosh on this right now. We're done. I need help understanding one of my ballot measures though, because I think I understand it, but it could be wrong. Oh, thank God. Thank God Sylvie's out here talking about politics and getting us to get off this the spiral that I'm going down. If politics is WWE, we're getting the Attitude Era. Oh yeah. Bra and panty matches for sure. Thank you, Sylvie. No, thank you. For real. Thank you. I needed that. Let's get the show back on track here, even though we're going into the fun half. Technically, I really feel like we should have covered that one in the fun half. But here we are. This has been a show. Oh, this has been a show. Oh, boy. Dude, I thought that story was over. I reported on that. Like, God, okay. How long ago did I report on that? Like, that had to be damn near a year ago. No, it had to be over a year ago because it was right before the election, so it was over a year ago. No one expected it to be that? No. The end of the world will come as we talk about some unhinged shit on the internet, and I'm here for it. Cheers. Truth. It's literally just gonna be... the fact that I said meat. All right, I'm done. Fuck. All right, guys, where are we going with this? Where are we going? We got the Zohran Mamdani thing I want to watch with him on Adam Freeland, but we're not going to watch that quite yet. We're going to do something else. Whew. I have not seen this. Okay.
We're learning President Trump is planning to unveil a new health care proposal. And at this point, we're still waiting to know exactly what's in it. But we're told it could include a temporary extension of the Enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies, which are due to expire at the end of the year. They were at the center of the...
So he's literally going to just repackage the ACA and call it Trump Care. That's all he's going to do. God damn it. This guy is so predictable.
The government shutdown. However, the subsidies could come with some fresh guardrails that could include new income limits and a requirement that everyone pay some form of a premium. Now, we should note that if the subsidies do expire, millions of Americans are expected to see their premiums more than double next year. Zach is joining us now. He's a professor of health.
I just got the news that ours is going up 17%.
Health policy at Yale University. Zach, thanks for
It's
being
really, really specific.
here. As I noted, we are very much still waiting for specifics here.
Unlike theirs.
This has actually been, sorry, Zach, we're getting breaking news while I'm talking to you. I have learned that the White House has postponed its expected unveiling of this new health care proposal.
Okay. If anything sums up Trump and like healthcare, it was that right there. Like, oh yeah, we're expecting this new proposal today. It's gonna be great. Oh, we have a update. They're postponing the proposal. Okay, people, let's be as fair as we possibly can to Mr. Trump and just be like, he's gonna fix this because it's not something he broke. He's gotta love the media and just. I'm turning into Cenk Uygur. I really am. I'm just turning into that guy where it's just like the mainstream media fucking sucks. Oh my God. They suck harder than RFK doing his little party trick. Waka waka. Okay. We have a little bit until the 420 fun half, so we're gonna keep it business classy, if you know what I'm saying. I witnessed the case against Comey imploded in court. Here we go.
Lindsay Halligan is an insurance lawyer with no experience as a prosecutor. Donald Trump handpicked her to lead his political revenge tour in the justice system, and it just imploded. I know because I was in the room where it happened. Turns out former FBI Director James Comey may have never actually been indicted. This was such a shocking revelation that I felt cosmically compelled to memorialize the hearing in a courtroom sketch. Yeah, that's real. I did that. I mean, who needs
There's something endearing about that.
cameras in the courtroom when you've got that? But this bombshell is not the only problem the prosecution is facing. In just a few weeks, Halligan managed to rack up more catastrophic legal oopsies than most prosecutors see in an entire career. She discussed sensitive case information with a legal journalist. A magistrate judge accused her office of, quote,
Oh yeah, that's right. She's the one that she sent the private info to.
indict first, investigate later.
Which it has been speculated was after a few, glasses of Pinot.
There's a looming ruling that could toss the case for vindictive prosecution, and now there's the mind-melting possibility that the final indictment against former FBI Director James Comey was never actually voted on by the grand jury, potentially invalidating it. Halligan's case against Trump's #1 political target didn't just go off the rails, it went into the ravine.
That's kind of a funny 3D animation.
And exploded in the flames of incompetence. So, let's break down Lindsay Halligan's no good, bigly bad week. We've all seen the headlines. James Comey indicted on criminal charges. But here's a question. Was he?
Yeah, but was it as bad as RFK Jr.'s?
Because after last week's hearing, there is a very real possibility that the answer is no. Not legally, not at all. To indict James Comey, Lindsay Halligan needed to convince 12 grand jurors out of a minimum of 16 that he probably committed a crime. Typically, that's not that hard for prosecutors to achieve. So, when she marched into the grand jury room, she brought a draft indictment with 3 possible counts. First, a false statements charge alleging Comey lied to Congress when he said he didn't remember being informed of a so-called Clinton plan to tie Trump to Russia. Second, a false statements charge alleging Comey lied when he said he never authorized someone at the FBI to speak anonymously to reporters. Third, obstruction of justice. But when the grand jury foreperson returned the paperwork in open court, things got really weird. 2 different indictments were handed up to the judge. Indictment number 1.
My hair is the same color as hers right now. I tried to refresh with a color called Sunset Orange. It turned out red like that, not orange.
Was a 3-count indictment.
Honestly, most people go for that and get orange, so that's kind of funny.
With a report saying that the grand jury, quote, did not find an indictment in this case. In grand jury terms, that means a no bill, as in the grand jurors rejected it. Indictment number 2 was a separate 2-count indictment, which was marked as a true bill, which is grand jury speak for, we voted on this version and found probable cause to indict. The magistrate judge was baffled by this. Nothing on indictment number 1, the 3-count version, indicated that only count 1 had failed. Instead, it looked like the grand jury rejected all 3 charges. The foreperson had to handwrite an annotation on the spot, clarifying that only count 1 was a no bill on that indictment. The magistrate ended up accepting indictment number 2, the one with only 2 counts on it. So this was all just a simple clerical error, and the 2-count indictment that the magistrate actually accepted is still legal, right? Maybe not.
Oh my God, dude.
This is actually uncharted territory, and it could lead to the whole case getting tossed. All of this came to a head when Judge Nachmanoff held a hearing on Comey's motion to dismiss for vindictive prosecution. And I was there to watch it all go down. Here's what happened. Halligan entered the courtroom with her 2 reinforcements from North Carolina, Assistant United States Attorneys Tyler Lemons and Gabriel Diaz. Comey arrived with legal heavyweights Michael Dreeben and Pat Fitzgerald. These guys are absolute legends in the world of federal criminal defense. Seriously, Google them. Meanwhile, I'm sitting in the gallery watching what feels like a lawyer WWE smackdown. Team Comey's argument was strong.
Dude, she's actually like, she's talking about it the way I would talk about a wrestling match, so.
He claims the prosecution only exists because the president hates his f***ing guts. And that's pretty hard to argue with. The man does have a decade's worth of presidential tweets to back it all up. In response, Lemons, the guy arguing for the government, did everything he could to lean on the supposed legitimacy of the grand jury. He emphasized, quote, a grand jury of the defendant's peers indicted him, not the U.S. attorney and certainly not the president. That's when Judge Nachmanoff asked what should have been a simple procedural question. Was the 2-count indictment ever shown to the grand jury and voted on in the grand jury room?
That is when Tyler Lemons, the prosecutor, standing next to Lindsay Halligan, the U.S. attorney, who was also seated at counsel table, says, standing in front of you right now.
Hey, it's Cookie Monster's killer.
Translation, the 2-count indictment, the only indictment Comey is facing, was never shown to the full grand jury.
C is for coma. It's not where I want to be.
It was never voted on. It appears to have been simply signed in the courtroom during the return of the indictment. So my eyes immediately go to Lindsay Halligan, who just sits there silently without disputing
with that stupid face, exactly.
Any of this. And if this is true, then the indictment against James Comey was maybe never properly returned under the Fifth
When
Amendment.
life gives you lemons.
And that's bad news bears for Halligan and Trump because the
Make orange juice.
statute of limitations expired a while ago, which means the government cannot re-indict Comey if the case gets tossed out. So this isn't just a screw up because of a typo. This is a prosecutorial extinction level event. And the government's response did not help. In the immediate aftermath of this hearing, Halligan tried to limit the damage. Later that same day, prosecutors filed a letter saying Halligan had presented a 3-count indictment. The foreperson reported that jurors did not indict Comey on count 1. The foreperson also signed a 2-count indictment reflecting the charges the grand jury supposedly approved. And the surviving 2 counts were identical to the original counts 2 and 3, just renumbered and on a new document. Confused? I was, and so was the court. And this still didn't show that the full grand jury ever saw or voted on the actual 2-count indictment filed with the court. Then, the very next day, Halligan and Lemons abruptly reversed course. In a filing titled Government's Notice Correcting the Record, they suddenly claimed the grand jury did vote on the true billed 2-count indictment.
Boo, TT, it's cookies.
It was essentially an attempt to unsay what they had clearly said in open court just one day earlier. So how
I need to train the TTS better.
did the Comey case get so catastrophically messed up that we're now unsure whether an indictment even exists? To answer that, we need to rewind a little bit. But first, if you feel like this is emblematic of a new golden age of fraudsters and lawlessness that we're all living in, now is probably a good time to wipe all your personal and private information off the internet. Your cell phone number.
Incognito.
Back in September, Trump pressured U.S. Attorney Eric Siebert to file criminal charges against Comey. Siebert refused because there was no there, and he was forced to resign. Trump then plucked Lindsay Halligan from her White House job de-wokeifying the pandas, don't ask, and installed her as the new U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. That's one of the most important prosecutor's offices in the country, and within a week on the job, Halligan dove straight into carrying out boss man's orders, charged James Comey with crimes. Any crimes. There was one teensy tiny little problem.
What up, Kenzie? How you doing?
The statute of limitations was about to expire, and no career prosecutor in the entire office would touch this case with a 40-foot pole. So Halligan took matters into her own hands. She charged into the grand jury room herself and somehow convinced the jurors to return what appeared to be an indictment. It alleged Comey lied to Congress during his September 30th, 2020 Senate Judiciary testimony, and that he committed obstruction of justice during that same testimony. According to prosecutors, Comey testified that he had, quote,
"Have you ever authorized someone else at the FBI to be an anonymous source in news reports about the Trump investigation or the Clinton investigation?"
No.
The government insists this was a big fat lie. They believe Comey really did authorize someone at the FBI to be an anonymous source. This guy, Dan Richman. Richman is a Columbia Law professor, former federal prosecutor, longtime friend of Comey, and, at one point, a special government employee advising the FBI on encryption issues. He was also, crucially, Comey's personal attorney. Richman officially resigned from his FBI SGE role on February 7th, 2017. That date, extremely important. Circle it, highlight it, tattoo on your heart, because 3 of the 4 communications that the government based their case on happened after Richman resigned on that magic date, February 7th, 2017. So he literally can't be the mythical FBI guy at the FBI because he was no longer employed at the FBI. Sorry.
Dude.
The one remaining 2016 email thread, as I reported for Lawfare, internal FBI records strongly suggest Richman's SGE status had already lapsed by then.
Why are they so bad at everything? At everything. Like, they're so incompetent. Like, again, could you imagine if they had, like, a semblance of intelligence to commit this stuff?
That means,
and if they had somebody that was qualified for that,
Richman probably was not employed at the
I think
FBI
anybody who is qualified
during
wouldn't
any
do
of
it,
the communications
they realize
that the
just how
government relies
feckless
on
it is.
in their case against Comey. And that's kind of a problem, kiddo. Like, your entire case is built on a fiction problem. Because if Richman wasn't at the FBI, then Comey didn't lie when he said he'd never authorized someone at the FBI to be an anonymous source. And we're not even done there. The 4 sets of communications prosecutors cite, none of them actually show Comey authorizing Richman to serve as an anonymous media source about the Clinton investigation. So that raises the obvious question. Where exactly is the lie Comey told? I've been looking and I cannot find it. And here's the wild part. As bad as all of this is, and it is bad, it's still not Lindsay Halligan's biggest problem. With the government's core theory hanging by a thread, you would think the prosecution would move carefully,
20 seconds.
methodically even. But dear viewer, I'm here to tell you they did not. That brings us to Halligan's no good, very bigly bad week, and it all starts with this guy, Judge William Fitzpatrick. Now, Fitzpatrick isn't actually the presiding judge in the Comey case. That's this guy, District Judge Michael Nachmanoff. Fitzpatrick is a former federal prosecutor who was appointed as a magistrate judge in 2022. As a magistrate judge, Fitzpatrick handles the less glamorous but structurally important work like warrants and discovery disputes, so trial judges like Nachmanoff can focus on the avalanche of major motions Comey's team has filed. Selective and vindictive prosecution, literal truth, fundamental ambiguity, unlawful appointment, the full buffet. That's probably why Nachmanoff sent what seemed like a routine issue to Fitzpatrick. The government's request for a filter protocol to review potentially privileged materials seized from Dan Richman years earlier during a leak investigation called Arctic Haze. A filter protocol is a process for separating attorney-client privilege material so that prosecutors don't see anything they're not legally allowed to review. The Arctic Haze probe was an FBI investigation into how classified details about its earlier investigation into Hillary Clinton's use of a private email server ended up in a 2017 New York Times article. Since the article quoted Richmond by name, the FBI scooped up a sprawling set of data from his electronic devices. Think emails, texts, documents, memos, maybe even a selfie or two. Now, investigators cleared Richmond and Comey, and they also shut down the probe in 2021. But prosecutors held on to the trove of data they had from Richmond, and they later went digging through it again, searching for anything that might support their theory that Comey lied. But remember, Richmond was Comey's attorney, and attorney-client privilege is a thing that exists. Comey never got an opportunity to assert his claims of privilege over these materials. The government even admitted this at one point. That's a problem for their case. Why? Well, for one thing, attorney-client privilege material can't be used at trial. But more importantly, it's a big legal and ethical no-no for prosecutors to knowingly pilfer through a defendant's privileged communications. So a whole lot of what's in these documents could turn out to be privileged communications between an attorney and a client.
Jesus, dude.
At some point during its review of the materials, Halligan's team suddenly realized that they were dealing with potentially privileged materials. But they really wanted to keep looking through those documents, you know, just in case there's a smoking gun or something. So they filed a motion asking the court to implement a filter protocol so that they can review and segregate these privileged materials. In response, Comey's team basically said, whoa, hold up, you're putting the cart before the horse there, bud. They argued that questions surrounding the legality of the government's access to and use of these materials has to be resolved before any filter protocol is authorized. The defense raised two main concerns to that end.
Know your privilege.
First, they argued that the government may have blown past the Fourth Amendment's particularity requirement. The original warrants for Richmond's devices only authorized searches for the Arctic Haze offenses, which were stealing government property or transmitting national defense information. But Comey isn't charged with either of those offenses. And prosecutors never bothered to get new warrants, yet Halligan's team dug through the material anyway. I guess they were operating on the warrants are just vibes theory of criminal prosecution. The second argument from Team Comey warned that a case agent who testified before the grand jury may have been exposed to attorney-client privileged communications, or worse, that the government may have used privileged material in the grand jury presentation itself. Magistrate Fitzpatrick, a former federal prosecutor, found all of this deeply troubling. During a hearing on this issue, he called out Halligan's team for having a, quote, indict first.
This camera just must enlarge hands.
Investigate later approach. That's never a phrase you want directed at you by a federal judge. Fitzpatrick then took the extraordinary step of ordering the grand jury transcripts turned over to the defense. Under Rule 6E, that only happens when there are concrete reasons to suspect irregularities serious enough to taint an indictment. And that almost never happens. But here, Fitzpatrick concluded that that threshold had been met. What the government did next was, in retrospect, a truly incredible legal own goal. Team Halligan asked Judge Fitzpatrick to review the grand jury testimony himself. They wanted
Candace
him to
is a
do
G.
that because it would, quote, confirm the baselessness of the defendant's claim that privileged information may have been shared with the grand jury.
Elma.
So, Fitzpatrick reviewed the
How are ya?
material, and then, in a move that shocked exactly no one, he still ordered the government to fork over the transcripts. That much is unsurprising. What is remarkable, though, is this 24-page opinion Fitzpatrick issued explaining his order. In the opinion, which was issued on November 17th, he sets out a litany of concerns about what happened in front of the Comey grand jury. Those factual findings lead him to conclude that the government's actions, quote, raise genuine issues of misconduct that are inextricably linked to the government's grand jury presentation and deserve to be fully explored by the defense. So what did Fitzpatrick find? A hell of a lot, actually. So let's speed run it. Prosecutors may have violated the Fourth Amendment's particularity requirement. The government didn't get a new warrant for the 2025 search. During the 2025 search, there appeared to be no precautions in place to avoid the collection of privileged communications. On 2 occasions, Lindsay Halligan appears to have misstated the law to the grand jury. Halligan suggested to the grand jury that Comey does not have a Fifth Amendment right to forego testifying at trial. He does. We teach this in 7th grade civics.
Jesus Christ.
Halligan clearly suggested to the grand jury that they did not have to rely exclusively on the record before them. They do.
If I was the Trump team, I'd look at this and just be like, oh, maybe we need a new lawyer.
And the grand jury transcripts presented to the court seemed to be incomplete. That was a lot. a real potpourri of prosecutorial misconduct. After Fitzpatrick's 24-page judicial flamethrower, you'd think things had hit rock bottom for Halligan's prosecution of Comey. But no, things were about to get much worse. Judge Fitzpatrick's opinion was a roadmap for Judge Nachmanoff to consider whether the case should even survive. After detailing a, quote, disturbing pattern of profound investigative missteps, Judge Fitzpatrick ordered the government to turn over the grand jury transcript so the defense could seek dismissal or suppression. Halligan immediately moved to block that order, and Judge...
Dude, MAGA's even getting mad at Kash Patel because they, I saw a MAGA account was behind one of the viral tweets that about Kash Patel, spending more time in like Lego cars and going on all these like, press tours with Kristi Noem, where they're just like, dude, I thought that the head of the FBI was supposed to like have a boring ass job. What the fuck are they doing?
Judge Nachmanoff granted a temporary stay, leaving the issue unresolved for now. But Fitzpatrick also wrote in his order that if a second presentment to a grand jury did not take place after Team Halligan repackaged the indictment documents, then the court is in, quote, uncharted legal territory, and that the indictment returned in open court was not the same charging document presented to and deliberated upon by the grand jury. And all of that set the stage for our fateful day in Judge Nachmanoff's court, where we learned that the grand jury never even saw the final indictment documents. Make no mistake about it, Fitzpatrick is right. This is uncharted legal territory. So Judge Nachmanoff directed both parties to address Gaither versus United States, a 1969 D.C. Circuit case that deals with defective indictment procedures. Specifically, what happens when the foreperson signs something that
That's just boring legal stuff, is what I guess Trump's team would say. Come on, Your Honor, this isn't entertaining. We were trying to get the gotcha stuff.
Actually voted on by the grand jury. Spoiler, the results don't really seem to be that great for the prosecution. The Fifth Amendment requires that prosecutors obtain a grand jury indictment in felony cases. And in Gaither, the court crafted a flat rule that grand jurors must see the full text of the indictment. But Gaither is a D.C. Circuit opinion, so it's not controlling precedent in the Eastern District of Virginia, which is where Comey's being prosecuted. Halligan, of course, disagreed that Gaither requires dismissal. In a filing, they wrote, quote, in Gaither, the grand jury never saw any version of the eventual indictment. In this case, the grand jury was provided the proposed indictment, deliberated...
She is striking me like she's from the East Coast.
...and determined that probable cause existed to believe that the defendant had committed the crimes charged in 2 counts. In other words, it's no big deal for her to edit the second indictment since the charges, quote, are identical to the second and third charges that were included in the proposed indictment that was provided to the grand jury. Halligan went on to say that the grand jury foreperson, as the representative of the grand jury, endorsed the revised 2-count indictment by signing it and explaining on the record in open court that the indictment reflected the vote of the grand jury. In other words, Team Halligan just made a little bit of a clerical error that doesn't prejudice Comey in any way. At least that seems to be what they're going with for right now.
Really?
On the other hand, Comey's lawyers have not yet filed a brief detailing their take on how Gaither applies. But I'm calling it right now. They're going to file a motion to dismiss. At the hearing, one of Comey's lawyers, Michael Dreeben, argued, quote, if the operative indictment in this case was never shown to the grand jury, then no indictment was returned before the statute of limitations expired. And that would be a complete bar to further prosecution. And Dreeben's probably right. If Halligan really did bungle this in the grand jury room, then Comey isn't just not guilty. He's unprosecutable because the statute of limitations has already expired.
Oh my God, Lindsay Halligan really is one of the worst lawyers ever.
And there's nothing the government can do to...
This is what happens when you get an insurance attorney to go after your political enemies. Fuck around and find out is legitimately what happened in this case.
Fix it. So in the end, the legal reality might be this. James Comey was never charged with a crime. And Lindsay... if you want to talk to me about it, just text me.
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get
Nice. Just remember, guys, that she was the attorney that was texting back and forth with Lindsay Halligan after Lindsay Halligan allegedly might have had, a few Pinot Grigios. Who could have seen this coming? Oh, man. Says Daredevil. Get it? That was a blind joke. Give me 1 second. Alright. We're gonna do this Adam Freeland thing. It's time. It's time. I have put this off long enough. So we got Zoran Mon. Oh, Kaz, what up, dude? Good to see you, brother. Everybody shout out Kaz in chat. Oh my God, Kaz, you missed a funny ass segment, but it was a lot. Like, it was a lot. I am likely going to have to edit the stream because of it. Like, I don't know. Realistically, Pinkerbell, you were there to kind of, I don't know, mentally transcribe it. I know you did. I know you did. Do not scrub that brain just yet, because I need to know. What would it have been? What was the word, or what was something that would have gotten me to get banned? Not banned, but you know what I mean. The heck did I miss? Dude, it was wild. They talked about RFK and what's going on with him in the news. It was Kyle Kulinski, and there were mentions of bubbles in a certain context. RFK's out there blowing bubbles. Okay. No, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I need to stop. I need to stop. Because for real, it was a lot. Some text messages came out from RFK to his alleged, not even alleged anymore, his mistress that he had, that I guess has a thing for just weird fucking dudes. I think saying might have done it. I'm just picturing the guy that does like YouTube's, the updates for the words for YouTube, and he's just like, wait, what's that? And then he goes to look it up. He's like, oh my God. Rewind and watch it while you can. We must share the brain damage. I mean, for real, guys. I'm not even joking. If you want to see that segment, you might want to rewind the stream once I start dipping, because then you guys can at least keep that up just in case. Just in case. I know. I mean, I'm keeping a close eye on it right now. I haven't gotten any warnings or anything, which usually would, yeah, live exclusive. I might have to share in the trauma. Kaz, for you, I definitely, I recommend it, but it's a lot. I keep repeating that, but holy crap, it's a lot. Hold on. Wait a minute. What? Oh, shit. Okay. I will make sure that I don't have any issues here. Okay. Anyway, we are in the fun half, folks, so let's have some fun. Fun to be had in the fun half. So much fun in the fun half. Gonna have fun in the fun half once I pull this video up. Here we go. Man, even the word drink is ruined now. There's there's a few of those that it's going to take a minute. Harvest. That's a bigger Malurant. I cannot wait to take a picture of my my door wreath. Because, again, thank you for oh my god. They literally ruined something. I hope that's not, like, forever a thing. No. Happy harvest means happy harvest. Like, you're harvesting your stuff. No. You're harvesting your plants. Your plants. Plants. I don't know why I said it like that. But no, yeah, your tomatoes. Yeah, I meant to say that. Your peppers, if you will. Oh, guys, take your guesses. Keep guessing. We're almost there. Keep guessing. Keep guessing. Ooh. Yes, a bunch of them are sinking finally. You gonna plow those plants? I don't like you right now. No. I am trying to move on here, people. There's a seed joke somewhere in there. Oh my god, I feel bad for the people that don't understand. Hey, you know what? Remain clueless. It's perfectly fine. You're happier. Just let us have the inside joke for now. Or are you guys sprouting comedy? I'm still salty that there's other political commentary channels that are trying the political comedy thing. Like, yo. Algorithm, hello. If there's already copycats, how about you push one of the best comedy podcast yeah, that's it. Yeah, the best comedy podcasts out there, not even political comedy podcasts. Why do I keep calling myself a podcast like an 80-year-old? Hey, you gotta watch that pep talks on the podcast. Yeah, he talks into a microphone and he's also on camera. Yes. He watches clips and sometimes chats with people. Yes. Okay. Not the old dude voice. Hey, this Pinky Bell. Hey, she better watch it. Pep Talks, my favorite Pep Talks, my favorite program. Turn up the dial on He's My Favorite Talkie Show. I love the talkies. I also have a nice word puzzle. Is this how comedic Padlov? Wait, is this the comedic Padlov channel? Yes, worddom. Yes, it is. Old horny dude character is Kyle's worst nightmare. Hey, I have this friend. We go to the pool parties. Do you know what happens at pool parties in a retirement community? Some pretty fucked up stuff. I once saw Agnes and Edith. They were having a felch-off. They were trying to show who could blow. Oh, god damn it. Then one of them back. I can't even get the jokes out. No. I'm fucking crying. No. Fuck.
Oh man. Oh God. They cleared out the I can't. So much better. Smells like split pea and chemo. Jesus. Nothing works me up like the smell of old leather and a little bit of. Oh my God. Whew. The split pea joke, actually. I should probably explain that I've always thought that old people smell like split pea soup. So my grandson gave me the. My grandson gave me these pills, and I'll tell you, he loves them. At a party I did, we used to play this game. We didn't know which door was what. I remember I came out of one of them, turned on the lights, and it was Al. And then we said, you know what? You live once. RFK Jr. got the wrong. I don't want. RFK Jr. walks into the retirement community. Oh, pretty wild party you got going on here. Let me teach you guys something. Oh no. No. This has gone too far. Oh, odd that I can't find the video right now. Never mind, I found it. Okay. Anyway, we're done. We're done with this. I know we're having fun in the fun half, which oh no. Don't do that. Oh, you little Snorlax. Look at you, you're so cute. Alright. Okay. Let's do this Adam Friedland video, because I gotta... Yeah, let's speed it up a little. And... Pause that. Go here.
What is it like? Like you go to the White House, right? You take a selfie on a plane.
Yeah.
No caption. That is like Drake vibes a little bit.
Hit the emoji though.
You hit the emoji.
Come on. You know where I was going.
What do you think? Like, what's the game plan there?
Honestly, I knocked out on the plane.
I mean, you looked a little bit like. That was the joke on the internet. You look a little bit like you took you hit nothing.
You can say it.
You look a little bit like you hit the edible before the flight.
Why would you
know
say
it's
that?
30 minutes. I'm
Why
sorry,
would you
Mr.
say
May.
that?
I
Why would you say that?
I don't know.
Creepy.
Hello and welcome to a very special episode of the Adam Friedland Show. I'm Adam Friedland. Because this is such a special episode, we've decided to release this episode to the public 2 days early. Additionally, we've got to give the boys some time off for Thanksgiving. I'm such a good guy, wow. Also, we don't want to leave our members and patrons hanging. So starting next week, we will be commencing a weekly members-only stream, State of the TAFs. Is that what the name is? Sure. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Called State of the TAFs, where we will be taking...
I'll be starting my members-only thing, too, as far as just having a little... chat session upstairs with you guys.
It's the Adam Friedland Show, so the State of the TAFs. State of TAFs.
Anyway.
State of the TAFs. State of the Adam Friedland Show. North London Derby's on right now. EO/safety info.
Wow, he front loads
Ladies
everything.
and gentlemen, Mayor-elect New York City, Sora Mamdani, everyone. What's up? Elect. Congratulations.
How you doing?
How you doing?
Good.
It's funny, like when I met you, we just talked about sports. I wasted your time like 4 days before an election.
I thought it was great.
I know. We talked about all of our collective pain.
Yeah.
The game's on right now. The North London Derby's on right now.
3-0, baby.
You said you've been too busy. You've been too busy running for mayor to watch the games this year. Now you're making me too busy to watch.
But like, we'll get an update if it's 4.
Oh, shit. This is unprofessional.
I thought
I got someone text me.
Okay, I do love that.
Oh shit. You need to see this.
Oh no, guys.
Eyes around, how you doing, Ian, right here?
What?
I just want to say a massive congratulations on what you've achieved. The real work starts now, but God willing, you can achieve everything
that's
you've
cool.
set out to achieve. You're going to need some of that
How did you do this?
winning energy that you've got, my friend, and get behind the boys. It's a long way to go.
I'm going to cry.
You just have to stay calm, back Mikel and all the boys. Up the Gunners, baby. Take it easy and God bless, my friend.
I just got a text.
How did you do this?
My boy.
I'm just gonna watch it again.
Yeah, just watch it.
I just want to say a massive congratulations.
I love this man.
He's the best guy of all time.
Have you seen the video where he?
I don't know who that is.
He is
He
reunited
meets
with
his
his teacher.
Mr. Pigeon. I thought you was dead.
Thought you were dead.
We have okay. Here's the problem, guys. I don't want to expose you, but
I don't know, Bandit. I'm right there with you. I have no idea who that is.
It's crazy. I mean, Ian, right. Okay.
What a man.
How did I do that? I really
you
bothered.
actually- and I thought there was something wrong.
I know. Yeah. Mr. President.
I didn't know where you were going.
No, it's not a no.
How did you do that?
I knew that it was gonna be.
I love him.
I love him so much. He's the best guy of all time. You know his best.
Will you guys at least give a name? I will Google if you give a name.
Sorry, he was like a
soccer
in a
player?
factory, and then he tried to get. He's like, I'm gonna try one more time, and then he went to Crystal Palace. He got like a.
These are like the stories I would read when I was 17 and on the B team of a travel team in New York City.
What did you play? What position did you play?
I played.
Bronx Science?
I played up top.
Up top.
Yeah.
You were 9?
I think I was 23.
Okay, but you were a striker.
Yes. Yes. No relation to the number on the back of my jersey.
Okay, yeah. So they're okay.
We have like a lot of our brain is occupied by the most useless information related to this soccer.
Every
team.
day I wake up, I think about Sebastian Squillaci.
Oh my God.
Pascal Sigan.
I think about
Marwan Shamak.
Yeah, when I caught you like I'd be a little bit of a politician because I said that Ospina was giving me nightmares, and you're like Jackson Heights is in the balance.
Yeah, it's like, can you lay off my Columbia goalkeeper for a moment?
No one cares. No one cares. We're embarrassing ourselves. Okay. Well, you grew up in the Upper West Side.
Yep.
Yeah, New York City kid.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Where did you grow up?
Well, we both lived a little bit as kids in Cape Town. Yeah.
You lived in Cape Town?
Yeah. Where did you live? Observatory?
I lived in Oranjezegt.
That's where my mom
From
grew up.
96 to 99.
That's my mother grew up in Oranjezegt. Yeah. Both my parents are from Cape Town. And then
What?
I was born in LA. My dad was on a list of some sort.
You got to give me more than that.
My dad and mom both went to university in London.
Okay.
We're Jews from Cape Town.
Okay.
And then,
Shout-outs.
they met in South Africa. They met at home in Cape Town. They kept getting set up on blind dates. And she was like, this fucking guy again. And then somehow he wore it down. And then they got married, and then he got a letter.
I will not call it soccer.
That he was being sent to Angola.
Well, you got a bunch of Yankees here, so.
And so they left. They just.
When did they
packed
leave?
up
What
and
year?
left. 82.
Wow.
So
You got to spell it with your little funky UT
I was
then.
born in LA.
Okay. Have you been to
My
Cape-
dad was on an
Football.
enemies list because of the apartheid regime.
Yeah.
And so
Saying it right.
I lived there when I
Bad
was a
list to be
kid, and then I was there back. My granny's from Sea Point. None of the grannies left, and actually, an
Are they
interesting
still
thing-
there?
Granny's still there. 94. She just got a hip. You want to send her a video?
Let's do it.
Hi, Granny.
Yeah. Congrats on
your
the hip.
Congrats on the hip, Esther. Congrats on the hip. I promise. I'm trying my best in life, and no, she's very proud of me. I told her I have the mayor coming on, and no. So yeah, Madiba actually was. He was like when I was a kid, I used to write my essays like who's your hero on Madiba because like it connected me to my
a
parents.
little bit.
Because like it was like
That's
it's South African.
amazing.
Yeah. So but he
This is
went
not
to
your
our
average
synagogue
Adam Friedland,
after going to jail. He was elected. And he was like, you got to tell
interview.
your kids to come back because we need everyone to build a country.
This is
And,
not.
like, my
This
parents
is
went to-
definitely not him putting the bid on.
So why are you not following Madiba right now?
Because I had to talk to you. And I got the studio. It's fucking. It's a lot. It's a lot.
You know, last time I went back was in 2010.
2010
for the World Cup.
Do the Jabalala. Was it obnoxious?
Vuvuzela.
Yeah. Could you not hear anything?
You hate it if you're not the one doing it, and I was one of the people doing it.
You got one.
Yeah, I brought them back.
Fucking
I
loud.
brought them back.
I brought one back to
Maine.
college. Yeah. To
I
college.
went to a D3 basketball game. My roommate was on the
With the
basketball team,
vuvuzela.
and I had the vuvuzela.
Yeah.
I think I was at Bates College, and I pulled it out and I blew it, and the ref stopped the game. And he was like, "You need to fucking stop."
Yeah. And you're like, come on. Didn't you see the World Cup? Didn't you see the ball that went in all different directions?
But I was at the Ghana-Uruguay game.
No.
That's where I cried in public.
No.
Yeah, Luis Suarez.
Okay. I'm gonna fast forward just a little bit, guys.
Guys, this is like, but I was like, we're the same. Like, we're give it up for Olivia. How to communicate. Why is everyone so nervous?
Well, that's Monica.
Or Amelia, sorry.
That's Amelia.
Oh, sorry. Okay, cut that. Okay. How you? Yeah, you're mayoring people older than you.
There we
You're
go.
getting unked?
Okay, can you explain to me what does UNC stand for?
Uncle.
Someone told me it stood for uncool.
No.
It's uncle.
Off topic. My new favorite YouTube content is AI videos of dogs and cat podcasts. I've seen some of those.
You have old heads, unks, and OGs.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. You were unknown like a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, even my friends didn't know what an assembly member was.
Yeah. I still don't know, and I don't want to know, in fact. I mean, you're perhaps one of the most famous people in America right now. I mean, it's weird. Is it weird?
Yeah.
How have you adjusted to that?
I think I try and spend as much time as possible with people I knew before I was.
Yeah. The
you
day
know,
ones.
The mayor-elect.
Yeah.
And I think the nice thing about being an assembly member is I was still working in politics, but I was also walking around my neighborhood like anybody else.
Yeah.
I mean, I went to...
You went to the...
I gotta find it. I have a really good picture of my my Labrador with sunglasses.
White
and
House. Okay.
I went to the White House. I was going to tell you I went to
hat.
Dwayne Reed, but
Okay.
both of them are true.
Okay, let's start on the Dwayne Reed.
Okay, start on the Dwayne
Okay.
Reed. We went in there, pick up something from the apartment. This guy in front of us has a pack of condoms and breath mints, and he turns around and goes, "Mr. Mayor." And he looks at my wife and goes, "Mrs. Mayor."
Uh-huh.
And that's our experience now at Dwayne Reed.
Yeah, and
that's life in Astoria.
Oh, the condoms had.
I don't know.
He was like, "Mr. Mayor, I'm about to lose my virginity." Yeah.
He left it at that.
I would like you to know, I'm about to become a man.
He just gave the titles.
What does this last year feel like? And what has the adjustment been like? Like,
I mean, it's. To be honest with you, I haven't spent all that much time reflecting on it.
You should.
Because it's so go, go, go.
You should just work a lot. Have you checked the Reddit?
You sound like the inner voice.
Is there a Zoran Mamdani Reddit?
I don't know. Is there?
Probably. Don't check it though.
No.
Yeah, just don't read the comments.
No,
You'll
I
be
always
fine.
forget to put the extra /R when I'm like typing in the URL, so I don't even.
What is it like? Like you go to the White House, right? You take a selfie on a plane.
Yeah.
No caption. That is like Drake vibes a little bit.
Hit the emoji though.
You hit the emoji.
Come on. You know
what
where
do
I
you
was
think
going.
on the plane? What do you think? Like, what's the game plan there?
Honestly, I knocked out on the plane.
You slept.
Slept.
It's a 30-minute flight. I mean, you looked a little bit like. That was the joke on the internet. I don't know if I can make these jokes. You look a little bit like you took the you hit nothing.
You can say it.
You look a little bit like you hit the edible before the flight.
Why
You
would you
didn't know
say
it was 30
that?
minutes. I'm
Why
sorry,
would you
Mr.
say
May.
that?
I
Why would you say
don't.
that?
I don't know. I apologize. You walk in like he gave you a tour of the White House?
He gave me a tour of.
What was the weirdest thing he showed you?
The Oval Office and the Cabinet Room.
You could see Stan as the straight man.
He had to have shown you one thing weird.
I mean,
he could just respond with his eyebrows alone.
He showed me the portraits of all the presidents in the Cabinet Room.
Yeah, he saved the FDR for you.
The FDR was beautiful.
It was really nice.
And we talked about FDR for a little bit. And honestly, you don't have the LaGuardia record if you don't have FDR.
Yeah.
But we talked about that. I walked in. First you get there and it's just you alone, and there are two people like guiding you through to get to the Oval Office. And they're like, they want you to see this room and that room. And then I sit down waiting for the time of the meeting. And in front of me are like all these different coffee table books, and one of them is UFC at the White House.
Oh yeah, he's bringing it there, right?
I had no idea, but I was
the rose
flipping through that.
Yeah, and so you saw like guys fighting each other?
No, it was just a.
What was it? It was
visualization.
Of
like what the.
Yeah, the octagon is.
Yeah, it's gonna look like.
Yeah. Are you gonna go?
No.
Are you? Can I ask you a question? Like, how did you not laugh?
When the 135.
How did you keep the face during the press conference?
Oh.
Because we were all dying, and I'm like, my boy Zoran was like just straight face. He said, "Just tell him yes." Yeah. How did you keep that face?
Honestly, I was just thinking about New York City.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the whole time I was trying to think about the difference between if you have a White House that is working towards an affordability agenda or one that's making it harder to live in the city.
Yeah.
That's kind of what kept.
God, I mean, his answer is so consistent. At some point, it's just like, I mean, what do you think about when you are giving yourself a little bit of aggressive self-care? If you catch my drift, it's just like I think about New York because New York.
Do you feel like as if the president sees your popularity? He loves the ratings. Ton of reporters. He sees it. I think handsome. I think
Statue of Liberty. I'm telling you.
He thought handsome. Did you have eyes up here, Mr. President? You were elected because you were trusted on your policies for affordability. Do you think he's maybe a little bit trying to like swagger Jack a little bit?
What's the deal with the treats, man? Why we always gotta do a trick? Feel unappreciated, man. Sometimes.
I actually
That's
think
totally my dog.
There are a lot of places of disagreement with the president. I think.
You think I don't earn
one of the
enough?
things that was remarkable to me is.
You don't think I do my job?
Our campaign started on October 23rd of last year.
Hard
the
worker
moment
down
a lot
there.
of people, or not a lot of people, some people started paying attention, was after
Working
he
hard.
won the presidency. We did the video on Fordham Road, Hillside Avenue. We talked to Trump voters and we asked them why.
He just let out a snore.
Voted for him. They just went back to cost of living and went back to cheaper groceries.
Yes.
And that was a lot of our campaign.
And he liked that it was 1 in 10, right? That's like he
yeah,
liked.
1 in 10.
He liked.
Did you see the guy who has the MAGA from Mamdani hat?
Yeah.
Then he did the.
How'd that feel?
The MAGA from Mamdani.
Kind of badass.
It was wild. I remember I was going to step on, sound like such a possibility, everything is we. I was going to step on the stage at Forest Hills where we were doing our rally.
Did you think it was a prank?
Well, I had a member of the NYPD pull me aside and they're like, I just want you to know that there is a man in your line of sight with a red MAGA hat. We checked and he's actually sincerely here for the rally.
Oh, nice. So you really had to bring it. You had to do a Trump-style rally for him. You had to really do. You had to do YMCA. You know, this guy's accustomed to some wild rallies. This guy's accustomed to a stadium full of.
Yeah, it was just me and El Bizgar Church.
Yeah,
and somebody from MTV Lebanon.
Did you expect him to like you as much as he did?
I was trying to prepare for a lot of different situations.
I know. It's like when you're on that plane,
Come on, man.
that selfie. I mean,
Give something here.
That could have gone in any direction.
I mean,
like, did that feel best case scenario, or like, were you like?
I mean, honestly felt like the most productive meeting we could have had.
Yeah.
I mean, a meeting where we talked about ULERP, we talked about, groceries, Con Ed, rent, childcare. That feels like the best meeting you could have.
Yeah. Were Eric or Donald Jr. there?
No.
Did you worry that like to see that was maybe difficult for them?
No, I wasn't thinking about that.
Maybe it's like the hang has just been so bad. This cool guy came, and he's like, now I have to go back to these guys. Did he say, can you
he's working right now. Yeah.
Did he come up to New York and see you?
He didn't ask me that.
Oh, man. I mean, it was one of the most surreal things we've ever seen as Americans.
Robin Van Persie against Charlton, baby.
How can you not like Mamdani?
What? Fuck. Who scored?
It's funny. I love that people's main critique right now is that he's too charismatic. Kyle Kulinski tried to say that. He's like, he's too good of a politician. It's sus. He's too good of a politician.
From halfway line?
Nah, dude, he was being weird about it.
He scored from the halfway line?
Yeah, he chipped Ryan.
Why? It was off his line?
Yeah, it wasn't Ryan's fault. It was honestly just a great play from him.
Why would you say that?
Because they're not a threat.
They're not a threat.
That's famous last words. What's his time?
Okay.
73rd.
What time is it right now?
74th minute.
What time is it?
102.
Did you watch the 4-4 Arsenal-Newcastle?
Yeah, we talked about it. It was the worst day of my life. This is an interesting moment for us because we have like an opportunity to have like a snapshot of you after an historic election and prior to the assumption of
Kyle's brain's a little cooked right now. I think one
of the most
he read it to us, so yeah.
Powerful positions in America.
Oh, you mean just in general? Yeah.
Co-host of the Adam Friedland Show.
Too much
What
bleach.
made you run for mayor? Like, what made you decide to run for mayor?
I think
RFK
one of the
broke
things
Kyle.
was that I was
It was a sophisticated psyop to get Kyle Kulinski off of YouTube.
With the fact that Eric Adams, who was at that point running for re-election, was making it more expensive to live in New York City in clear ways that he had direct control over, and then pretending like he was just a bystander.
Mm-hmm.
He would write a letter in support of Con Ed when they want to increase gas and electric by more than $60 a month. He would raise the rent more than 12%.
Mm-hmm.
He would increase the water bill. He would.
But like the conditions for you,
I mean, for me,
you're like, this is the time I'm gonna run for mayor.
I think the thinking was that I wanted to make a case specific about cost of living.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of people who looked at kind of the swing of our politics and thought that the only way to beat someone heading towards the right is to head towards the right yourself.
And you felt like you were gonna win?
I felt like I had a 3% chance of winning, and that's probably giving me an extra 2 points.
Was there someone that you spoke to who said don't run?
Oh, tons.
Did your girl say that?
No, my wife.
Your wife.
Oh, you gotta.
I mean, she's still your girl. She's always gonna be your girl. Did your wife? She said run.
She was down for it.
So
that was the final
I
decision.
think that was a no.
Is she mad at you for working so much?
No,
She gets
she's
on
lovely.
you. She is a little bit.
She what?
Is she a little bit? She gets no, but it's annoying for her a little bit.
My-
She lets you
my
work
heart.
so much.
Why does he keep doing this?
Mine.
This is all
does.
permission given.
Mine doesn't.
No, but I think, to be honest with you, it's to meet someone in one stage of your life, and then to
That's
have
awkward.
your life and their life transform. Yeah. What it also just like the level of love and support it takes from someone. Yeah. I mean, I would not be able to do this without her.
She gets mad at you for working too much.
That's not what I said.
I feel like I looked into your eyes. I see a fellow brother. What was the moment you knew you'd win?
For the primary?
No, the primary and the general, I suppose.
I got 2 questions. You know, there isn't like a single moment. Yeah. There is, the funny thing to me is that in both of the elections, from 6 to 9 p.m., I thought I was going to lose of election day.
Because there was like bad like exit polling?
In the general, there was a rumor at around 6 o'clock that there were 2 major news networks that had bad exit polls and that showed Cuomo with an advantage.
He started that rumor?
I mean, definitely worked. Ruined my night. Ruined my night. Primary, I remember Kevin Elkins.
How did you fall for that?
I'm such a mark for this stuff. Kevin Elkins, who was working on Cuomo's campaign, put out a tweet like, I guess the most important thing is that everybody had fun. And I was like, oh man, this means they know they're going to win. And he's saying that to us.
He's in a room full of 4 guys as the election night party. You're in a stadium. You're in a stadium in front of a Dory fan. I think you should have looked around.
Yeah, but never. I mean, this is like, you know, being an Arsenal fan.
It's the hope that kills you.
It's never done until.
That meant so much to me. I know exactly what you're talking about.
You know what I mean? You cannot count it.
It's a reminder that you're going to die one day. It's like you think that once anytime you think something good's going to happen, it just goes away.
You have to hold
I think
your
it's
breath.
made us better people, though.
Yeah, I mean, we've had to deal with disappointment for decades.
I think if we were like Real Madrid fans, we'd be like cheating on our taxes. We'd be like, I'm gonna live forever. We have affairs, multiple families.
Create a retractable roof.
I think for us, we're like it's gonna all go away. So I have to like take advantage of the time I have. It means nothing to these people. Okay.
Wait, what's the?
4-1 as a hat trick.
Let's fucking go. Sorry for cursing. 4-1.
Sorry to me.
Wow. Hey guys, we want to thank Lucy for sponsoring this episode. 100% pure nicotine, always tobacco-free Lucy Breakers are nicotine pouches with an extra surprise. Each pouch holds a capsule that can be broken up here. I've wasted money recently on some ridiculous things. I can't go investments, 401ks, property values to get my true net worth and stay on top of my year-end priorities, like maxing out national news.
It was
story,
like
right?
through it.
And it's a crappy time.
Clip
You've made a lot of people feel like inspired. Municipal politics and like is obviously messy, right?
Yeah.
What balance in your team that you're building right now do you have between the guys that know just like the mud, you know, and then the guys that have the vision?
I think it's looking to combine that in everybody, and I think it's tough because sometimes the more fluency and experience you have in government, the less imagination you have as to what government could be, because you've had to deal with its failures for decades.
You've been in the cigar rooms,
And I think we've made a few appointments so far. The first appointment to me, Dean Foulahan, is the first deputy mayor. I appointed him, and Elle Bisgard Church is my chief of staff. Elle is somebody I've known since I've been in office. So I hired her as my chief of staff when I was in the assembly, which
she's been with you
from the jump. And she's incredible.
Yeah.
And Dean is somebody who'd been in government for 47 years. And he'd worked as a first deputy mayor before, he'd worked as the head of the budget before, he worked in Albany. And the thing that I love about him is that he's worked through all of that. And still, his orientation is how do we make a no into a how when it comes to any political problem. And that's, a lot of people lose that the longer they work in government.
Do you remember the night Obama won?
I like that.
Do you remember like how like what it felt like? We're like America is different now. You feel like to me the first generational talent that's come out of the progressive side of politics. But what we saw was like he wasn't prepared, that popularity didn't translate to legislative success. Did you take any notes from that? Did you learn from that? I mean, I'm trying to draw a parallel here.
No, I think the thing, the next challenge now is fulfilling the agenda.
Yeah.
Right? This excitement, inspiration, this hope, it will carry us through the beginning of the work, and then you have to start to deliver on the work. And I think that is actually what makes me excited, is that I actually see a path on each of the 3 key agenda points. And every time you win one of them, it validates people for believing. Because there are a lot of people who, they don't know if they should give themselves permission to hope again because of how many times they've been disappointed. And you have to prove that they were right to believe. You have to give them, if we spent an entire campaign talking about freezing the rent for rent stabilized tenants, fast and free buses, universal childcare, the urgency of starting to deliver on that, it's what makes people understand that they were right to demand more.
But is there a balance that you have to strike? Do you have to like those people that believe in you? Do you feel like there's a necessity to like, kind of inoculate them to understand it's not going to be overnight, right?
Yeah, and I think that's that.
I really hope he's successful. I think we all do.
You have to be honest about a timeline.
Yeah, I think the only people
I'm not going to tell anyone
rooting for him are old school Republicans, because even MAGA seems to be on board with this.
One of the first 100 days we're achieving these 3 things. But they have to be able to see that you
saw
are
that
working
coming
towards it, and that you can actually deliver it while you're the mayor. And that's like I've been a legislator, and the legislature, it's an incredible place for where you can craft bill ideas, vote on them, debate on them. So much of whether or not they succeed has to do with whether the executive wants to implement them. Right? You could pass it through both houses, and if you have when I first came into Albany, Cuomo was the governor, and you knew that the implementation of the law, it could be completely different than what you intended. And now I will be the executive in New York City. And that's also what gives me so much hope, is that you have the ability to follow through on so much of this. And we've been told again and again what politicians can't do. It's really what they won't do. And that's why I'm here on the Adam Friedland Show.
Yeah, thank you. There are plenty of ways they can fuck with you, right? Right? Like, and it's not only City Hall, it's like, but it's, Albany, it's DC, and it's like, it's you going out to see the president, like, showing face and showing abs, maybe. I don't know what you did. I don't know what you did in that room. Are there contingencies in place? Are you prepared for the fight? Because they're going to try to fuck with you.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be ready for it.
It's the worst job.
Question.
I don't think it's the worst job.
Why are you doing this?
Because you get to represent New York
No,
City.
it's the worst job. You get booed everywhere you go.
I mean,
I still
get booed anyway.
I saw de Blasio get booed at a Paul Simon concert.
No.
And it was like
Did
an
you really?
NPR parent family. And they're like, go fuck yourself. I was like, what? The mayor, he has to get booed. I mean, no.
I was at the Blackhawks parade. Bruce Rauner was the governor at the time. He comes out on stage and everybody was like, "Bah!"
Really? But
I mean, but like that's also what I love about like to
You
be
got
in New York,
cooked.
you're gonna hear a lot of people's opinions.
Rahm
Like, I went to a
Emanuel,
Wu-Tang
too.
concert a few months ago.
You got booed?
Well,
No.
most of the reception is like great. People are like
Yeah.
cheering, waving. They want photos. And this one guy's like, "Yo, come take a photo."
All right. If you guys want to see the rest of this, I'm going to put this in the chat. We're going to move on to something else. Here we go. That was pretty good. Also, yeah, shout out to Adam Friedland for having one of the first real interviews with Zoran, where he got to talk to him about the Trump stuff and almost get something, you know, a little bit more. What the hell? Wait a minute.
Donald Trump is threatening a new invasion of Chicago after his last one fell apart, and now he is trying to claim that the crime rate is out of control just after his administration claimed that it was responsible for getting crime back under control in the city. Hellhole, which of course it is not. We have been on the ground there for weeks showing you what it was actually like there on the streets of Chicago, where, if anything, the only thing making it less safe was the presence of federal police,
Reminds me, I need to get a new
forces in that city, shooting people, killing one
planter
man,
area.
wounding another woman, disappearing people off of the streets. But the president, now just weeks after having pulled federal forces out of Chicago, not entirely, but broadly, is now threatening to put them back in. This is what he posted on Truth Social. Massive crime and rioting in the Chicago Loop area.
There was no rioting, but yes, there was a little bit of a situation.
Multiple
I'll
police
say that
officers
much.
attacked and badly injured.
Didn't
300
look
people
good.
rioted.
I
6
was
victims
waiting
shot,
for
1
this.
critical and 1 dead. In the meantime, Governor Pritzker, that's J.B. Pritzker, the Democratic governor of Illinois, and the low IQ mayor of Chicago, referencing Brandon Johnson, are refusing federal government help for a situation that could be quickly remedied.
Dude, it was a bunch of teenagers. Like, I hope you understand this.
People are chanting,
like, good luck. You do understand that even the federal government has trouble with, you know, juveniles, right?
In Trump. The people are most certainly not.
What are you gonna do?
Not chanting "Bring in Trump." If anything, they are chanting the exact opposite. They are chanting "No ICE, no troops." And I know that they are doing that because I have just gotten back from a protracted reporting trip in Chicago. We were on the ground there nearly continuously for the last 2 months. And we've been on the ground in cities across the country: LA, New York,
Does he not live in
Washington,
Chicago?
D.C., Charlotte,
I thought he did.
North Carolina, where the Trump administration has been going in on its immigration crackdown and occupying these cities and indiscriminately grabbing people off the streets based purely on the color of their skin. And the people in these communities are not saying, "Oh, thank you, Mr. President, for what you are doing." No, every single person, nearly every single person that I interviewed while I was in Chicago, that we have heard from in Charlotte, that we have heard from in LA, in New York, and in Washington, D.C., have all unequivocally said that they feel less safe with these federal authorities in their communities because they are concerned about they or them or
Yeah, it's like 1 in 5 actually come out and say that they're okay with
a
it.
loved one or a neighbor being snatched up off the streets, or the tension rising to the point of gunfire, as happened in the case of Chicago, where in early October in the Brighton Park neighborhood, a woman was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent. That woman's name was Marimar Martinez, and she thankfully survived.
I'm not even going to say that, but that's
shooting
funny.
And is recovering, but the federal government saw fit to charge her for that altercation. But if you're thinking that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, well, it didn't make a whole lot of sense to federal prosecutors either, who, after getting that case referred to them from federal law enforcement, ended up dropping the charges against Marimar Martinez.
And then it goes like
this was what she had to say on CNN.
These text messages came out where he appeared to be bragging about shooting you. Read it.
It's
5
kind of like
shots,
my Trump,
7 holes.
my
Put
Trump
that in your
hair.
book, boys.
You kind
were
of
sitting
flip
right
it
there.
like that.
What type of
There you
agent
go.
brags
But you
about
gotta
it?
leave
This
that-
is what the
that section.
administration has out in the
Ooh.
street.
For 15 years, I was a federal
Like a wacky Saturday morning cartoon host.
prosecutor. I worked every day with FBI, DEA, DHS.
We're about to watch some fun Saturday morning cartoons. Next, Svengoolie.
I have never come across an agent like that, and it's something that's embarrassing to me as a former federal prosecutor.
Thursday night, there was suddenly a major shift. The case was dropped, and at the request of the prosecution. Despite the case being dismissed, DHS stuck to their original accusations.
On October 4th, Border
they
Patrol
did.
law enforcement officers were ambushed by domestic terrorists.
Wait. Oh, CNN, thank God.
That rammed federal
Let's
agents
say
with their
this
vehicles.
was
The woman,
Marimar Martinez,
60 minutes.
driving one of the vehicles, was armed with a semi-automatic weapon and has
Which
a
it's almost like they should wise up and let people use their clips because
history of doxing federal
nobody
agents.
cares.
We will not allow domestic terrorists to attack our law enforcement. This was after you were cleared of these charges.
Where are they getting all this fake information from? I was just shocked, honestly.
While a gun was found in her car, it was never brought out. It was still inside a holster with the snap closed. She also has her concealed carry license.
I was about to say, if she has a CC, then there's nothing they can do.
The attorney says.
They're still putting out these false statements that are disputed by their own people, right?
There's nothing you can do. And the fact that she has a CC just shows it's like, nah, she's a citizen too.
Testified that there was no ramming. I mean, he's the driver. He was there.
For Martinez, she's just happy this chapter is over with. But she can't avoid its reminders.
When you look at those...
Dude, it looks like Bobby Kelly, dude. I'm going to be your attorney today, dude.
I mean, scars on your body. What do you think about?
All right, if you guys get that joke, we're definitely best friends.
I'm a survivor.
So there you hear from her in her own words. She feels like a survivor. And there you also hear that the Trump administration is
Ganners, Biden for president, Trump for vice president 2028. They would both get back at Harris.
continuing to push this narrative that she is some sort of domestic terrorist. She is a Montessori school teacher who was
everything's
out
just
trying to
memes
warn her
now.
community that there were federal agents in her neighborhoods that were there to abduct people based purely on the color of their skin. The federal government initially claimed in this case that Martinez rammed into a federal vehicle, and that's what responded.
They always do that though. They literally have gone around saying anybody that moves their car or tries to run is trying to ram them.
Agents responded with gunfire, but her lawyer is maintaining that Martinez was the one who got hit by the federal agents. So the federal agents hit her car, then they get out and shoot her 5 times. And then after the fact, DHS tries to make this big to-do about the gun that was in her car. Well, we come to find out that that gun was in its holster with the snap closed, and she had a concealed carry permit. At no point does it sound like that gun was ever brandished. But of course, that case fell apart. It was dismissed. But if the Trump administration wants to continue to try and say that it is being the victim of domestic terrorism, then it should come out in court and try to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. If you have the case to spin this narrative, to try and sully this woman's name, try to sully the entire city of Chicago and many parts of this country, make the case. Present the evidence. Don't just say something and expect people to take your word.
I mean, that's literally their whole prerogative right there. That's how they do it. They just lie. That's the biggest thing that they can do. Like, look at the way that one dude, he was just like, I didn't throw any tear gas grenade. They had him on video doing it. That's not real video. That's AI. Again, like I said about the whole Peter Thiel thing, where it's like, yeah, you know what? I'm pretty sure that there's a reason that they wanted to have this like Sora thing and have, just realistic enough AI videos out there for people to start questioning their actual reality. Like, dude, that's the long game. I know it's cynical, but it's true. Like, and it's working. You have a lot of people, man, that just do not think critically enough to spot this stuff, and they don't want to. 90% of it is confirmation bias already. So it's like it's being fed to algorithms that are just going to be like, oh, yeah. So don't be surprised if you're not seeing the right-wing, AI slop videos that these assholes constantly are seeing. Oh, man. Wow. My brain still kind of hurts, I'm going to be honest. Coming up to the 420 soon. I'm going to go for a little bit here. And then, I think I'm going to take off at 10. Yeah, that's just enough time for me to kind of get my stuff done. Loss of reality is just a bonus. AI is all about the money, and it's like, what money though? Like, Kaz, I am exceedingly more and more confused because the Sora business model of produce AI slop video at $5 a pop, but don't charge people $5 a pop to produce said video, isn't exactly what I would call the best model for gaining a profit. So, I don't know. AI is holding our economy afloat? No, I know, but the bubble's going to burst and only a few people are actually going to benefit from that. So,
I know that the Texas run, so the House race in Texas, the emergency election, apparently they are the DSA candidate and the Republican candidate are neck and neck, and they think that there's like a polling discrepancy because they're not going to other counties that are near the data centers. So, yeah, I'm thinking that there's going to be a lot of that because it's Nashville County, which like the main county that Nashville's in. And I'll tell you what, man, those people, like, there's a lot of transplants, and on top of it, they're all seeing their electrical bills go sky high. I was just talking to my pops about that. He's just like, yeah, we just had to say no to an AI data center. I'm like, did you win? He's like, I don't know. I'm like, if you don't know, there's a good chance that that's happening then. All right. I'm going to have a little fun here. Give me 1 second. Trump fan screams at me in a bar and I lose my shit at them. Oh, is this that drunk thing? That bar politics thing? Not sure if I'd be good at that. Wait, is that Michael Knowles and Luke Beasley? All right, damn it. This is the fun half. Why not? We can watch that.
Engage.
All right. Here. I gotta pee real quick, though. So I'm going to let the beginning here play, and then we can laugh at this together.
Welcome back, everybody, to the show. I hope you're doing spectacularly. Let's start with something really fun. On Thursday, myself and the guys flew to Nashville to engage in a bar fight, as it was called, with a lot of MAGA, Trump supporters, conservatives, and Michael Knowles is a Daily Wire host, pretty big conservative influencer. He hosted it, and then I had a fellow liberal, you saw that on the panel, Zena, there with me, and it ended up being quite the experience. Lots of shouting. So the whole format is that you have a bar full of people, and then up on the stage, in this case, it was two liberals, me, and then MAGA man Michael Knowles. And it got heated at times, got silly at times. I'll play some of these clips for you. One of the cool parts was that crowd members, because it was a Michael Knowles event, it was essentially all Michael Knowles fans. And so they got to come up to the mic and confront me. So that'll be some of the clips that I have for you here. So much. I'm going to try to make this not like a 30-minute segment, but no promises because there's so much that I want to review. Starting with just the intro. They put together a pretty cool intro for this Michael Knowles bar fight video. And here it is.
No! Despicable person! No! I thought I'm sick and tired of you! Let me finish. You had a monologue already.
I tell people that Michael Knowles is my internet dad.
Stop it.
We got a bar full of people, and you want us to debate HOAs.
Because this is America! Welcome to Bar Fight. Tonight I'm joined by two libs. That's my case. I think it's a pretty good one. My first guest, that is Zena Ikeme. You've been calling me a lib this whole time. I hate to break it to you. It might be a little bit worse than that. Uh-oh.
Just be consistent. I've been very consistent.
Luke gets to finish his point.
I think this bell's rigged.
My second guest is one of the top names in online liberal commentary today, Luke Beasley.
So that is pretty cool concept for a show. Let's just start with this. A
Nashville's
MAGA guy
lived up. Yeah, for the most part, for like an area in Tennessee, yes.
Confronting me saying that libs don't have common sense. Where is your common sense? While we go through these clips, please do click the subscribe button if you appreciate this show. Simple gesture, but it goes a long way in boosting the message.
And I also find common sense questions tend to be the left's kryptonite. I find myself a common sense individual, which is why I vote Republican. My question is, you said two things tonight. One, you couldn't go 3 seconds without saying no kings earlier tonight. And you just brought it up again where you said Trump's evil and took over the government. I find this very ironic and
That kept happening. I kept making like sort of facetious statements, and then they would all be like, "How dare you?" It's because one of the other questioners went on this long ramble with Love about, I couldn't even understand what he was saying about good and evil and something, so I just threw out a silly statement. But anywho.
Comical because the left tends to just want to continue to give government more power and more power and more power, and basically just like ask them what they should do with their life and how to pay for it. And you see that with the New York City vote that just happened. And I guess I just want to know where the common sense is coming from on, you can say no kings to Trump, who if he was a king, he wouldn't know, he would have just waved the wand and there would have been no government shutdown. And at the same time, ask the government to be bigger and bigger and bigger and solve all your problems for you.
Yeah, so Trump keeps expanding the power of the government too. I mean, he's the most really authoritarian president we've had in a really long time. So you don't really care. I'm about to explain it. Bill. Okay. Sending in, you just asked how. Sending in the military, for example, to American streets. But where's the common sense?
Oh, wait, she's the one that did the thing with Jordan Peterson.
Tell you where the common sense is. I think we should be allocating our resources to uplifting and economic stimulus, which is why the economy performs better under Democrats, despite the whole monologue that Michael went on.
The history lesson he called it.
If we lean into demand side, which you had to come up with like 100 excuses for why Republicans always fail in the economy, but the demand side economics, where you actually invest, where people are going to spend that dollar the quickest through social programs, people need it instead of just keeping it in an account somewhere. That's actually dollar for dollar way more stimulative. So I think instead of huge tax breaks to the top 1%, I think that we should be allocating those resources.
My ankle.
To, at the very least, not taking away healthcare from 16 million Americans.
Oh, I'm not sure if you guys just heard that.
That would be pretty common sense to me, no?
Funneling it overseas to random non-government organizations, right?
So, but what does that have to do with, are you okay with millions of poor Americans losing their health coverage because they wanted to give tax breaks to the top 1%?
Of course not.
I don't think that
then we agree. And Trump's bill is insane for that. Then we agree. That's awesome.
No, I think there's common sense things you can do with every dollar Americans
Keep saying
pay.
common sense.
Giving it in the form of more tax breaks to the top.
So this is something, take it down just for a second, that I kept repeating.
They keep
you
doing
all
that.
know it so well, but when I go into these environments, a big question is, what
I like that sweater.
do I want the audience to hear? Is it just going to be a fun, silly, performative type thing, or is there a message I actually want them to take away? And what can frequently happen is that hours sometimes pass by of debating, and a central, just very empirical point doesn't come through. It's just a lot of like culture war,
common sense, dude. It has to be a plant.
Partisan talking points. And so now when I've shown you some of these debates that I've done, you'll notice
at these debates, the plant accusations really do seem to kind of
these reoccurring themes, because there's
they seem to be kind of on
debate,
point there.
But a lot of it is based on a really long experience that each person has with the media.
It's hoodie day. I think that Kyle was the only one not wearing
foundational
one.
Belief.
I just don't understand the whole like wear a suit for making this type of content
and how they attach.
I mean, if that's what you're looking for, what do you guys? I mean, see, that's more of a novelty for me. The day that I show up in a suit here, you know that some serious shit's about to go down.
Certain principles, and so it's easy for them
the
to
problem.
hear.
If I wear a suit, I'm gonna want to wear a top hat and a monocle because I'm just ridiculous.
Buzzwords, and go, oh, I'm on X side, Y side of this issue, so I'm not even gonna listen. So that's why I avoid a lot of topics.
Except Jake, he's awesome
in debate settings. Because most of them have those buzzwords that cause one side or the other to turn their ears off. But what, to me,
pretty much everyone who gets on the mic is a person trying to build an online following.
Is one that you don't have to be
partisan
at all to acknowledge. Feels really irrational without any broader foundational debate about our core political principles. Is these core empirical economic or public policy issues, like with what Trump has just done, that you can have clear numbers on about the impact on health insurance or who's getting what benefits from his big, beautiful bill. And I think wherever you land politically, you shouldn't be okay with that type of redistribution of wealth from the bottom to the top. And that's why it comes up a lot, because it's like, here's something that we don't need a lot of political jargon. We don't need to do a bunch of political virtue signaling, just to say, let's look at the numbers of what he's doing with this one piece of legislation. And maybe it'll open your eyes to the fact that he's serving the opposite interests than you think he is. And unfortunately, throughout much of this debate, I was feeling much like Tucker is in this clip.
And Matt, the people aren't listening to me.
People aren't listening to me.
Let's class up this joint.
All right, a little bit more from this one.
Top 1% when they're richer than ever doesn't seem very common sense.
Hey, Luke, is it the top 1%
Cool
that
thing is, I
benefits
think
from
we
no
agree
tax
on
on
that.
tips?
Like, there's probably a lot
No
of
tax
social
on
things
overtime?
there's a lot of things we disagree on.
Child
The
tax
cool thing is,
credit?
I think on reining
Standard
in the power of the
deduction
elites, we should all agree. You're listening about
where I
just like a little.
disagree is I don't think you have the
But
qualifications
I'm not even
or
referring
me
to that
to
yet. I'm
talk
saying
about
if you,
fiscal
do
policy
you know?
at all.
Do you know the combined? Wait, what'd you say? Sorry.
Classy,
Where we
right?
disagree is I don't think I have the
Had to remove
qualifications or
my,
credentials or you to talk about fiscal policy at all.
And you think Trump does?
Technically.
He thinks the word
I agree. Luke
groceries.
doesn't have the.
Team
I agree with that.
He,
Yeah.
he thinks groceries is like a new word that he invented.
The cat?
Yeah.
The crowd did not like that. I said
I
it
do
wrong.
hope-
It's not a new word. It's an
No
old-fashioned
matter
word that
what
he
hat
brought
I'm wearing,
back
it's always like with a
in
little
his-
tilt.
So he's qualified to talk about fiscal policy, but apparently I am not, according to that particular questioner.
I wore this to one of my best friend's weddings. Like, I was in the wedding, and he was just like, we're wearing kilts. You can wear a top hat. I was just like, score!
What's so bizarre is, then what am I here for?
Steampunk, yeah.
It's such a weird, like, what do you mean I'm not qualified? First of all, I do this for a living. Second of all, I was brought here. I was flown here. Am staying in a hotel here. Am giving like 3 days here to specifically talk in front of you about such issues. But what I think really happened was the guy at the mic went, hey,
People
if what
joining
Luke's
the
saying
stream are
is
just
correct,
like, why
which
is
you
this guy
can go
wearing
look
a
it up,
top
it
hat?
is,
The mad pet.
about the effect of this bill. Do I really disagree with him? But like, that's my job. I'm supposed to disagree. I'm at this mic.
You say?
With the blue. No, wait, the red.
Well,
I think the red.
We're late for the tea party.
Gloves. I'm supposed to be the MAGA one confronting him. So where do I go?
Why are all these red hats here? Has the Queen sent her brigade?
Then if I actually, I kind of do agree.
We have fun here.
Wealthy people benefiting while poor people suffer.
Really do.
As the combined effect of this bill doesn't seem aligned with my
I'm a
values.
man of many
'cause
hats.
MAGA likes to believe they're for the working class, even when their leaders don't actually follow through with that. So then he just says, well, I don't think you're qualified to assess that. Well, that's strange. I feel like that is kind of why I'm there. And I also think, while you should definitely understand where you're more qualified, where you're not, what you know good about what you don't, I think a key sign of intelligence is knowing what you don't know, knowing what areas you're not knowledgeable in is actually a sign of intelligence, and knowing when maybe you don't have value to add. But in political debate settings, it's kind of everyone's job to lob what they think they know at each other.
Those two characters could have their own
A
show.
lady coming up to the mic to also confront me.
Oh my
And-
God! Wait! To make the point for taxation, for limited taxation on the rich, we have Charlton Pepperton coming in for his case. Yes. I'm here to make the case that we should not tax the rich. Indeed, we should increase the taxes on the poor. It would help them work a little bit harder and join us in our elite class. And in the negative, we have wait. Oh, crap. Larry Lazyton. Extra, I just got out of selling the papers. I'm here to talk about seizing the means of production. I would like to own the newspaper that I sell.
And to give you a sense of where she's coming from,
I need a better name for the poor.
She's such a big fan of Michael Knowles. She calls him her internet dad.
You listen every day. I love that. That's great.
I tell people that Michael Knowles is my internet dad.
Stop
When I
it.
don't know what to do,
Stop
I just
it.
listen to Michael Knowles and he tells me what to do.
Ugh. Oh my God.
Something's wrong with you.
That's
Yes.
Fucking
Real.
something is wrong
The
with
only thing is
you.
I'm not Catholic, so I'm sorry, but
Not yet.
Later in the debate, I said I was jealous.
Oh, that was fucking weird. Okay, everything that we just dick man
Because none of y'all have ever called me your dad. What the heck, Cole?
Chimney, wait, chimney, charoo.
A single, I've seen thousands of comments ranging from really nice to really mean, really normal, really sexual. We've seen it all. Really mean and sexual, those are weird. Those are kind of weird.
I saw a naked lady and you saw one toe.
What I've never seen is,
chimney, I think the police are here for me.
You're my internet dad. So maybe introduce that into y'all's comments. Okay, so here's your actual question.
Inception. My question is,
he lost that smile real quick.
your claim before was that Republicans are what for the economy?
Better. Worse.
That got dark fast.
Freudian slip is what that
Welcome to Pep Talk.
Okay, well, here's my question.
I'm starting to learn things about myself.
If Republicans are worse if Republicans are worse for
Pep, that's as peppy as peppy can
the
be.
economy,
Oh, there we go.
then how come Nancy
Pep is as peppy can be.
Pelosi's trackers doing
Why do I almost sound like a fucking pirate when I say yar?
so much better than the Republican one?
Yo ho, a Pep's life for me.
By almost
Okay, so the context for this, first of all, they kept bringing me drinks. That just needs to be said at some point, okay? I appreciate it. It was a bar event, and when someone just goes, here's a full one.
Mary Poopins.
Here's a full one. I have an
haven't forgotten.
obligation to that.
I need a pirate hat. As a man of many hats.
Person to drink it. So
You're
that
right.
was my slip up there. I blame on the drinks. The crowd loved it. I was like, Republicans are better. I mean, shoot, dang it. No, Democrat.
Did they overserve Luke? Probably.
But the second piece of context is earlier I was debating the claim that Democrats are better for the economy than Republicans, or they oversee better economic conditions, which is obvious and something we've gone through a bunch of times. And so she then brings up that Nancy Pelosi is famous, or at least her husband.
They went wild at a misspeak. Yeah.
For doing really well at the stock market and kind of touching on that congressional stock trading issue, which is something I think should be banned. And so that's what she asked. She said, you're saying Democrats are better, but one of the most famous Democrats has made so much money while she was in Congress with stock trading. Here was my response.
the economy, then how come Nancy Pelosi's tracker is doing so much better than the Republican one? By almost 3 or 6%.
Because Democrats are better at the economy. That's why.
No, because I think that
they're better.
Is insider trading better for the economy?
No,
insider trading corrupt information?
Yeah, so insider trading is horrible. I think Nancy Pelosi shouldn't be able to do that. I think every member of Congress shouldn't be able to do that, obviously. Okay, wait. Democrats have been fighting for that a heck of a lot longer than Republicans have. And the reason I don't like it is because it could lead to corruption, which is also why I don't like Trump's meme coin.
And then
is she supposed to be the centrist?
I'm gonna skip forward. I won't tell you why. The drinks got on top of me for a second. Here's where I picked up.
AI chips deal with the UAE and his open brazen corruption with funneling money to. So it's the same reason I don't like the Pelosi stuff or anyone else using their insider information. I think it should be banned. I don't think Trump would ever sign that into law. I don't think Trump should be profiting off of his presidency.
Wait, this is a Daily Wire show?
Either.
So do you think that's a very reasonable point, but do you think, like with Pelosi, I think we're all just admitting she obviously insider trades and it's totally ridiculous.
It's too good. People put that in their 401ks and they're making so much money.
Yeah. She's like the best hedge fund manager in the country. But with Trump, it's not to say that there aren't questions, about, he obviously he's an international businessman, he has the crypto thing, he has all that. I'm just saying.
You're against it though. You can't be against it for Pelosi and then for Trump.
No, I guess, I think what Pelosi is doing is illegal for every American other than members of Congress.
Right.
And what Trump is doing is really not illegal in any way.
What?
So you might say you don't like it. You might say we should pass laws against it.
No, there's plenty of laws.
Isn't it also true that Trump is the only president to take a pay cut in office?
No,
so why?
that's not true.
All right, these this thing at a bar is a lot more fun than the ones at school.
He's
now
I'm just an art major, dude. I don't know.
His net worth has increased by.
Dude, they would call you such a libtard if you even understood what you just said. Like, you do understand that. Like, oh my God.
Billions just since he got in office. So, I mean, just be consistent. I've been very consistent.
And then I'll play the next part. That's something we hear a lot. We hear so much. And Jay and Nicole were saying they've heard people in their life go like, oh, but isn't it super cool that Trump doesn't take a salary? And it's like, what is not taking what's the presidential salary, like $400,000 per year? What's not taking $400,000 when you're making billions? And then they go, well, that's just his normal business. He had that before. It's not, though. And I gave them, it's weird. Where are the ears? We can play Tucker again. Weren't you listening to me? If you would hear what I'm saying, it's not, his properties that he's had for
I'm kind of glad that he gave up the David Pacman cadence.
a long time are still generating revenue, and he's getting, it's that he set up new business enterprises, new business deals, new crypto ventures that countries or individuals engage with, make him a bunch of money with, and then lo and behold, he gives them some benefit, whether it's the AI chips that are referred to there or pardons or whatever else. Foreign policy changes. And I would love to ban congressional stock trading. I've said that forever. And that is cute, sweet, adorable compared to what Trump's doing. So I can't take you seriously if you're saying you think Hunter Biden and Joe Biden did something wrong and you think Nancy Pelosi's corrupt because of stock trading, but then you're okay with Trump in a fashion that is way more quid pro quo, way more favor exchanging than anything you could ever find before in the history of the country with the president. And that's what makes me really sad, is when I realized the crowd was kind of like, okay, yeah, all right, so you'll criticize Pelosi for that, even though she's just doing what is currently legal. But I wish she would have fought for it to get banned long ago when she was Speaker of the House. So I am criticizing her. And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, but that's...
Okay. Somebody... All right, let's check out this
grain
company.
of salt compared to the grain of sand, I should say, compared to the beach that Trump single-handedly portrays. And then they're like, well,
gut-friendly
it was so
energy
much
drink.
fun earlier before you brought up Trump.
Consistent.
I am.
You are obvious. If you did one story about Hunter Biden, you better be 100 times as outraged.
It looks like he started this company. Huh. You know, I'm going to shoot my shot. I'm going to email him and say, hey, can I please promote you?
Trump.
Like, you guys want to just give me that little bit?
Getting the UAE to invest billions, make his
I like energy
World
drink,
Liberty
like
Financial billions in a
gut-friendly
business
energy
deal,
drinks?
and then immediately, all of a sudden, he releases the restrictions on the AI chips that they really wanted, and which could then get into China's hands because he was enriched. Same thing with the Binance guy. He ends up pardoning the guy after Binance makes a bunch of money for World Liberty Financial. That's brazen corruption, right?
Yeah, I guess my point is on some of these. No,
Is she not involved in this?
A lot of these financial dealings of Trump. A lot of it occurred during the interregnum. You know, the crypto thing occurred before he was brought in.
No, not the UAE deal.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you brought up crypto earlier, which is usually the one that most people point to.
I'm saying, how could you justify someone giving benefits to either people through pardons or countries through restriction relief after that country or that person enriches his family to the tune of billions?
Yeah, I think that President Trump has done a very good job being an international businessman, leveraging relationships for the good of the United States. I think that's true. And what I also think.
Wait, were you ever mad about Hunter Biden and Joe Biden?
Yeah, I was mad that the Biden family sold American influence and fired a Ukraine.
Guys.
There's a tornado in Houston?
Do you want it? I'll give it to you if you want it.
Oh, this was 7 hours ago. My bad.
He just said that Hunter Biden, that the Biden family was selling American influence, I think.
It's got a weather report. I was like, whoa.
That's the wording. And fired a Ukrainian prosecutor, Viktor Shokin. Ukrainian, blah, 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 blah. So What he's referring to, I'll just remind you because it's been a while. What he's referring to is that Hunter Biden was doing business for a time in Ukraine. Worked at a company, Burisma.
Knowles just dodges and spits rhetoric, and somehow people
was the
take him
vice
seriously.
president.
Well, that's a lot of these guys.
The official U.S. government stance and that of all of our European allies knew Viktor Shokin was really corrupt, and they wanted him gone. So Biden pushed for that. Something that later we got pretty credible evidence actually Burisma executives didn't want. So Hunter Biden had a job. Joe Biden, I guess you could say, had some crossover because it had to do with Ukrainian corruption, and Hunter Biden was working in Ukraine at a prominent company. But there was never a coherent explanation of how Joe Biden benefited financially, or even Hunter Biden benefited financially for Joe Biden's vice presidential decisions. What you could prove is Hunter Biden, his last name was Biden, and so he was like, hey, I'm Biden, hire me. And people were like, oh, maybe we could get an in with the Bidens. True. And that's kind of icky, right? And it's also how the world works. When you have a famous last name, people kind of want you, maybe we could get, but they never actually proved that.
Stop. I don't like this. I don't like this because I don't like trying to prove something about like a family that I have nothing to do with. The Biden shit, it all falls apart when you just say the Trumps are making billions of dollars while he is in office. Shut up. It's a fundamentally unserious argument, and they always catch us in this because we're always talking about the merits of the point or whatever the fuck, instead of just ignoring it and going, move on. That's not the point you think it is.
Any wrongdoing on Joe Biden's part occurred. So that's what he was outraged about. What he's not outraged about is not even just Trump's children, but Trump directly getting enriched by billions.
Oh my God. They shined a light on nepotism. Weird, but weird how we all reacted to it.
Billions. Not
like, and do you know how they react when we go, but Jared Kushner just made billions of dollars in Saudi Arabia? Meh. That's how you handle that.
Joe Biden.
Meh. Yeah.
Biden helping to buy
that's how rich and powerful work. Yeah. Why are you surprised?
A truck for $8,000 for Hunter, I think.
Especially because these aren't leftists or anything. So it's like we're always taking the fucking bait.
I think it was. Which I don't even know how. Was Hunter supposed to be enriching Joe? I think Joe lost money on that. Or whatever or the loan reimbursement where he made no money. But Trump himself to the tune of billions getting enriched.
Yeah.
And right after doing favors for said enrichers.
Yeah, but you need to be better at making that point and really hammering that one home. Instead of just doing this blink, 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 hear me confused cartoon.
He's not outraged about the latter. He is outraged about the former. Seems very consistent and honest.
He needs to tuck that. Like, if he's going to have that earpiece, he should tuck it behind his shirt. It's the whole purpose of having one of those.
I do appreciate you having me on the show. It's fun.
Yeah, I was mad that the Biden family sold American influence and fired a Ukrainian official in order to enrich his son. Yeah, I think those are different.
Biden.
We wore those in Second City.
You never found evidence linking him to Hunter, but even so,
you never found evidence. The money went straight to his house.
That's not true.
It did. It wrote the speech.
A reimbursement of a loan. But after all of y'all made of that, a whole big scandal. And
notice
then
how they're
Trump
good at
takes all
smugly
over, and there's
just
no
doing
ambiguity.
their shit.
And his sons are going around the world making a bunch of money for his family, and then he's trading favors.
Yeah, listen, he has a very successful business, and his sons are businessmen.
So
that's
do you
I
take
guess
back everything about Hunter?
Certainly not. That was brazen corruption.
Why? What's the difference?
This is
What's the difference?
Here's the difference. Here's the difference. Eric and Donald Trump Jr.
Someone in the crowd, I'd love to hear you explain that. You're so loud and proud. You don't know what you're talking about.
Here's the difference. Eric and Donald Trump Jr. have very long-standing business careers long before Donald Trump entered office.
They don't have specific deals with people who need something from the government. They have new deals.
He doesn't want me to answer the question. He doesn't want me to answer the question.
So in the crowd, just since you can't really hear it, since they're not mic'd, just random people are shouting that big tech censored the Hunter Biden story. So I guess they're saying, well, we're not outraged by the corruption, but by censorship. Okay, so that's what they're arguing. you'll see why that's relevant.
Who need something from the government? They have new deals.
He doesn't want me to answer the question. He doesn't want me to answer the question.
You know what I'm talking about. Trump, you know what?
I can tell you the difference
Wait,
if you
1
want.
second. You know what
Okay,
Trump's doing? He doesn't need big tech to censor or whatever. He's censoring the media himself.
She's wondering why she's even there.
Okay, so then it kind of went chaotic. Another thing we've discussed a lot.
How many drinks in was he?
Oh my gosh, it's been so long. The temporary, you could call it censorship.
This has nothing to do with red and blue. Great point. And it is weird that I know a lot of people support Trump thinking that it's because you're populist or he's going to be good for the working class. I don't want to spoil what my next claim is, but
you love spoiling the claims because you keep changing the topic every time we speak.
It is weird because Trump and her point about the top 1%, it's not that people can't do well, but Trump, in a time of record income inequality, just passed.
So that's just me making the same point. Y'all know that. If you haven't heard that point on this show by now, you're crazy. Let me play this. This is a short that Cole made from the same debate where someone comes up. I've gone through this a lot with all of you that
he's not showing her parts.
Or social media platforms need engagement. We talked about this a bunch yesterday. And so what fuels engagement is usually very provocative stuff. That means that more provocative, less rational stuff rises to the top very frequently. And so that gives, a lot of times when I talk to people on the other side, that gives them a very skewed perception of what the advocacy, what the mainstream, not what random people are saying, what the mainstream advocacy among liberals is. And so this individual came to a mic and says that she is a mother and believes that I, as liberal, I guess, don't want her to be a mother, which is really bizarre, and you'll see my response.
Do you really think that being a strong, independent woman is being a career woman who had a few abortions? Or is being a mother really feminist?
I'm really curious what you think liberals believe. I'm very proud of you on your motherly journey, and I wish you the best. And I think it takes a lot of bravery and courage to be a mother and a lot of work. And liberals, at least correct liberals, don't believe that you shouldn't, if you want to, create the most beautiful thing, a family. What we believe is that you should have the choice and the freedom to do that, or to pursue a career, or to pursue a career for a while and have kids, or both. And that freedom is something that, I don't know where Michael specifically stands, but some people in his cohort don't like the idea of and want way more rigid enforcement. We want freedom, and I love that you became a mother. I love that you said you also achieved things in your career, and the choice for your own life path is what liberals believe in.
Thank you. Here's the only problem with that, is that my Instagram feed calls it propaganda when other women promote being mothers.
That's because Instagram needs you to be upset and stay on the platform, so it shows you random nobodies who don't really represent the mainstream liberal view to get you upset, so you'll keep using their app.
No.
That is actually well said.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, he's right. No, he's right about that.
I guess I have heard anecdotal evidence of that.
Attention economy.
Okay, let me just say this to get it clear.
I wanted to say
Democrat administrations.
What up, Pendulous?
One second. It is true that under Democrat administrations,
I hope I didn't scare Groove Dragon off because, yeah, we definitely.
You can arrive at that statistic, but when you look at macroeconomic trends,
you
you
guys
realize
see him
the
in another
statistics
chat, make sure that he knows that he can come back and, yeah. We're not going to be doing the dirty comedy too much.
Specific economic crises. Even if you do that.
This was a special episode.
Steady times without external factors, still, and you're citing tax cuts.
Uh-oh, what happened? I covered Kyle Kulinski covering the RFK drama. If you just look it up, if you need to know what it is, just look it up. It was a lot. It was a lot.
Which have
what is GDP?
I may have made some dirty jokes.
growth on average under the Democrats.
Now I'm going to go. And a great example of this is...
There was a Spider-Man joke that might have been completely out of pocket.
And as I explained, everything you just went there was a fun history lesson and misses the point that I made, which is even analyses that exclude for
you made a broad point, and I inserted facts into that. And then you said ignore those facts.
And then you're not hearing the facts that I'm saying. You just keep going off of regurgitated talking points. So
history matters.
Yeah, and history keeps proving that Democrats oversee better economic conditions.
We're
and then
sorry.
a really good example of this is that we had the whole pandemic collapse. Trump mismanaged a lot at the end of his presidency.
There's a few, honestly, like, I would usually push back against this and say, I don't care, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to do a comment like what I want on this channel. But yeah, that was pushing the envelope a bit, especially for people that are used to a certain like level of, like we have a line here and we definitely jumped over it.
The economy was in this chaos.
You're blaming Trump for COVID?
And then
for a Chinese virus?
Nice, Pendulous. I appreciate. Yeah, just make sure that he knows. Like, hey, come on back. That was a very special segment because he noped the fuck out.
His handling of it.
It's just like, can't handle this. Bye.
Just listen, and then you'll be able to hear it better. And then
Which I respect.
he hands this crisis, obviously, to Biden. And then throughout Biden's term, every single economic analysis shows that we were outperforming every other nation in getting inflation down. The speed we brought it down because it was a global phenomenon. Talking about macroeconomics, you'll never apply that to Biden's economics.
Yeah, we kind of leapfrogged over the line.
And then the recovery in general across all economic metrics, Biden way.
And then we superhero landed it.
Outperformed both expectations and every other country in the G7, and none of y'all ever acknowledged that.
I'll say this much: some of the jokes were fire.
He hands an economy that had job growth throughout his entire presidency. The last job loss month was at the end of Trump's term. He hands that to Trump, and lo and behold,
I'll be good. I'm sure. I'm kind of like being cheeky here. Like he said he would be back. It was just more so. He must have found some other riveting content because
COVID.
I've not seen it.
I think you're kind of making my point.
Listen, wait. Last point. No.
Right.
And then Trump loses jobs right when he gets back into office this term.
Here we go. Oh.
I hear that and immediately I'm just like,
have a strong belief that bell was rigged. It was always when I was getting cooking. When Luke entered the kitchen, the bell started ringing. Cole didn't like that. Cole don't like. He doesn't like when I go Gen Z. No, so I've said that too.
Aren't you Gen Z?
My point about Democrats versus Republicans decided.
Isn't that like the whole thing? You're fucking Gen Z. Like, aren't you like in your 20s still?
Homeowner associations. And
he's like 24 or 25. I'm 90% sure he's like the same age as my brother.
And apparently he's been having
when I found that out, I was just like, what?
With his audience about how he actually really likes HOAs. But a lot of his audience are more libertarian and they want to get rid of them because it feels like you're telling me what I can do with my house that I've purchased. And of course, going into it, I've never really had a strong view. Like I've been
turns out he's 45
before by HOAs, but I've never had a strong philosophical view about what is the principled correct take on HOAs. But he really wanted us to have a take because it was supposed to be a debate. So then I quickly found stuff about it, and you'll see this part was a little silly.
We're neighbors, and you get to make sure that crazy libs don't move into your neighborhood and they don't build a bunch of monstrosities next to you that make your life worse every time you open your window.
I'm a great neighbor. I want you to know that. I'm a little sick of this. But he told me we were going to do HOAs, so I looked up some stuff about HOAs that I didn't know, right?
Yeah.
And now I'm very passionate that I'm against you.
No.
You're a despicable person.
No, I thought.
I'm sick and tired of
we
you.
were on the same side here.
No, I'm not. Now, the main problem, I think, is that so it starts with the developer, right? Then they hand it over to some group of homeowners. Some Karen.
This is how nerdy I am. That's a Star-Lord jacket.
And the problem with it, the reason people don't like it is all the homeowners don't actually get a say in it. A lot of these HOAs have 3 board members for a bunch of homes, and then they just lord over everyone, and no one wants that because this is America.
I would literally just look at that guy and be like, where's Rocket Raccoon? Star-Lord would never. Apparently you don't know Chris Pratt's politics.
With that being said, there should be HOAs. They should just be
come and get
democratic among all the homeowners.
So I was just being silly. I got them all.
I like how we all went there.
Well, I agree. No governance. No very hyper localized governance over neighborhoods. It's not going to work. I get but I own the property. I should be able to do with it what I want. Yeah, until your neighbor's in their front yard masturbating.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for real. You only see that because you're just like, I'm selfish. I don't recognize the way that other people act until it's on top of me. Oh, no.
They're on their property, but they have big porn posts.
Oh, fucking A. No, pot smoke. These motherfuckers love being like, oh, your pot smoke's invading my home space, my air space.
Just hanging out.
Literally had that conversation with somebody.
Outside the front of their house. So
I found out that's not a real thing, and they can suck a dick.
Oh, you know, Cole, is this something you've thought about? And so there has to be some local governance about if you have a nice house, you keep the front yard all nice, but then you're trying to sell it, and because there's no governance, your neighbor next to you has trash all in their front yard and their home's deteriorating. And it's like, now my home value.
HOA should be allowed to help people get things done, not make new FAE laws. Yep.
You just plummeted because no one's going to want to live next to the guy jerking off in the front of his house. And so there has to be some. But as I was just reading, then Luke, me.
Let's take Luke over here. If we said Luke or one fetus, like literally sitting like on the table,
Zena,
which one would you say?
That guy just fetus. That's a funny word. It rhymes with penis. Is that it? Penis.
When do human beings?
I like Luke. Come on, that's not nice. She didn't even ask the question yet.
Which one would you, if you had to choose between saving the life of Luke or a fetus sat on this table, which one would you choose, Michael?
Zena, when do you believe that human beings get rights?
Okay, next question. So the crowd's cheering fetus. If it were going to be...
Why does this guy look like a frickin' detective?
Me or fetus? They choose fetus. Which...
I'm guessing that's his... oh, no. Is he stealing Jake's shtick?
You know, it's heartbreaking.
There's city ordinances that control trashy houses. Yeah, we have that in Chicago here.
Needless to say. But I got over it. So that...
I just got in an argument with them about sidewalk stuff.
That was the appearance. It was honestly fun. And I don't care what you say. I still...
Yeah, okay. You just said it right there. You don't care what I say. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye, Luke Beasley. All right. So, this sucks. As much as I want to hang out and do some more content, I do have to bid you guys adieu. I have to go eat. So, that means that tomorrow, we got a special programming block lined up. So what's going to happen is I'm going to do my normal show. I'm going to do Pepaganda to lead off a new week of this space, which we do have a new show debuting later this week. Actually, let's see. I think they made the announcement. As long as yeah, they did. Wait, did they? Absurdity Space. Yes, they did. Okay, so yeah, Forrest Miller and Christina from this space, they are going to be doing a new show called Absurdity Space. It's going to be dope. Can't wait for it. And then tomorrow, I'm going to be a special guest on Good Morning Comrade. I'm really looking forward to it. Been looking to do a collab with GMC for pretty much since I started on this space. Although pretty sure that we are missing one of the collaborators. So it's going to be me and one of the hosts. You will have to tune in to see which one. That's awesome. Yeah, no, I'm excited. I'm really excited. It's going to be a good night. So tomorrow is going to be a lot of content. I'm going to go live probably around 2. So look out for that. It really depends on if I can get everything that I'm supposed to get done. Fingers crossed. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. Oh, you know what? One thing here. This matters. This matters a lot. I need you guys to do me a solid. Usually, I wouldn't ask this, and I know that I kind of already did. But can you do me this cool thing? Check out this video. And all right, so let's take that's me. and this video. We got to try and boost these in the algorithm a little bit. I could definitely use the help. So if you guys can do me the solid, go into the comment section and you can just type number 4, the algorithm. All right? That really helps me out. Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Sorry, I had to take a peek at the analytics just to see what was up. Yeah, if you guys could hit, type out for the algorithm, maybe watch a few minutes. That would be awesome. Yeah, I'm figuring out what to do here as far as clipping the content. I already mentioned this, the MTG one. I somehow did load the wrong video, which I thought I loaded my video, my edited one. Turns out it wasn't. My bad. So do me a solid by giving me a follow as well. Oh, hey, yeah. There you go. Boom. Done and done. All right, guys. I think that takes care of everything. You know what I'm going to do real quick, though, with you? Cheers. Man, we are just 9 followers short of 500 over on Twitch. It's another thing. If you guys haven't followed over on Twitch, please consider dropping over there and doing so. These are the things that really help out my channel. They're free, they're easy, and if you are enjoying the content and, you kind of like me, you like me. Even if you don't, you can hate follow. How about that? Hate follow Pep Talks, and you guys will be able to have the joy. Another thing here, stick around for the end. We have an exclusive song on WPEP by Kirk that just dropped called Hard to Love. He literally just dropped this. And it is a Pep Talks exclusive at the moment. So I'm going to back out here, put this screen up, but as I said, stick around for the song. Let me pause this and hit the song. Love y'all. I'll catch you guys later.
All that you wanted to think about, hard to love. Still I was certain you'd be there to walk with me through the clouds, smoking on. There was a time when I thought that we split, but we figured out how to love. Maybe my fault, but we said we would do this as one, but I was hesitating. Call me on my shit when I was still half-baked. Thank God that I still have the things that I still have. And I broke down and I fucked up, but you stood by when things got tough. All that you wanted to think about, hard to love. Still I was certain you'd be there to walk with me through the clouds, smoking on. There was a time when I thought that we split, but we figured out how to love. Maybe my fault, but we said we would do this as one, but I was hesitating. Call me on my shit when I was still half-baked. Found you when I wasn't at my greatest. Told you I was fine, but you know that it was all fake. And gave me something I could really look for every day. And gave me feelings no one ever could, like medication. Had me so that it didn't take that long to see us growing older. I kept a picture of you ready on my phone, got me wanting this some more. before. Told me you was out the door, so I snatched you up before I could lose it all again. I was just trying to be something I didn't understand. Made me feel like I was crazy, like this love was just a sham. Never thought that feelings quite this strong could ever fill my head. Thought that not have you around would make me wish that I was dead. But now I know I love you more than ever. You got me by my heart. This shit's gonna last forever. All that you wanted to think about, hard to love. Still I was certain you'd be there to walk with me through the clouds, smoking all. There was a time when I thought that we split, but we figured out how to love. Maybe my fault, but we said we would do this as one. But I was hesitating. Call me on my shit when I was still half-baked.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.